Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Well, I'm out of ideas too. I didn't expect there would be so many people. Doesn't this mean we're doing a good job? Kaido spread his hands to express his helplessness. He wasn't being modest, he really had no solution, even using shadow clones. What could he do? Could they possibly learn from Naruto and perform the multiple shadow clone jutsu? Leaving aside whether they had the ability, just the overload of information they would receive after the clones dispersed could put them in the hospital for a few days. Kaido dared to leave a shadow clone in Hidden Leaf Village for so long mainly because his physical constitution and spiritual power were strong enough, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared. Looking at the busy figures, and the people outside continuously filling out applications, Kaido nodded silently in his mind. He didn't have to come here, but today was the first time the security department started recruiting outsiders. He felt he needed to come and see how things were going. So, he left a shadow clone to drag Naruto and the others who had already gone to rest out for more training, and then rushed over in person. But looking at it now, his worry seemed a bit excessive. Everything at the moment was so satisfactory. Has that brat started recruiting? Within a Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured to himself as he looked at the report in his hands. However, he didn't pay it too much attention. After all, he had already made arrangements for this matter. If Kaido Uchiha dared to recruit, then he was naturally confident in placing his own people within. A strange feeling always lingered in his heart because things had gone too smoothly this time around. Kaido Uchiha used the excuse of dealing with the remaining nuisances from the massacre, pressuring Hidden Leaf Village to provide sufficient financial support and even wanted the village to help him recruit. While these actions didn't align with Sarutobi's planned course of action, they did align with the outcome he had envisioned. Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't provide the money, but they could help him recruit. Sarutobi's response was fitting for his status and position. However, it was the smooth progression of events that left Sarutobi feeling uneasy. After all, the smoother things went, the more likely problems would arise. The issue was that Sarutobi could not figure out what had gone wrong. He had once suspected a mole within his ranks and also pondered whether Kaido had thought of a way to break his scheme. Thus, he had invested significant efforts in rooting out any moles. His primary focus was the Anbu, and he first cleared those he trusted, including Kakashi. The investigations of the others also returned clean. This put his mind at ease somewhat. After careful consideration and seeing no apparent countermeasures from Kaido, he finally reassured himself that it was merely a coincidental result, and things were not as bad as he had initially thought. But this kid really has some nerve, having Naruto constantly visiting the Uchiha clan. Who would believe there's no ulterior motive? Sarutobi looked at the report in his hands and tossed it aside in frustration. In his eyes, Kaido Uchiha was an ambitious brat. Starting with the security department's expansion and then Naruto, anyone would suspect ambition if they saw this. He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was the Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village, and Hidden Leaf Village was his village. How could he trust and be at peace with someone so ambitious, someone who could bring unrest to his village? Sigh. However, Sarutobi sighed deeply soon after, realizing that he couldn't openly confront the Uchiha and the security department at the moment. His approach couldn't be as overt as Kaido Uchiha's. He needed to consider what was best for Hidden Leaf Village. For Hidden Leaf Village, I will bear it for now. You can gloat all you want, but let's see who will have the last laugh. Whether it's your security department, your clan, or even your eyes. So, you're saying that Kakazu and Hidan's mission failed, and they are dead, correct? Within the Rain Country, Pain's Rinnegan surveyed each person present. These individuals were a mix of vibrant phantoms and bodies physically present, all appearing particularly solemn at this moment. Because, their organization, Akatsuki, had suffered losses. Although the demise of a member wasn't an uncommon occurrence after all, being a ninja meant living a life of tasting blood on the blade's edge. It wasn't surprising if one day they were alive and well and the next, abruptly dead. However, this instance was slightly more severe. Their attackers were anonymous individuals from an unknown organization. Crucially, not only had these attackers defeated Kakazu and Hidan, they also managed to defeat Orochimaru. The sudden emergence of such an enigmatic and formidable organization in the shinobi world was bound to catch the attention of Akatsuki. Assuming nothing unexpected happened, they should be dead. I've inspected the scene. Although I didn't find any bodies, the level of devastation. Orochimaru began to speak, unconsciously licking his lips at the recollection. That damage spanning hundreds of meters, with a width nearing half a meter, and cracks crisscrossing across the ground, that wasn't something just anyone could do. Such an attack, so overwhelmingly powerful it left one breathless. He was convinced that such power could only be produced by Susanoo. After all, he was sure that their adversary was Kaido Uchiha. Only a person with such a pair of eyes could cause such terrifying destruction. Do you know who they are? Pain, after a moment of silence, gazed at Orochimaru indifferently before asking, are they specifically targeting us? I don't know who they are. I was no match for them, so I chose to retreat after our encounter. Orochimaru licked his lips. He had no intention of divulging his knowledge to Nagato, for he had never fully trusted Nagato. His entry into Akatsuki was primarily aimed at Nagato's Rinnegan. Beyond that, he really wasn't interested in anything else. So, he wasn't going to spill any secrets or share any intel for now. However, I do know that they hire war mercenaries. Their actions are merely for monetary gain. War mercenaries? Pain's expression remained indifferent upon hearing this news, but Nagato, the one controlling Pain, raised an eyebrow. War mercenaries naturally worked for money. Could it be that the opponent's actions were simply due to differing factions within the mercenaries? Nagato was uncertain about this, but he knew he had to thoroughly investigate the matter. Killing Akatsuki members, especially those who continuously raised funds for Akatsuki no matter what, he needed to gain some understanding of such individuals. If possible, he hoped to recruit them. After all, Akatsuki was short-staffed, and if the opponent was powerful, it would certainly be worth considering. Of course, if the opponent wasn't willing, he was equally willing to avenge his organization's members. After all, they had killed his most profitable member. For now, let's leave it at this. We'll seize an opportunity to investigate who they really are. After all, they've killed our members and caused our mission to fail. They must pay a price for this. Pain spoke with an aloof tone, his voice cold and attitude lofty, as if he were a deity himself. Furthermore, given the shortage of manpower in the organization, let's promote Itachi Uchiha from a standby member to an official one. Biwa Juzo and his partner will begin gathering intel on the 3 Tails and 6 Tails in the Hidden Mist Village. That's all, Pain declared, shutting his eyes without waiting for any responses. Orochimaru, too, swiftly cut the connection, his tongue flicking over his lips. He had been contemplating how to counter Kaido Uchiha when he was suddenly interrupted, which indeed left him disgruntled. Now that it was over, he wasn't willing to waste another second. Kaido Uchiha's power truly exceeded his expectations, a force he longed for deep within. But the fact that such a dangerous individual could handle 2 immortal beings, although not surprising, indeed stirred something within Orochimaru. The two could put up a fight even when combined with Orochimaru. He recognized their strength, but their sudden demise left him with mixed feelings. It appears that dealing with Kaido Uchiha won't be a simple task, Orochimaru sighed heavily. Although his plans had been laid out and he intended to utilize the formerly deceased against this foe, choosing the right candidate was still troubling. The best choices would undeniably be the Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobirama. After all, hidden records showed that one of them could match Madara Uchiha, and the other had once eliminated a Mangekyo. Furthermore, Orochimaru had readily available cells to summon them, but the question was, how much power would they possess once revived? The real issue is that if I were to provide them with superior bodies, they might resist me once they're resurrected, given that the technique was invented by Dobirama Senju himself, he pondered. Orochimaru was not willing to put himself in jeopardy. As a prodigy in ninjutsu, he knew every technique had its flaws, and he was well aware of the second Hokage's character. He believed that the second Hokage definitely possessed the ability to counter the reanimation jutsu. If the revived were too powerful, he wouldn't be able to control them, and they might even backfire. On the other hand, if they were too weak, it would be meaningless. It seems that I'll have to put in some effort, Orochimaru thought. After much deliberation, he finally made a decision. His tongue gently traced over his lips as an image of a figure with blazing scarlet eyes and a wild, unbound spirit appeared in his mind. Chapter 144. So, you're now part of the security division? Sitting in his office, Kaido looked amusingly at Narayanko in front of him, who had an expression of utter resignation. In truth, Kaido was somewhat surprised by Yanko's arrival, but he also knew it was to be expected, considering the unique relationship they shared. They had once been classmates and later became teammates. Even after the dissolution of their squad and their paths diverging, there remained a certain connection between them. Before Kaido became the clan leader and changed the Uchiha's fate, the Nara clan's warnings to the Uchiha were greatly facilitated by their relationship. Otherwise, even if the Nara clan wanted to warn the Uchiha about their current situation, there wouldn't be anyone able to deliver the message. Now that Kaido had changed the Uchiha and was even preparing to confront the Hokage, the Nara clan, being secret allies and partners of the Uchiha, were essentially on the same battlefront. Naturally, they would consider people with closer relationships to Kaido to lend personnel support. At the same time, the expansion and remodeling of the security division fully demonstrated Kaido's understanding of the division and his own ambitions. The beast-like organization that is the security division was unleashed under Kaido's command, and naturally, numerous positions were vacant, considering the Uchiha's limited numbers. At this time, Yanko, who was both capable and had a good relationship with Kaido, joining the security division seemed perfectly logical. Yes, although I didn't want to come at all. After all, it's much more comfortable staying at home every day, but I have no say once my uncle decided, Yanko sighed helplessly. She genuinely did not want to come, but she had no choice but to comply. But she was curious as to what her family and the Uchiha were up to and why their connection suddenly became so deep. Speaking of which, can you tell me what is going on? Just a while ago, my uncle said he needed to observe the situation, and now I have been sent here. Not only me, but quite a few others from the clan were also brought over. This doesn't look like simple cooperation. The Nara clan had brought quite a few people over, adding up to around 20. However, most of these 20 people were Geinin, with few Chunin, and only Yanko as a Jounin. But Kaido was truly delighted with their arrival because they were all administrative talents. Nara Shikaku was indeed astute enough. After seeing Kaido's plans, he immediately analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of his own clan. From Shikaku's perspective, although the security division appeared to be divided into 3 major departments on the surface, there were still many intricate workings within. The most straightforward point was that Kaido had divided all the personnel in the security division into 2 categories, one being field personnel or so-called outdoor staff. The other naturally handled various internal affairs and even constructed the administrative organs of the security division, the indoor staff. With such an understanding, Shikaku naturally knew what to do. The Nara clan did have some people with remarkable combat abilities, but he knew perfectly well what their real strengths were. Furthermore, with the security division expanding, there would naturally be no shortage of excellent outdoor staff, but indoor staff were truly not as easy to recruit. Therefore, he decisively sent those from his clan who performed well but had somewhat lacking combat abilities over here. This is for the future of his family and the clan. Likewise, this act has done a great favor for Kaido. Kaido, gleefully thinking of the talent that Nara had sent over, replied to Yanko with a laugh, indeed, it's not as simple as a mere collaboration, as this matter itself is immensely complex. You just arrived and are unaware of many things. This is normal. Your uncle probably wanted me to explain everything to you. But before that, you might want to have a look at this. You'll understand a part of the situation, he continued, pulling out a scroll and handing it to Yanko. If Kaido were to mention the person he trusts the most in this world, it would be his teammate and mentor from his days as a mission ninja. Now, the number of people he trusts has grown, like Shizui, Fugaku, and his clan members. And of course, he still trusts Yanko, the girl. Although he knows his trusting nature is not exactly advantageous in this dog-eat-dog world, he isn't a cold-hearted, self-centered individual. Yanko quickly read through the scroll after receiving it. Her reading speed was impressively fast, and within moments, she had grasped the main content. When she finished reading, She seemed to have a better understanding of what her uncle meant by Kaido having ambitious plans. To be honest, her initial reaction to the content was a question: was her old classmate, her old friend, planning to wage war against Hidden Leaf Village? However, she restrained herself, not voicing her thoughts immediately. After all, even her uncle, the director of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, supported this. That must mean Kaido's plans were justifiable. Upon further thought, she realized, to her astonishment, that the security department did indeed possess such immense power. All Kaido did was bring this latent power to the forefront, optimizing and refining it further. Having thought this through, Yanko looked up at Kaido. I think I understand now. You really do have some nerve, don't you? You only know part of it. I've always been audacious, Kaido grinned. He then took out 2 more scrolls and handed them to Yanko. Take a look at these. The confidentiality level of these documents is extremely high. However, they are also the basis and reason for our cooperation. Yanko nodded. She realized that her understanding of her old friend, her old classmate, was somewhat lacking. Perhaps he has grown up? But after such growth, is he still the Kaido she knew? With a soft sigh in her heart, Yanko started seriously reading the 2 scrolls in her hand. The more she read, the stranger her expression became, and the more she understood Kaido's shrewdness. He had silently attracted her clan, the Yamanaka, and Akimaki together through beneficial means, selling weapons to the outside villages, countries, and even families. Not only that, he also managed to persuade his uncle, who then contacted Hyuga, a Burame, and Inuzuka, ready to launch a joint impeachment against the Hokage. Such an impeachment against the Hokage, Yan Yi had never heard or seen anything like it. But if all these families are coming together, it must mean they really believe they have a chance. She now understood why her father suddenly went to the capital of the Land of Fire. It was indeed to prepare for the impeachment of the Hokage. Yan Yi looked up slightly, her gaze on Kaido, who was smiling gently at her, was somewhat complicated, and she let out a deep sigh. It seems that Minister Kaido's achievements have far surpassed my imagination. I look forward to learning more from you in the future, Minister. Just call me Kaido. Of course, when others are around, you should call me Minister. Hearing those words from you does make me feel at ease. Kaido, seemingly oblivious to Yan Yi's subtle change in emotion, casually retrieved the scrolls, then laughed. We will learn from each other. After all, you are Yan Yi, the brain of our old team, and have helped me so much in the past. Now that you're here, I can relax a bit. This period has been tough, and I have truly experienced the oppressive feeling of work hard or die. Yan Yi watched Kaido, and she suddenly realized he seemed just like his old self. He was always like this in the squad, not disturbing the arrangement unless there was a matter of life or death. Now, he was the head of a large clan in Hidden Leaf Village, and also the head of the security department, yet he was still the same. Kaido. He doesn't seem to have changed much, only his living environment has. Kaido didn't know what Yan Yi was thinking, but he knew her presence would definitely be of great help to him. However, he didn't have the time to be happy about it. Apart from Yan Yi, people from other clans would also come, and Kaido had important tasks to accomplish. Kakuzu had been here for a few days, and he was still hiding in the forest. Kaido naturally had to deal with his issue. In addition, Kaido also had to inform all the clans involved in this matter about Kakashi's situation. Kakashi's stance could determine a lot. He had already agreed to cooperate and had even given him some of the evidence he had obtained. Kaido couldn't keep it from the others. Summoning a shinobi cat, Kaido notified everyone to meet at the usual place that night, then continued to handle his own affairs. It wasn't until dusk was about to fall that Kaido made his way towards the forest. As he was getting close to Kakuzu, he directly contacted his shadow clone. In an instant, a wealth of information filled his mind, details of his days spent with Kakuzu. Kaido found that Kakuzu had been rather well behaved during this period, spending his days in the forest as if he were rejuvenating. During the day, he would do some simple training, then go hunting. At noon, he would also do some training, then eat dinner and rest around 9 o'clock. This kind of lifestyle, in Kaido's eyes, was just like that of an old man. However, considering Kakuzu's actual age, it seemed quite natural. But why does it still feel so strange? Kaido rubbed his temple. He felt something was amiss, but was too lazy to overthink. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before Kakuzu. Prepare yourself. We are going to a place, he said, facing Kakuzu with the calm of a tranquil lake. You've been in Hidden Leaf Village for a while now, I suppose you're curious about what we're asking of you. Of course, I'm curious. After all, I've had a decent rest. Kakuzu nodded. He knew Kaido was coming when his shadow clone vanished, so his emotions remained unchanged. But continuing this rest isn't good. After all, such tranquility can make me forget the reason for my existence. Once I forget that, death isn't far away. Your pursuit is truly unique. Others exist to protect what they yearn for or to earn approval from others, Kaito said, chuckling a bit at Kakazu's words. But you've placed all your focus on money, quite unexpected. Of course, not to say that's wrong. Have you ever considered how much you can earn from a black market mission or a war mercenary task? Or do you find more value in carrying out these tasks? Kaito was indeed curious, and this was an extremely crucial matter, as it could reveal Kakazu's actual mental state and ideas. In order to make a profit from his war mercenary ventures and establish some connections, Kaito had learned quite a bit before embarking. For instance, war mercenary tasks are not as lucrative as one might think. One could only earn tens of millions per task, and if done repeatedly, possibly reaching hundreds of millions. But money in this world isn't as powerful as one might imagine, otherwise the police department wouldn't have such a large financial deficit. Since money isn't as valuable as imagined, and the reward for each mission isn't substantial, Kakazu's obsession with money aroused Kaito's suspicion. Is he truly motivated by money, or does he seek a sense of purpose in executing these money-making missions? You don't understand me at all, nor my experiences, Kakazu replied solemnly after a moment of silence to Kaito's question. I don't care about the purpose of a ninja's power or the experience of fighting, it's more of a burden to me. I used to serve my village and even attacked your first Hokage for its sake, almost losing my life. If your Hokage hadn't mercifully spared me, I would probably be fodder for wild beasts or anonymous bones buried beneath the earth. But when I returned to my village, all I received was betrayal. This betrayal shattered my faith and made me distrust everyone. You're right. There are many things in this world worthy of trust, but for a loner like me, my options are limited. Money is the root of my survival, the silent yet trust-filled entity in this world. It is my faith, it is my bond. You told me once that for people like me, as long as there's a way to earn enough money, it's the same with anyone. So now I follow you because you promised me more wealth. Kakazu's words left Kaito in silence. He found Kakazu to be an exceptionally intriguing person. He could even say that money is filled with trust, and this point isn't wrong. Where would purchasing power come from if not from public trust in money? And this guy seems quite law-abiding. He always uses the term earning money to describe his actions, rather than expressing other means. This implies that even if he trusts money, to get it, he wouldn't overstep boundaries but would honestly abide by the rules to earn it. Upon careful consideration, although his tasks are villainous in the original storyline, as a ninja there seems to be no issue in carrying out these tasks. Thinking this, Kaito gave a slight nod. He then put his hand on Kakazu's shoulder, speaking softly. I think I understand your point, and I can assure you that you won't be disappointed with your decision. After all, we're going to do big business, really big business. That's true, but can you remove your hand? Kakazu looked at the hand on his shoulder, slightly frowning. If not for the fact he was not his match, he was ready to strike. I'm taking you somewhere, naturally, I don't plan to use a slow method, Kaito lightly shook his head. Prepare yourself. This won't feel great. At the valley on the outskirts of Hidden Leaf Village, Narashikaku and others were waiting in silence. They had received the message from Kaito through the ninja cat. They didn't know why Kaito had summoned them, but they trusted it must be something important. Of course, the Inuzuka clan leader wasn't too pleased about the ninja cat. Being a dog-raising clan, they naturally didn't care much for ninja cats, but he didn't voice any objections. Like the others, he was pondering the reason Kaito had called them. But just as they were in thought, a sudden surge of noticeable chakra appeared before them, instantly putting everyone on high alert. Except for Narashikaku, everyone's eyes were firmly on the front. Before Narashikaku could say anything, two figures quietly appeared before them. Clan head Kaito? The clan heads present were taken aback at Kaito's entrance, but they all realized that Kaito must have used space-time ninjutsu. This truly seemed unbelievable to them. Although space-time ninjutsu was not an unknown existence in Hidden Leaf Village, it was known that only the second and fourth Hokages could use it. However, the difficulty and intimidation of space-time ninjutsu are unimaginable. To master such a technique would definitely make one a terrifying ninja. Kaito himself was terrifying enough, being the one who had mastered the Uchiha's most potent power. And now, he has also mastered space-time ninjutsu? Or is it that this space-time ninjutsu is his dojutsu, just like the one-eyed Uchiha who has mastered the power of space? The clan leaders were somewhat bewildered by Kaito's appearance, and they couldn't help but ponder in their hearts. At the same time, they noticed another person by Kaito's side. This person was extremely unfamiliar to all the clan leaders present. The person was dressed in a black robe, but he wore the forehead protector of the hidden village in the ridges. But the crucial point was that there was a slash on this guy's forehead protector. Such a practice was very uncommon, usually under two circumstances. One was that you had such authority that even if the forehead protector was in this condition and you didn't want to replace it, the village would have to grit their teeth and accept it. The other was even more straightforward: you were a rogue ninja who had betrayed your village. The influential figures of the hidden village in the ridges were well known to the people present, especially to Shikaku, who was all too familiar with them. Therefore, their first reaction was that this person was likely a rogue ninja from the hidden village in the ridges. Bringing a rogue ninja here, and even sending a formal message for them to come, it seemed that the identity of this rogue ninja might not be simple. "I apologize for my tardiness," Kaito said with a slight smile as everyone was pondering. However, his voice seemed a bit rushed. Actually, Kaito had no choice. To give Kakazu more awe and implicitly inform these clan leaders of his power, he simply used the Void Walk to travel. However, rushing all the way from the eastern side of Hidden Leaf Village to the northwest, crossing Hidden Leaf Village while avoiding populated areas to prevent chakra vibrations from drawing attention, was not an easy task. He had lost count of how many times he used the Void Walk. Thus, even his current physique was starting to feel a bit tired. Fortunately, his recovery ability, modified by the Dark Side and Divine Ascent, was beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. Within the time it took to say a sentence, he could already feel his state improving significantly. It probably wouldn't take much time to fully recover. "It's alright, we all just arrived not long ago," Hayashi Hyuga said, giving Kaido a slightly complex look before speaking seriously. "But clan head Kaido, is there something important tonight that made you summon us all here? And who is this person?" Hayashi Hyuga's question could be considered the question in everyone's heart. At the moment, their minds were indeed filled with doubts. Today, indeed, there are some very, very important matters to discuss, and not just one. Since everyone is interested in this fellow beside me, I suppose I should talk about him. His name is Kakazu, once a professional black market ninja, and when I met him, he was a member of the same organization as Orochimaru. What? The revelation of Kakazu's identity immediately stunned the clan heads. Being a professional black market dealer was not a big deal. Many rogue and renegade ninjas chose to become black market ninjas. But if he was a member of the same organization as Orochimaru, that was a whole different story. Orochimaru was an extremely ambitious and arrogant man. He almost became the fourth Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village. However, for various reasons, he left Hidden Leaf Village and became a rogue ninja, which was a deeply regrettable affair. But even if he left Hidden Leaf Village, his character did not change. If he joined a ninja organization, it wouldn't be a simple one. And those within the same organization would definitely not be mediocre. In an instant, the gazes of the clan heads present at Kakazu changed slightly. They were all wondering who this guy was, and what kind of abilities he had to allow him to be in the same organization as Orochimaru. Kakazu is very powerful, that's the conclusion I reached after fighting him. Even I only managed to win by a small margin, Kaito said as everyone pondered. However, his words caused Kakazu to glance at him without any visible reaction. A small margin? You unleashed a gigantic creature akin to Azura against me, cleaving me until I was left with just my heart. Is that what you call winning by a small margin? Is that really winning by a small margin? Kakazu's mouth, hidden behind his mask, twitched a bit. Thankfully, the mask hid his expression from everyone else. The expressions of the other 6 clan heads present were also a bit strange. They might not know the extent of Kaido's strength, but the power he demonstrated was already unimaginable. Even if Kakazu only faced the power Kaido had shown before, barely losing to him was quite terrifying. But, was this something a normal person could achieve? Clearly, they felt this was unlikely, almost impossible. They thought that this was probably Kaido being modest. But regardless, this fellow called Kakazu had received Kaido's approval, which meant his strength was definitely not weak. But even if this guy was strong, what was his role? As I said earlier, Kakazu is a competent, professional black market bounty ninja, and his actions and motivations are quite simple. As if reading the room, Kaido chuckled and began to speak. That is money. For him, all he wants is money. As long as the price is right, or extra money can be added when necessary. Then, Kakazu is absolutely a person you can trust. I felt and experienced this during our encounter. At this point, Kaido paused slightly, noticing the peculiar change in everyone's gaze towards Kakazu. Actually, Kaito knew that those present might have never imagined, nor dared to believe, that a person like Kakazu could be a money addict. If Kaido hadn't read the original work, he might not have believed it either. In fact, he didn't believe it before, otherwise, he wouldn't have asked such questions. But regardless, Kakazu really is such a person. I know, maybe my description has some problems, but that's the truth. Kaito sighed slightly, then continued with a serious tone. Therefore, I made a decision, to invite Mr. Kakazu to serve as our mission manager outside the Hidden Leaf Village, for tasks we cannot publicly handle. I understand that all of you here are full of doubts and mistrust towards a stranger, so I have another decision. In the early stages of every mission, either I, Shizui, or Elder Fugaku will accompany Mr. Kakazu on his assignments. Everyone, what are your thoughts? Inviting a stranger to participate in a mission can be hard to accept, and Kaido wasn't surprised at all. After all, even if he understood Kakazu's mindset, he would still maintain the necessary skepticism. People are inherently doubtful creatures, it's not surprising at all. No one would easily offer trust without tangible results. Kaido himself was a prime example. Before he had fully adjusted the security department, if they didn't trust him, then they simply didn't trust him. It was only when the reputation of the security department started to turn around, that they slowly loosened up. And when they realized that Kaido truly understood the gravity of the security department's situation. And only after he had thoroughly restructured and transformed the security department, did they quickly provide new recruits. The remaining 6 people present eventually voted, 3 in favor, 3 abstaining. Essentially, there was no pressure to let Kakazu pass. The abstainers were naturally the 3 who did not participate in the sale of supplies this time. Although they will participate in the future, this time they could wait and see the actual results. Now, Kakazu also understood. It turns out he was brought back by Kaito not for some dangerous mission, but to help him transport and sell weapons. But on second thought, Kakazu immediately understood why he needed to be brought back to transport these items. Firstly, these people definitely can't show up in person, it's highly likely that selling these things is illegal. The second point is that the goods they are transporting are likely to enter highly guarded places. For instance, the reason I was attacked this time is that Kaido and his group represent the Star Ninja Village. This little village is blockaded by the major countries, and even money cannot be spent. It seems Kaido and his comrades are setting their sights on these struggling ninja villages. Even some ninja villages have dissident families preparing for a rebellion or a coup, they could also buy weapons. In that case, these guys representing Hidden Leaf Village really can't show up to handle this, and my identity is actually the most suitable. At this point, Kakazu only has one thing to say in his heart, can I get extra money? The huge profits from selling weapons, how could it compare to me doing missions diligently? No wonder Kaido asked me whether I like money or the feeling of executing a mission, the main reason lies here. Kakazu really loves money. He can already imagine how much he can earn from executing a mission like this, even if it's only 1 or 2%, it definitely won't be a small amount. Having understood these things, Kakazu was no longer upset about being forcibly taken away by Kaido, or even about the destruction of his many hearts at once. Because at this moment, his mind is full of money. Only money can make him feel his existence's purpose. After settling the matter with Kakazu, Kaido asked him to guard the main gate, and without a word, Kakazu left. This money addict in the ninja world is still very diligent. At least after getting what he wanted and seeing the future, his performance is professional. Alright, now we can talk about the second matter. When Kakazu had left, Kaido's expression became serious. He quickly pulled out several scrolls from his pocket and handed them over. Take a look. These were given to me by Kakashi. Kakashi? Kaido's words instantly changed the expressions of those present. They quickly opened the scrolls and began reading. After reading these action reports, their faces remained calm, but the anger in their eyes could not be concealed. Indeed, the look of wanting to stab someone could never be hidden. These action reports not only mentioned Saratobe Hiruzen's actions against Tsukumo Hatake, but also many clans and individuals were listed in this report. And the reason for their inclusion, without exception, is all for the sake of Hidden Leaf Village. This lofty reason, coupled with the actual motive of doing things for oneself, is truly chilling. After a while, they finally put down the scrolls in their hands, and all their eyes fell on Kaido. So it seems that Kakashi is planning to support us and cooperate with us? Narashikaku calmly asked, though his emotions were a bit frazzled, he was still able to maintain control. If there are no surprises, he will cooperate with us. Kaito nodded lightly, yet he didn't state everything outright, as nobody could predict if there might be any unforeseen circumstances. I've examined these action reports. Their content matches certain events that happened earlier, so we can confirm that these are all genuine. Kakashi seems very troubled by his father's death, and he is equally dissatisfied with everything his teacher's son is currently going through. That's why he's doing these things. He sought me out immediately after getting what he wanted. It seems that Kakashi is still level-headed, not directly using his Anbu status to assassinate the Hokage. Hayashi Hyuga also sighed lightly. He was somewhat familiar with Kakashi's father, or rather, he grew up listening to the tales of Kakashi's father. He especially regretted the death of this legendary swordsman, especially since such a legendary figure was killed by such a sinister petty person. Second Hokage, what kind of peculiar students have you tutored? Kakashi has always been level-headed. Don't forget, He is Hidden Leaf Village's most talented child. Narashikaku glanced at Hayashi Hyuga, then turned his gaze back to Kaido. So, did you disclose what he is now supposed to do? I told him that I am not the only one planning to confront the Hokage. I alone cannot handle the dignified third Hokage. Saying this, Kaido couldn't help but show a faint smile. However, this smile appeared more like a smirk to the 6 clan leaders present. If Kaido can't handle the Hokage alone, then naturally others are involved. To reassure Kakashi, they could only conclude that Kaido must have mentioned them. Upon understanding this, they felt a bit helpless. Kaido truly shares both benefits and blame. But it's already out there, and they are indeed in this together. According to Kaido's portrayal of Kakashi's stance, he probably won't betray them. Just the information in their hands is enough to get Sarutobi Hiruzen in serious trouble. However, I did warn Kakashi. I told him that if he dares to deceive us, including him and everyone close to him, we will eliminate them, Kaido quickly continued, his tone casual, not murderous. But anyone listening would feel a chill. Also, doesn't Sarutobi Asuma, Sarutobi Hiruzen's son, live in the daimyo's residence? Can we use him for something? Isn't that a bit too much? Perhaps influenced by Kaito's previous words, Okimeki Choza felt that Kaito seemed to imply they should target Sarutobi Asuma. Let's not talk about Asuma currently serving as the daimyo's guardian ninja, and he hasn't done anything wrong. If we lay a hand on him... You misunderstand, Lord Choza. Before Okimeki Choza could finish speaking, Kaido interrupted with a touch of resignation. What I mean is, when our people meet the daimyo, can't we utilize the assumptions previously mentioned by Elder Fugaku, incorporating Asuma into the narrative? For instance, Asuma left Hidden Leaf Village because he couldn't accept his father's actions driven by power. I also heard that the Guardian Ninjas are quite discontented with the concept of dual gems of the Land of Fire. They believe that the only gem should be the daimyo. So, can we speculate that Asuma has accepted this idea due to his disapproval of his father's actions? Kaido's words struck a chilling note, penetrating deep into the hearts of all present, a sensation not unlike the time they heard him speak of the truth behind the 4th Hokage's death. They now truly perceived the depth of Kaido's cunning. He was ruthless at seizing opportunities to exploit situations. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzō had been responsible for their fair share of devious maneuvers, as the reports they held testified, Kaito's schemes were far more ruthless and sinister. They felt that if this matter were to be widely known in the village, they would inevitably face Sarutobi Hiruzen's relentless quest to clear his name. He might even commit suicide to prove his innocence if they were to lose. I understand. I'll immediately send a message, prepare this matter well, and use it when necessary. Narashikaku, after some consideration, finally spoke up. After all, it didn't matter how much mud they slung at an enemy, especially a political adversary. Very good. So it's settled then. Kaito nodded with a light chuckle and finally spoke with some vigor. Gentlemen, we've prepared a comprehensive plan, now all we need to do is wait for all arrangements to be in place, and we can take action. We are not Danzō or the 3rd Hokage, using the banner of Hidden Leaf Village for their own ends. Everything we do is truly for Hidden Leaf Village. Alright, and also for ourselves. Chapter 145 What a disgrace. Upon returning home, Kaido felt a touch of embarrassment. He had actually been prattling on about ideals with a group of realist clan leaders. It's not that ideals cannot be utilized, but one must consider the individual in question when invoking them. Everyone harbors such thoughts deep within, but these seasoned clan leaders had long buried their ideals. They couldn't possibly use them as a rallying cry, given how their ideals had been bloodied and bruised by harsh reality. As clan leaders, they represented more than just themselves. Naturally, ideals had to give way to reality. As such, Kaido's not quite idealistic for Hidden Leaf Village lacked appeal to them. Even for individuals like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō, the so-called for Hidden Leaf Village was just an excuse. Therefore, it would be better to discuss practical matters. After all, their actions, at their core, were for themselves and their clans. Never mind, even though it's indeed embarrassing, the necessary tasks have been accomplished, and arrangements made. All that's left is to wait. To impeach a Hokage through political means is an immense challenge, but it's not impossible nor void of opportunities. Opportunities favor those who are prepared, and all of Kaido's actions were preparations for this. Through today's conversations, besides conveying his own messages, Kaido also gathered information from the feedback of other clans. The Hyuga, Aburame, and Inuzuka clans had begun their preparations. The Hyuga clan was tasked with monitoring the Sarutobi clan, while the Aburame and Inuzuka were watching the Uzumaki and Uchiha. As for the Shimura clan, although it needed to be vigilant, Danzō had been very decisive when he joined the route. He had included all the elite of the Shimura clan, most of whom had been dealt with by Kaido unbeknownst to them. Kaito was somewhat taken aback by this news because he wasn't clear about the whole Shimura clan situation. Although the clan was mentioned in the original narrative by Senju Hashirama, they never seemed to make an appearance. Even after so many years in this world, Kaito hadn't come across many from the Shimura clan, let alone anyone exceptional. This was a stark contrast to the neighboring Sarutobi clan. Even the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans were faring much better than the Shimura clan. Now he understood. It seemed that Danzō had led the entire clan into the trenches. As for Lady Nara, Kaito knew from Yanko that the Nara clan had dispatched her father. He was unsure about Kakashi's situation, but since Kakashi was already aware of his mission, he should be preparing and taking action. But there is one more troublesome issue now: where exactly is Jiraiya? Jiraiya was carefully selected by Kaito, groomed to be the new Hokage to overthrow the third. While Kaito was very sure that Jiraiya would not obediently take up the position of Hokage, as long as Jiraiya remained a ninja of Hidden Leaf Village, he didn't have much choice. Even if he wasn't willing to become the fifth Hokage, he could still serve as an interim 4.5 Hokage. This interim 4.5 Hokage, the acting Hokage, might even better meet the needs of the major clans compared to a legitimate fifth Hokage. But to prevent Jiraiya from causing trouble once he sat on the Hokage's seat, like frequently suggesting replacements, Kaito carefully contemplated the countermeasures. After all, we can use Orochimaru's pardon to persuade you to wait patiently until a truly suitable fifth Hokage emerges. Granting a pardon to Orochimaru was one of the most direct methods Kaito could think of, given that Jiraiya always used it as an excuse to stay out of Hidden Leaf Village. If Kaito pardoned Orochimaru, then what excuse would Jiraiya have for remaining outside? Did he also want to betray the village like Orochimaru? Aside from this, Kaito also thought of another way: to have a sincere talk with Jiraiya about his so-called beliefs and ideals. Jiraiya was indeed a very idealistic person, and there was no denying his ideals were lofty. However, ideals are just ideals, and ones that don't conform to reality are doomed to be harshly beaten by it. Jiraiya's life was essentially hijacked by his so-called ideal, always fantasizing about achieving peace through communication between people. But the reality is, without military power as a foundation, without interests as a guarantee, who the hell would have a sincere talk with you? Though Naruto did achieve the situation Jiraiya dreamt of in the future, a key element in it was Naruto's overwhelming power. If Naruto hadn't shown power beyond ordinary understanding during the Fourth Great Ninja War, how could other ninjas have respected him and acted according to his will? Moreover, a key point that Jiraiya might have overlooked was that he first nurtured Naruto's power before conveying his own thoughts. Individuals are like this, so how about the complex world of the many ninja villages? Without power, how could they possibly function? One person is deceived by a parable from a frog, it really makes one sigh. Kaito shook his head. He really felt a bit of pity for Jiraiya. He really liked Jiraiya in the original work, and was even tricked into shedding a lot of tears by the only bet Tsunade ever won. Therefore, he also planned to do something, whether it works or not, at least he did something. After all, he truly respected this person who kept striving for his slightly ethereal ideals. But while he respected him, Kaito had to remain cautious, because Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen were enemies. Who knows how he would view what he had done to his teacher, what kind of attitude he would have towards him. Of course, Kaito felt this was a low probability. After all, everything he did was reasonable and in compliance. He didn't believe that even if Jiraiya did consider him an enemy, once he became the Hokage and was controlled by the 7 major clans, what kind of wave could he possibly stir up? Forget it, no need to think so much. The important thing is to find this guy, and we have more pressing matters at hand. Kaito murmured softly, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the moonlight outside the window. Bathed in the hazy moonlight, Kakashi moved silently within the Anbu base. Today was supposed to be his day off, but after seeing those operation reports and encountering Kaito, he couldn't quite find the peace to rest at home. Honestly, he was aware that some in the Leaf Village might be dissatisfied with the Hokage. As a competent Anbu member, he had his fair share of such experiences. But it was today he realized that his understanding of this Hokage was indeed superficial. That the Hokage could provoke the combined resistance of the 2 major bloodline families and the 5 major secret technique families of the Leaf Village only highlighted the depth of resentment he had aroused. But this is good in its own way, only with many people can we genuinely remove him. Kakashi silently mused, though a crowd was just a precondition. They were still lacking many necessary elements to impeach the Hokage. The task was to prove that the Hokage had committed an unforgivable error. And, coincidentally, the one holding all the evidence was none other than Kakashi himself, making him the key to this impeachment. It's the first time I've realized, I am actually quite an important person. Whenever this thought crossed his mind, Kakashi couldn't help but offer a bitter smile. Yet, this was good in a way, as it meant he could personally avenge his father. His mission objectives were clear, only two, but each was not simple. The first was to find a way to bring out the remaining operation reports from the Root Division. He was quite familiar with this task, having infiltrated the Hokage's office twice already. However, he couldn't rush this. To ensure there were no major issues, he had to coordinate it with the execution of his second task. And that second task was to locate Yamato's current squad and understand their mission plans for the upcoming period. Then he would seize an appropriate opportunity to capture this kid and secure the documents from the office. Only then would he be able to complete all his tasks. It's safe to say that he needed to merge these two tasks together to ensure the highest degree of safety. Of course, it would be better if I could avoid a confrontation. I just wonder what Yamato is thinking. Kakashi quietly mused. If possible, he would indeed prefer not to resort to force, as his relationship with Yamato was quite good. Their acquaintance was due to Orochimaru's mission. Even though there had been misunderstandings and disputes due to certain special circumstances, they had reconciled during the subsequent missions. Upon understanding Yamato's inner desires, Kakashi had decided to help him. Finally, the third Hokage stepped in and recruited this righteous lad into the Anbu, and he even joined Kakashi's own team. However, the lad left the team later on because he became a squad leader, and it's been a while since they last saw each other. Kakashi wasn't sure about Yamato's current situation. After all, each squad had their own independent and confidential missions. Therefore, he needed to investigate properly. Kakashi-senpai. Just as Kakashi was lost in thought, a voice abruptly interrupted him. Upon hearing the voice, Kakashi stiffened, lifting his gaze to see a brown-haired figure sprinting towards him. In the Anbu headquarters lounge, no one would wear their masks unless going on a mission. So Kakashi recognized the person almost instantly, and yet, his heart twisted with complex emotions. Suddenly, he felt incredibly lucky, thinking how he could actually run into Yamato. Yet, a feeling of inexplicable discomfort also surged within him, especially upon seeing Yamato's expression directed at him. The feeling of distress became even more palpable. "It's you, Yamato." Kakashi managed to force a smile, although it faded as quickly as it appeared because he himself found it too strained. "Long time no see, Kakashi-senpai." Yamato didn't seem to notice Kakashi's unusual demeanor, his face still lit with a smile as he approached. He hadn't seen Kakashi in a long time either. Upon meeting the man who had rekindled hope within him and helped him escape Danzō's control, how could he possibly not feel happy? "Senpai, it's been a while since I last saw you. What have you been up to recently?" "Nothing much, just carrying out Anbu tasks." "Speaking of which, how have you been?" Kakashi studied his emotions before slowly asking. "Sigh, the same really. Just carrying out the tasks that need to be done, especially given the bad situation recently." Yamato seemed a bit helpless when talking about himself, shrugging slightly before continuing. "The Uchiha have taken down Danzō, and now many of the root tasks have fallen to us, so everyone's busy. Whether it's village defense or patrols in various places, we're involved. Right now, I'm more looking forward to being on night duty at the Hokage's tower. At least it's a bit more relaxed that way. Don't you think so, Kakashi-senpai?" Kakashi quietly listened to Yamato's words, nodding slightly in response. Indeed, being on night watch at the Hokage's tower was the most relaxed task. All one needed to do was stay awake for the night to complete the task. After all, no one in the Leaf Village would dare to easily attack the Hokage's tower. Even that guy Kaido Uchiha only sought trouble with Danzō, not the Hokage. Furthermore, Kakashi could tell that Yamato was not emotionally affected by Danzō's death. It made sense, considering no one actually liked Danzō, who was such a dark and icy figure. Moreover, Kakashi had heard that Danzō once wanted to control Yamato in the most extreme way possible. It would indeed be strange if Yamato held any affection for him. Indeed, the tasks at the Hokage's tower are quite relaxed. I just came from there last night, so I can relate. With that, Kakashi slowly began, then seemed to ask casually. "By the way, when are you going to be on duty at the Hokage's tower? If our timings match, we could hang out during our break." Probably not for another half a month." Yamato stroked his chin, seemingly recalling before he answered uncertainly. In reality, Yamato knew that revealing one's mission whereabouts as an Anbu member was incredibly risky, but he had absolute trust in Kakashi. "How about this? When it's my turn to be on duty, I'll inform you in advance. That way, if we both have time, we could meet up. It's been a while since I sat down and had a good chat with you. We'll see then." Kakashi nodded lightly, but a flicker of guilt passed through his eyes. He hadn't expected things to be so easy, but he also knew that it was simply because he had taken advantage of others' goodwill. Watching Yamato, who still had a smile on his face, Kakashi finally let out a hesitant sigh. Though you'll have to remind me, you've said something you shouldn't have today. Write a reflection when you get back. Huh? Just a reflection, no punishment this time. But remember, don't casually reveal your whereabouts to anyone in the future, even to me, especially because you're Anbu. But, senpai, you're someone I absolutely trust. Trust, huh? Kakashi lowered his head and walked forward. This word was simply too heavy for him. Especially this time. The morning sunlight pierced through the clouds, sprinkling the dawn over the ground. Narashikashiro quietly awaited in the palace of the capital of the Land of Fire. He was due to meet with the daimyo of the Land of Fire today. Narashikashiro was the cousin of Narashikaku and the father of Yano. Moreover, he was a jonin from the Nara clan. He had participated in both the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, and not only did he play a significant role behind the lines, but he also demonstrated his combat prowess on the front lines. You could say he's a textbook member of the Nara clan, intelligent, outstanding, yet indolent. After the war ended, Shikashiro didn't choose to enter politics, instead opting to rest at home. In his own words, he said, "After fighting so many battles, can't I rest for a while and experience what it's like to just eat and do nothing?" Shikaku was rather helpless about his cousin's decision, but he could only comply with his elder cousin's wishes. After all, his big brother had given so much already. But the most crucial thing was that his cousin has an outstanding daughter, who, although as lazy as him, was just as much a Nara. But then again, isn't that just typical of the Nara clan? However, this time Shikaku couldn't just go along with his cousin's wishes, for this time he needed someone absolutely trustworthy. Receiving this mission gave Narashikashiro quite a headache, but thankfully, this time he didn't evade it. Because, quite honestly, the third Hokage really went too far. Sending children to the battlefield during the Third War, relinquishing Hidden Leaf Village's deserved benefits after the war, and maintaining control over the Hokage position even after the fourth's unexpected death. Especially his handling of the Hyuga incident and the Uchiha issue, he was so stubborn and unyielding. One could even say that he'd positioned himself against the whole system of ninja clans. Could Danzō have acted as he did, to such an uncontrollable extent, without his tacit consent? The answer is clearly no. It was because of his silent permission that Danzō could act so recklessly. Now, almost the entire system of ninja clans stands in opposition to him. If it weren't for his long-standing grip on Hidden Leaf Village, his infiltration into every aspect of Hidden Leaf Village, I'm afraid someone would have rebelled against him long ago, like the Hyuga, like the Uchiha. But speaking of the Uchiha, they are quite ruthless, especially my daughter's friend. That guy is truly harsh. Narashikashiro thought silently as he waited. He had seen his daughter's classmate, a boy named Kaido Uchiha, a handsome yet reserved young man. But who could have expected him to be so powerful, and so cunning? Not only did he kick Fugaku Uchiha from the position of clan head and took over himself, but he also solved the internal problems of the Uchiha clan. Most importantly, he led the clan members to rebel against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he didn't witness Danzō's death, he heard from his cousin about how terrifying this guy's power really was. Moreover, this young man was very restrained. He understood very well that he couldn't strike against the Hokage, so his targets were always Danzō, always the root members. His actions can be described as having severed one of Hiruzen Sarutobi's arms, serving as a wake-up call to him. Unfortunately, Sarutobi did not seem to learn from it. The death of Danzō had instead ignited a fuse, even if he had suffered defeat harshly. So now that the 7 clans of Hidden Leaf Village are banding together to impeach you, you have brought it upon yourself. Narashikashiro silently muttered to himself. He was once again visiting the capital of the Land of Fire to meet the daimyo, all for a crucial mission. That mission was to secretly inform the daimyo about just how outrageous the third Hokage had been, and that they were preparing to impeach him. Even after speaking to the daimyo, he couldn't leave. He had to stay and monitor the daimyo's condition to guess what attitude he was holding. This mission was anything but easy, and it was incredibly troublesome. If there were any leaks, Sarutobi might become aware of everything. So this annoying mission was given to me. Shikaku, you really don't consider your big brother's feelings, even though we're siblings. Narashikashiro silently sighed. Luckily, he didn't know his daughter had been sent to the security department, otherwise, he'd be furious. Are you the special envoy from Hidden Leaf Village? Just then, a slightly sharp voice broke his train of thought. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man with a rather distinctive face slowly entering the room, followed by several ninjas. At a glance, Narashikashiro immediately identified one of them. He recognized this man, for it was Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the third Hokage. Without a doubt, this man was the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Greetings, daimyo, Narashikashiro respectfully greeted, then said quietly, "I apologize for any disturbance my visit may cause." "What's there to be disturbed about?" "I presume Hidden Lee Village's visit must be for something important." The daimyo took out a fan and began to fan himself, while casting a curious gaze at Shikashiro. "But why isn't Minister Shikaku here this time?" "I haven't seen Minister Shikaku for quite some time. The clan head has some important matters to handle in Hidden Lee Village and cannot visit the capital." Nara Shikashiro replied with poise, although he was curious why the daimyo remembered his younger brother so distinctly. But being not a man for gossip, he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he continued speaking calmly. "Therefore, the task of visiting you fell to me, and I hope for your understanding." "All right, let's stop with the formalities." The daimyo looked at Nara Shikashiro curiously while fanning himself and slowly asked, "You still haven't mentioned the purpose of your visit." "This matter is extremely important, and I'm afraid I need to speak with you privately." Nara Shikashiro kept his head bowed as he spoke calmly. But just as he finished speaking, a gruff voice interrupted him. "How presumptuous. Who do you think you are? You think you can demand a private audience with the daimyo whenever you wish?" Nara Shikashiro slightly raised his head to see a silver-haired man glaring at him with indignation. He knew this man was one of the so-called 12 guardian ninja of the daimyo, named Kazuma, a complete madman. He firmly believed the position of Hokage to be unnecessary and thought the daimyo of the Land of Fire should have control over the shinobi. If Jiraiya was an idealist, this man was undoubtedly a fantasist. His outrageous ideas were truly baffling. What merit does the daimyo hold to control the shinobi? Because he has wealth? Apologies, wealth does not grant free reign in the ninja world. On the contrary, his wealth requires ninja protection. Otherwise, it's entirely possible that one day, his entire family could perish in some squalid alley. The existence of a man like Kazuma probably indicated the daimyo himself held similar notions. As long as the daimyo didn't voice these ideas, everyone could coexist peacefully. Otherwise, replacing the current daimyo with another person of the same lineage would not be out of the question. Nara Shikashiro paid no attention to Kazuma's barks. He simply watched the daimyo in silence. The daimyo looked somewhat uncomfortable. He hadn't anticipated things escalating this far, and he could tell that the member of the Nara clan in front of him was not going to budge an inch. With a reluctant sigh, the daimyo finally spoke. "Lord Shikashiro, if you are not in a rush, I ask that you rest here in my palace. We can discuss matters slowly." "Of course, if it is extremely important, then I believe we can." "There's no immediate rush, daimyo," Shikashiro cut him off softly. "Although this matter is of great importance, there is still a buffer. However, please note, daimyo, that this matter concerns not only the future of Hidden Lee Village but also the future of the Land of Fire. This daimyo of the Land of Fire is quite interesting. He dares to treat your father this way. Could it be because your father appears too gentle?" In the security department's office, under the noon sun, Kaito was reading a letter and chuckling to Yanko. Yanko, mimicking the Hyuga clan, rolled his eyes at Kaito. A week had quietly passed, and his father had been in the capital of the Land of Fire for a week. However, during this week, although he had many encounters with the daimyo, he never had a chance for a private audience. Fortunately, everything hadn't escalated yet, so the absence of a formal discussion about the impeachment of the third Hokage with the daimyo hadn't been lethal. However, the daimyo's attitude had caught Kaito's attention, or rather the attention of the family's ninjas. Kaito had known even before crossing over that there were so-called 12 guardian ninja in the Land of Fire, and these guardians were split into two factions. One faction considered the daimyo to be the true jewel and firmly believed that the daimyo should be the ultimate ruler of the Land of Fire. The other faction included Asuma's camp, where they considered the Hokage to be the true jewel. To be honest, Kaito had no liking for Kazuma's group. They seemed as unreasonable as if they were under the influence of hallucinogenic mushrooms. Idealists, at least, have some logical coherence in their thoughts. Although difficult to achieve, their views are worth respect. Fantasists, however, are better left alone. So what do we do now? If they persist in preventing my father from meeting the daimyo, wouldn't that derail all our plans? Yanko also found these people irritating, but she was now also feeling a headache because the daimyo held the key to the legal authority, even if he seemed unimportant ordinarily. Yanko had been in the security department for a week now. Although she was still technically an intern, Kaito, knowing her abilities, had promptly placed her at his side. Being of the Nara clan, she always had a strong ability to strategize, a trait Kaito valued immensely. However, she was also feeling uneasy at the moment. After all, even a small misstep in such a significant affair could be fatal. We'll just have to wait and see. I believe Uncle Shikashiro will have a solution. Kaito, however, was calm. He casually shrugged and spoke with a smile. He is your father after all. You should have some faith in him. Besides, things haven't even started yet, so there's no need for us to be anxious. Kaido wasn't particularly anxious at the moment. After all, he still needed to wait for some time. Kakashi had told him that he would have to wait for some time before he could capture Yamato. Only when Yamato was on duty at the Hokage's building would there be an opportunity to capture him while also obtaining the operation records of the Root Division. Kakashi didn't dare to remove the operation records of the Root Division in advance, and Kaito understood his concerns. After all, who knew if Hiruzen and Sarutobi might suddenly get a whim to check these things? Although Kakashi had already removed a few documents, it was their small quantity that mattered. Kakashi had told Kaido that there were probably thousands of documents. The disappearance of one or two wouldn't necessarily raise suspicions, but if all of them were gone at once, or if the most potentially scrutinized documents were missing, then the risk of exposure would be significant. Besides, even if Hiruzen and Sarutobi were to surrender because of our impeachment, his interest groups might not necessarily surrender. Kaido thought to himself. After this period of investigation, Hyuga, Aburame and Inuzuka had basically gathered information on the Sarutobi, Yamanaka and Akimaki clans. It must be said that since Hiruzen and Sarutobi became Hokage, these three clans had grown exponentially. Their industries spread across all sectors of Hidden Leaf Village, and their respective ninja forces were massive. The Sarutobi clan alone, while not having as many ninjas as the rumors from Kaido's previous life suggested, something about an army of 3,000. Still, their ninja force was nearing 1,000. Although most of them were middle and lower ninja, the sheer number was quite intimidating. The Yamanaka and Akimaki clans didn't have as many ninjas as the Sarutobi clan, but they still boasted hundreds. Without mincing words, if they really decided to go down fighting, Kaido's side would have to face their human wave tactics without adequate preparation. But if they charge en masse, Fugaku, Shizui and I would probably have a good laugh. Kaido stroked his chin, contemplating the thought of 3 individuals with Mangekyo Sharingan hardly fearing a human wave tactic. Especially in situations of extreme crisis, they could use the Susanoo to resist the onslaught. Regardless, they must be prepared, especially in terms of public opinion. The impeachment of the Hokage must adhere to legal principles, and they must retain control over the initiative. It's because he's my father that I dare not trust him. He is hopelessly lazy. Yanko didn't know what Kaido was thinking. She helplessly flicked her hand as she spoke. Even though I was dragged into this by you guys, as a member of the Nara clan, I couldn't avoid it anyway. So this time, we must be fully prepared and ensure that nothing goes wrong. I don't want to be ruined at such a young age by you guys. Don't worry, if there wasn't a solid chance, do you think your uncle would get involved? Kaido smiled at Yanko, then patted her shoulder and slowly spoke. Actually, this matter concerns the future of the entire Hidden Leaf Village, not just our few clans. Because if things continue like this, it'll be increasingly difficult for everyone. Our esteemed Hokage has completely regarded Hidden Leaf Village as his private property. Although there are risks in impeaching the Hokage, the risks are not guaranteed to occur, and our chance of success is very high. However, we must be careful, as some people might stop at nothing for power. But if he truly intends to stop at nothing, then he's just pushing himself into the abyss. At this point, Kaido paused, his expression becoming incredibly serious. And besides, don't worry, I'll protect you. Just like before. The bright moonlight illuminated the earth as Kakashi arrived at the entrance to the Hokage's building. Under the caress of the silver moonlight, his shadow stretched out long and thin, only to disappear in a blink. Tonight was not his turn to be on duty at the Hokage building, and he even had his own mission. But he received a message from Yamato a few days ago. This made him realize that the time he had been waiting for had finally come. He passed this information on to Kaido, confident that with this information, Kaido would respond and tell him what to do. After all, Kaido and those clans had been planning for so long, and they had all been silently waiting. As he anticipated, Kaido quickly sent him a message. However, the content confused Kakashi. Kaido asked him to cause a big stir when he obtained the root operation file in secret, especially when interacting with Yamato. Wouldn't a big fuss give us away? What on earth is Kaido Uchiha thinking? Kakashi was very puzzled, but after much thought, he decided to follow Kaido's plan. Frankly, he had little room to choose otherwise. All he could do was trust Kaido, trust that Uchiha and the others from different clans could help him get his revenge. The moonlight was harsh, and Kakashi silently stepped into the Hokage building. His scarlet Sharingan appeared particularly airy in the darkness of the night. The 3 Tomoe in the Sharingan spun quickly, scanning the surroundings before he familiarly headed towards the Hokage's office. As an Anbu, Kakashi was all too familiar with their operations. After all, Yamato had once been a member of his squad, a subordinate of his. He could guess, without much thought, where the Anbu might be hiding. He knew where they might be guarding, and even where the surveillance equipment inside the Hokage building was. Dodging surveillance, bypassing the Anbu's defense areas, he moved along the wall and finally arrived at the window of the Hokage's office. He easily broke the seal on the window and once again entered the Hokage's office. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Kakashi felt a sense of ironic amusement. He realized that he seemed to have a particular knack for breaking into the Hokage's office. But now was not the time to ponder these things. His mission was heavy. He had to retrieve the operation report from the root. To confirm whether the report was replaced, he had to check it thoroughly. He deftly opened the cabinet and quickly broke open the hidden compartment, once again encountering the large scroll. Then, he tirelessly unrolled the enormous scroll, opening each of the smaller scrolls sealed within for inspection. As time ticked away, Kakashi went through all the checks, finally breathing a sigh of relief. He knew that his earlier infiltration had not been detected. Although the part of checking the scroll was indeed time-consuming and strenuous, regardless, Kakashi had obtained everything he wanted. So, now comes the crucial moment. Kakashi muttered to himself as he slung the enormous scroll on his back and quickly rose to his feet. The moonlight was so dazzling, and this time, under its cover, Kakashi directly pushed open the main door of the Hokage's office. His actions were not subtle, instantly attracting the attention of all the hidden Anbu in the Hokage building. But this was exactly what Kakashi and Kaito needed, and after all of this, he even lit a signal flare. Looking at the flare soaring into the sky, emitting a brilliant light, Kakashi slowly moved forward. At this moment, his crimson Sharingan spun faster and faster. In an instant, he could sense an energy rushing towards him. At that very moment, he drew his ninja blade. Its cold light suddenly flashed. Chapter 146. Bathed in the lyrical moonlight, Kaito stood quietly in front of the shrine inside the Uchiha clan's territory. Before him, the Uchiha ninja were neatly lined up in a row. Several weeks ago, Kaito had received the message transmitted by Kakashi, and so he started to prepare early. Whether it was informing the other families or his own clan members, Kaito was very conscientious in everything he did. For he knew, this time was definitely more dangerous and troublesome than dealing with Danzō before. Looking at the Uchiha clan members before him, especially the sight of Shizue and Fugaku standing at the very front, Kaito nodded silently in his heart. These Uchiha ninjas were all the best of the clan, a total of over 50 people, each of them at the level of an elite ninja. Most of them had participated in wars, being veterans, and even those who had not been on the battlefield were among the finest in the security department. Truthfully, the number of these ninjas was not high, especially when faced with the number of ninjas from the three major families. They seemed pitifully few. However, this was all Kaito had asked for. If the whole Uchiha clan were mobilized, at least several hundred ninjas could be drawn out. In Kaito's heart, however, a large number of people did not mean everything. Middle and low-level ninjas in such a potential battle would not play much of a role. Rather than having them follow as ambience, it would be better to have them protect the clan, guarding the old, young, and women. A gentle breeze blew, rendering the entire shrine even more quiet. However, when a dazzling flare appeared in the sky, Kaito spoke calmly. "Everyone, are you all ready?" Kaito's voice was not loud, but his words clearly reached everyone's ears, his tone resolute and unmatched. "I believe everyone knows why we gather here tonight, and that we are about to do something of great significance. The Uchiha is one of the founding clans of the Hidden Leaf Village. We've always been here, never leaving. But there are always those who wish to tear the Uchiha away from the leaf, to alienate us from everyone in the village, to isolate us, to keep us in eternal darkness. We have rebelled, we have struggled, but their actions never cease. Itachi Uchiha is a typical example. He betrayed the clan, even wanted to destroy it. We resisted firmly against the matter of Itachi Uchiha, thinking that perhaps it would end there. But the reality is, we have underestimated their malice towards us." Kaito paused here for a moment, then suddenly raised his voice. "But they have also underestimated the Uchiha's resolve to resist. Are you willing to be oppressed at will? Are you willing to be isolated, treated as outsiders in the vast leaf village? Are you willing to be stared at with disgust by everyone? Are you willing to be targeted by relentless malicious tactics? Are you willing to see our clan destroyed by these detestable individuals, to watch all your kin beheaded? No. No. No." As soon as Kaito finished speaking, tsunami-like responses erupted from in front of him. The darkness of all those present was so fervent, so angry. Their unified shouts rang out loud and clear in the silent night. Kaito raised his right hand high, and the tsunami-like cries stopped. "That's right, none of us are willing. But as members of the Leaf Village, we can't provoke war either. So, without provoking war, there's only one thing I can do, that is to impeach the Hokage. Soon, we will set out. I don't know exactly what will happen next, but we must prepare for the worst. That is, a battle may occur, and once a battle breaks out, everyone could be in danger, even death. However, even in death, we must let them know that we Uchiha will never surrender. I ask you one last time, are you scared? No fear. This time, the voices were still in unison, still resonating loud and clear, so much so that Kaito, standing at the forefront, could feel an intimidating aura rushing towards him. Good, let's move. Kaito nodded satisfactorily, then turned around and headed out. Shizui, Fugaku, and the 50 Uchiha ninjas followed Kaito without uttering a word. Their pace wasn't particularly fast. This was a speed that Kaito deliberately controlled. After all, Kakashi needed time, and this operation was not only their family involved. But what Kaito didn't expect was, as they left the shrine, the lights in every household in the Uchiha clan started to illuminate one by one. And many clan members came out from their homes, standing silently on the streets watching Kaito and his party. Victory. Victory for the clan leader. Victory. Victory for the clan leader. No one knew who started, but the intermittent voices began to rise, and in the end, the clan members sent them off with their tsunami-like cheers echoing through the clan. All of this was so shocking, and it moved Kaito's heart. He vowed that there must be a satisfying result tonight. Prepare to set out. Inside the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga watched the signal flare blossom in the sky. His gaze also turned to his clansmen. The Hyuga clan had a decent number of people assembled, around 30 or 40 when he looked around. But such a number was quite inadequate compared to the Uchihas, and there was a significant gap in the quality of the ninja as well. Only a few of the people Hayashi had gathered were from the main family, the rest were basically from the branch family, all loyal individuals he had nurtured himself. But he had been the clan head of the Hyuga clan for a certain amount of time now, and the fact that he only had these people proved that the obstacles he faced within the clan were indeed significant. The main family leads the branch family. This is an unchanging principle of the Hyuga clan, and although there are few people in the religious sect of the Hyuga clan, each person will lead a certain number of branch families. These main family members were essentially the clan's elders, and these guys weren't necessarily aligned with Hayashi Hyuga. Yes, clan head. The people of the Hyuga clan responded in unison to the order, but their voices and momentum compared to the Uchiha clan were really lacking by too much. However, Hayashi Hyuga couldn't do anything about this, but he had firmly remembered these so-called elders, remembered their attitudes and actions. He could never forget that years ago, these so-called elders, in collaboration with Sarutobi Hiruzen, demanded that he make that dreadful choice. And now these guys were hindering him again. Even though he admitted he also wanted revenge for his brother, essentially, everything he did was for the clan. Yet they disrupted his plans in the name of the clan. They were only concerned about themselves, they feared the dire consequences of his failure. For these people who are deeply immersed in the vortex of power, completely unaware of what's good or bad, Hayashi Hyuga had nothing good to say. Perhaps there would be a confrontation in the near future, as Hayashi's patience with him had reached its limit. If things go smoothly this time, if we can return. Hayashi Hyuga thought silently. Just as he was walking, he suddenly looked up and glanced sideways. A few elders were staring at them intently, their foreheads gleaming, and their eyes revealing anger and resentment. They were all elders of the Hyuga clan, and they were the ones who opposed him. Hayashi Hyuga took a deep breath and quickly averted his gaze. The moonlight was as melodious as a song, silver light showering the entire Hyuga clan, rendering it so serene. As for them, this group walking the streets of the Hyuga clan, they were so lonely. It's time, let's go. Within the Nara clan's territory, Nara Shikaku watched the signal flare in the sky, and finally addressed the clan's people before him. Compared to the impassioned Uchiha clan and the tragic Hyuga clan, the entire Nara clan appeared extremely calm. Kaito was right about one thing, Nara Shikaku would never take action without certainty. He was the kind who would consider all gains and losses thoroughly before making a decision to act. This operation was dangerous, but Shikaku had already considered all possible issues. The order Kaito gave to Kakashi was actually provided by Nara Shikaku. It was a form of creating public opinion. In fact, the method was similar to how Kaito dealt with Danzō. Their aim was to let everyone witness it all. Moreover, this time the 7 major clans were acting together, they had evidence and the legal basis from the daimyo. Even if it came down to actual combat, he had thought through how to deal with it. Nara Shikaku was very clear that they were understaffed, therefore, meticulous arrangements had to be made. Especially since these people were the elites of the clan, the loss of even one would be exceedingly painful for any clan. Hence, these people would not directly enter the Fire Country's building area, but would be assigned to key transport nodes on the outskirts to wait. Only if an inevitable fight broke out, would these people be involved. But when it comes to fighting, actually the Uchihas alone are enough. As long as it's not the whole village launching an attack, 3 Uchihas possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan will absolutely not encounter problems. Narashikaku secretly thought. His confidence stemmed mainly from his faith in the power of Kaido, Shisui, and Fugaku. He could rely on his wisdom to ensure they had an advantage in public opinion, but he lacked the power to deal with a group of desperate individuals. And on this point, Kaido and his crew had a great advantage, because they were a combat family. They were ninjas possessing the Uchiha's strongest power. With the 3 of them wielding the strongest power, along with the ninjas led by their 7 clans, they still held the advantage when facing 3 clans that could only fend for themselves. If it really doesn't work, then find a way to incite those leaf ninjas who are spectating, because tonight's event must succeed. Narashikaku silently muttered to himself, then turned around preparing to leave. But at the moment he turned around, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure in the crowd, which made him halt. Yanko? Narashikaku looked at Yanko hidden in the crowd. What are you doing here? Don't you have your own mission? Narashikaku distinctly remembered, he had assigned Yanko to stay within the clan and protect the women and children of the clan with the others who stayed behind. I think it's better for me to go with you. After all, I'm not lacking in strength. Knowing she had been discovered, Yanko didn't hide any longer but spoke directly. Moreover, this matter isn't just your concern, it's a problem for our entire clan. My strength can aid the clan, so I insist on going with you. Do you realize how dangerous this mission is? Narashikaku felt a bit of a headache. His cousin's daughter seemed a bit hard to handle. Of course I know, but don't underestimate me. My mission record has never been poor. Yanko's expression was incomparably firm. Her steadfastness caused Narashikaku to contemplate carefully. Indeed, Yanko's skills were impressive, otherwise, she wouldn't hold the title of a ninja. In fact, Shikaku had initially planned to let her go. If it hadn't been for the consideration that her direct cousin was in the Fire Country's capital, and he didn't want to put their entire family in such possible danger, he would have arranged for Yanko to join much earlier. Also, Uncle Shikaku, I think we should speed up. You know, the signal flare has already been lit in the sky. While Shikaku was pondering, Yanko pointed to the dazzling signal flare in the sky, and her words made Shikaku finally nod. Looking at the streak of white light in the sky, Shikaku waved his hand and once again shouted aloud. Move out. Yes, clan leader. Let's go, it's time. Yes, clan leader. Inside the Akimeki clan, Akimeki Chozo watched the signal flare in the sky and spoke to the ninjas in front of him, receiving loud affirmations from everyone. Such scenes were also occurring within the Yamanaka and in Yuzuka clans, as at this moment the ninjas of the 7 major clans were all springing into action. What's going on? I don't know, a signal flare suddenly appeared in the sky. That location. It seems like it's the Hokage building? In every corner of Hidden Leaf Village, countless leaf ninjas saw the dazzling signal flare in the sky and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. But when they figured out the direction the signal flare came from, they immediately began to mobilize. That direction was the Hokage building. Could a signal flare coming from there be a simple matter? But for some unknown reason, countless leaf ninjas seemed to recall the incident a year ago when Kaido Uchiha led his clan in besieging Danzō. That night had left a profoundly deep impression on them, one they couldn't forget even now. What's going on? Saratobe Hiruzen, who was preparing to rest at home, suddenly received a report from the Anbu, causing him to rush to the window. Looking at the dazzling white light in the sky, Hiruzen's face seemed somewhat strange. Even without the Anbu's reminder, he could tell that the direction was the Hokage building, a direction he knew all too well. But what did a signal flare launched from the Hokage building imply? Which team is on duty at the Anbu tonight? After a while, Hiruzen asked in a low voice. Team 9, Lord Hokage. The Anbu member immediately replied, lowering his head. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen already knew who was likely on duty at the Hokage building tonight, Yamato's team, unless something unexpected had happened. Yamato was the one he snatched from Danzō, the only survivor of Orochimaru's experiment who could use wood style. Such talent would have remained in Danzō's hands if Kakashi hadn't discovered him during a mission. This young man had performed excellently after coming to the Anbu, there should be no problem with him there. However, after thinking it over, Hiruzen decided he needed to go and see for himself. After all, anyone who dared to cause trouble in the Hokage building was absolutely unforgivable. I really want to see who has such audacity. Even that damned Kaido Uchiha wouldn't dare to be presumptuous in my building. Ding. Inside the Hokage building, the harsh sound of clashing metal echoed continuously. Kakashi's swordsmanship was still strong. Even though he rarely used his ninja blade now, his sword skills had long since become an integral part of him. Each of his strikes, every angle of his attack was perfectly executed, especially under the aid of his Sharingan, Everything seemed more aesthetically pleasing and more dangerous. However, Kakashi was very restrained, because he knew exactly who his enemies were. These Anbu were just like him in the past, merely carrying out their necessary tasks. The crimson in Kakashi's left eye flickered slightly. In the moment the ninja blade struck, he quickly ducked, avoiding the ambush and delivering a kick to an Anbu's chest. The Anbu struck by Kakashi was sent flying and crashed hard into a wall, but the next moment a figure arrived behind Kakashi, their ninja blade aiming directly at the back of Kakashi's neck. However, the Kakashi that this Anbu struck suddenly turned into smoke, revealing it was merely a shadow clone. This Anbu seemed to sense something and almost immediately leapt into the air. But it was all slightly too late, as a hand suddenly reached out from the ground and grabbed his leg. It was Kakashi. With a tremendous force in sync with his chakra, Kakashi directly pulled this fellow underground, where he was further trapped tightly by the earth. Landing steadily on the ground, Kakashi looked at the Anbu members still struggling in front of him and sighed softly. While the Anbu was struggling, his body trembled involuntarily. It was obvious that he absolutely had not expected to encounter Kakashi tonight. Rest well, everything will be fine. Kakashi murmured softly, his Sharingan in the left eye spinning rapidly, a strange power emanating from it. Why? The Anbu struggled harder, but was attacked by Kakashi's Ire power, making it difficult for him to articulate his words. Because I have something more important to do. Kakashi said softly to the Anbu. Under the strange power, the Anbu gradually stopped struggling and eventually fell into a deep sleep. Kakashi stood up, turned around and locked his gaze onto a dark area. Finally, he began to speak slowly. Because this is my mission tonight, I think you should come out now, Yamato. Kakashi-senpai. From the darkness, a figure with brown hair and a mask slowly emerged, taking off his mask as he walked. His expression was full of both unease and shock. He could hardly believe that Kakashi would do such a thing. This was an attack on the Hokage building. This was an act of defection. Why do you do this? Why do you do this? I told you, this is my mission, something even more important that I must do. Kakashi looked at the hysterical Yamato, his heart filled with incredible anguish and discomfort. However, he didn't think to explain too much. Many things can't be explained clearly right now, the key reason being lack of time. What they need to do now is not something that can be summed up in a few words. Moreover, Kakashi must cause enough chaos tonight. After releasing the signal flare, he suddenly understood why Kaido wanted him to do this. The reason was simple, to attract everyone's attention, to let everyone see this. What is it that everyone wants to see and can prove the guilt of the third Hokage? The answer is also very simple, it's the wood style triggered by Yamato. The third Hokage had done too many things, whether it's concerning his own father or Naruto's affairs. However, if one calmly contemplates, he could perfectly explain it all for the sake of Hidden Leaf Village. Even if everyone knows it's not right, even if everyone can imagine there must be a problem, so what? The deed is done, the plan was provided by Danzō, and Danzō is already dead. At worst, the third Hokage could set up a hero title for his own father, at worst, he could just treat Naruto well. After all, no one is infallible, but to recognize one's mistakes and correct them is truly virtuous. But can this really make up for everything? Kakashi obviously cannot accept it. Those charges were unbearably heavy for him, but for the Hokage, they might not be a big deal. Therefore, he must come up with the greatest, most irrefutable charge against the Hokage. Then, is there anything more disgusting and unacceptable than conducting unauthorized research on the first Hokage's cells, desecrating the first Hokage's body, and disturbing the peaceful sleep of the ancestors? Clearly, there is no such thing. Yamato truly cannot understand Kakashi, he really cannot understand why Kakashi would make such a choice. Does he still need the Kakashi in his memory? What kind of secrets are hidden in all this? Yamato kept questioning himself inwardly, but unfortunately, he could not find the answer, and Kakashi would not provide any answers. If Yamato's eyes are sharp enough, he would notice that Kakashi doesn't seem eager to kill, and that Kakashi has a large scroll on his back. Is that scroll his real objective? What exactly is inside it? Yamato pondered rapidly, but Kakashi didn't give him much space to think, for Kakashi had already made his move. The sound of slicing air echoed in Yamato's ears as the wind stirred by the blade cut through the sky. Yamato drew his own ninja blade almost instantly and managed to block Kakashi's strike with a hard lift. I don't wish to be like this, but some things leave me no choice, it is the same for you as it is for me. Kakashi continued to exert force and pressure with his ninja blade, but still, he spoke to Yamato in a calm tone. Kakashi-senpai, if you have any difficulties, just say it. And don't underestimate me. Yamato gritted his teeth and pushed hard with his blade. Kakashi immediately felt the force from Yamato's hand, which made him take a step back. But in the instant of retreating, his Sharingan slightly spun, and simultaneously he quickly lifted his blade, blocking Yamato's attack in a blink of an eye. "I've never underestimated you, not ever, Yamato," Kakashi said softly while parrying Yamato's ninja blade. However, the chakra in his body was circulating even more rapidly. "As for my difficulties, it's not appropriate for you to speak of them. However, you can rest assured, you'll see and know everything in due course." As he spoke, he increased the force in his hand slightly, quickly repelling Yamato, and looked calmly at the figure before him. "But here's a friendly reminder for you, you cannot afford to be careless when fighting against me, because I will go all out." With that said, Kakashi lunged once again, and this time, a silver arc of electricity appeared in his left hand. Lightning style had always been one of Kakashi's most proficient jutsu, even though he had copied thousands of jutsu through his Sharingan. But his favorite ones to use remained lightning style and earth style, and his signature jutsu, the Chidori, made his name famous in the world of shinobi. Seeing the arc of electricity in Kakashi's hand, Yamato's face grew even more solemn, because he knew Kakashi's determination. If he didn't take this seriously, his fate would be very grim. With that thought, Yamato couldn't help but take a deep breath, and the chakra inside him began to surge wildly. In the next second, the two disappeared and reappeared with their silhouettes interlaced. Once Kakashi got serious, his speed was astonishing, streaking through the space like a bolt of silver lightning. Yamato's speed obviously couldn't match Kakashi's, and even with strong defenses, he seemed unusually passive at this moment. Ding, ding, ding. The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out continuously, and Yamato was increasingly on the back foot. His body began to show some minor blade wounds, and the blood seeped through his clothes, gradually emerging. However, Yamato could feel that this style of battle was a great burden on his own chakra. But what felt strange to Yamato was that Kakashi didn't seem to have any intention of slowing down. His battle frequency remained high, his speed was still so fast, he still seemed so desperate. "I can't keep this up much longer, it's taking a toll on me." Yamato gritted his teeth and thought to himself. He knew some of Kakashi's physical condition, so he initially had the idea to wear him down. But Kakashi's performance made him realize that he wouldn't have the chance to wear him down if he didn't go all out. By the time, he may not have worn Kakashi out yet, and would have already been cut down by Kakashi. Thinking this, Yamato quickly put some distance between them, and his hands began to weave signs rapidly. In an instant, a vast surge of chakra erupted. Earth style wall. Along with the burst of Yamato's chakra, an earthen wall sprouted from the ground, blocking Kakashi's attack range and preventing him from reaching Yamato. Earth style, huh? That's not enough. Kakashi murmured to himself. He wasn't merely after earth style, what he wanted to see was Yamato's wood style. His right hand slightly retracted the ninja blade, the electrical arc in his left hand emitted a strong light. Finally, Kakashi fiercely plunged his left hand, carrying the electrical arc, into the earthen wall. Boom! A thunderous noise abruptly sounded. The earthen wall disintegrated instantaneously under the assault of Chidori. Yet, through the fractured earth wall, Kakashi saw Yamato once again weaving hand seals. Earth style, earth flow spheres. In a blink, Yamato's seals were complete. The earth began to shake, countless earth spears sprouted from the ground, striking fiercely towards Kakashi. Kakashi's response was exceedingly fast. His ninja blade radiated a faint chakra glow. He then swiftly swung the blade towards the incoming earth spears. None of the earth spears lasted more than a second under his ninja blade. To increase his efficiency, an electrical arc appeared in his left hand once again. The ninja blade and electrical arc worked in sync, coupled with his breathtaking speed. He had already quietly closed in on Yamato. Even though he was beginning to pant and had expended most of his chakra, his actions did not slow down in the slightest. Boom! Finally, under Kakashi's relentless onslaught, he closed in on Yamato once again. The electrical arc in his left hand became even more dazzling at this moment. The sound of Chidori was so sharp it was ear-piercing. Yamato looked at Kakashi in disbelief. He knew Kakashi was powerful, but he had not expected Kakashi, who fought without regard to consequences, to be this terrifying. Especially when he saw Kakashi's eyes, cold and full of killing intent, Yamato knew he could no longer hold back. He had to go all out to stop the now rampaging Kakashi. What in the world is happening, senpai? Yamato muttered to himself, his heart aching, for the Kakashi before his eyes was too unfamiliar. As he retreated swiftly, Yamato's hands were frantically weaving hand seals. Finally, he showcased his most proficient jutsu. Wood style, World of Trees wall. The moonlight was like a song. In the land of fire, Narashikashiro walked slowly in the grand palace of the city. A few days ago, he had received a message from his younger brother. He knew that the impeachment operation should begin tonight. Therefore, he also had to take action tonight. He had to meet with the daimyo alone. This meeting should have taken place a few days ago, but the so-called 12 Guardian Ninja had been continually interfering with its completion. This infuriated Naruto. His anger wasn't just directed at the ignorant members of the 12 Guardian Ninja, but also at the daimyo's attitude this time. The virtue of a person is in self-awareness. Regrettably, neither the 12 Guardian Ninja nor the daimyo had any. Knowing he couldn't meet the daimyo alone, Shikashiro spent this period getting acquainted with the layout of this palace. He was fully aware he couldn't single-handedly defeat these 12, especially considering their collective strength. He would be at an even greater disadvantage. Therefore, the bold yet meticulous Shikashiro made a decision. He planned to meet the daimyo under the cover of night, avoiding the guard ninjas. He was aware that doing so wouldn't let him bypass everyone, as there were surely guards in the daimyo's room. However, this was already the best choice. Even if he had to take action, he wouldn't be up against 12 defensively and offensively capable, harmoniously coordinated guard ninjas. He moved swiftly, constantly creeping forward while evading the guard ninjas' surveillance. Soon, he reached the outside of the daimyo's room. Having been in hiding for so long, he could assert this was certainly the daimyo's residence. Moreover, when he neared this place, he distinctly felt a chakra presence locking onto him. Nonetheless, he didn't show any signs of panic and calmly spoke, "Lord Daimyo, I believe we should meet tonight. The daimyo is resting. Any matters can wait until tomorrow." A cold voice echoed from within the room. Unsurprised by this reply, Shikashiro continued calmly, "And if I refuse?" "Shikashiro, the Jonin, be mindful of your status." The cold voice resonated from the room once again. This time, Shikashiro could distinctly feel the voice becoming icier and filled with killing intent. "Humphrey, is that so?" Shikashiro snorted, his tone turning somewhat indifferent. "I am a Jonin of the Leaf, I've always been clear on that. However, it seems some people are unsure of their own status and don't know how they should address me. Let me reiterate, I want to see the daimyo now. Are you courting death?" Along with the cold voice, a terrifying surge of chakra was released. This chakra was dead set on Shikashiro, as though any reckless action from him would lead to certain death the next moment. "You can try, if you're not worried about any misfortune befalling your daimyo." At this moment, Shikashiro had no intention of disguising his intentions any longer. His voice was cold but incredibly clear. "And who exactly do you think you are, mistaking yourselves for the daimyo? You are nothing more than the daimyo's guard ninjas, you're not even formally part of the Leaf ninja system, while I am a bona fide Jonin of the Leaf." Shikashiro's words were sharp, but he harbored no regret for what he had uttered. People fear death, but as ninjas, to complete missions, they sometimes have to adopt extreme measures. Shikashiro was obviously using such methods now, but only such extremity could strike fear at the moment. Indeed, power is like real estate, the location is everything. The closer to the center, the more valuable the property. However, proximity to power can lead some to mistake it for ownership. Shikashiro didn't know the mindset of these guard ninjas, but he knew this was a point he could hit them hard on. Shikashiro's words this time received no reply, but the murderous intent became tangible. However, Shikashiro's expression remained calm. Despite the terrifying murderous aura, he sensed that the people inside had no intention of making a move, or rather, they didn't dare. This sight allowed Shikashiro to breathe a sigh of relief internally. Though he appeared calm, he was still somewhat anxious. "Lord Daimyo, as I mentioned earlier, what we need to discuss in private is not only the future of the Leaf but also the future of the Land of Fire." Shikashiro quickly adjusted his emotions, then he continued speaking. "Such important matters, I believe, should not be overheard by miscellaneous personnel. Moreover, the changes in the Leaf will also affect some of your established plans for the future, Lord Daimyo. Of course, if you insist on your stance, I will have no choice but to return to the Leaf and report truthfully all that I have experienced in the capital of the Land of Fire. Lord Daimyo, you need to weigh the gains and losses carefully. Although the Leaf depends on your patronage, you are also under the protection of the Leaf. You've enlisted a bunch of ninjas of unknown origin and intentions as your guards. The Leaf has not commented on this, as it is your freedom, Lord Daimyo. However, your actions may easily lead the Leaf to misconstrue whether you've fallen under unnecessary influence or have already been controlled. According to the relationship and agreement between the Leaf and the daimyo, the Leaf can intervene to save the daimyo in necessary situations, as long as one of your children reports to us. Of course, Lord Daimyo, you needn't worry. We will send our best ninjas to handle this. Once resolved, you can send one of your children to the Leaf to discuss the matters that need to be discussed. I believe they will make the most reasonable choices on your behalf, don't you agree, Lord Daimyo?" Shikashiro's voice was still so calm, especially now with a hint of a smile on his face. However, his words turned the room chillingly cold. The murderous intent, although still fixated on him, was starting to falter. That deep, profound malice, now indelibly carved into everyone's hearts, was inescapable. Nara Shikashiro glanced at the room's main entrance ahead of him. Then, without uttering a word, he turned around to leave. However, just as he moved, a weak voice emanated from inside the room. "Jonin Shikashiro, please come in. We indeed need to have a proper discussion." Chapter 147. Nara Shikashiro calmly entered the room, and just as he had anticipated, there were 6 people inside. However, at this moment, he paid no attention to these individuals, his gaze fixated on the daimyo. The daimyo of the Land of Fire stared back at Nara Shikashiro, his heart filled with loathing for this man. He regretted his misjudgment, thinking this fellow would be as reassuring as Nara Shikashiro's cousin, Nara Shikaku. In truth, the daimyo had never really been respected by those in Hidden Leaf Village. Not to mention that Shimura Danzō had blatantly threatened him, he still remembered the disdainful, icy gaze of that man during the selection of the 4th Hokage. It was something he could never forget. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, appeared to respect him, but in reality, it wasn't so. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decision, he had no right to participate in the discussion, much less influence it. On the contrary, Nara Shikaku, the minister of Hidden Leaf Village's administrative department, had given him a favorable impression, pragmatic, unpretentious, and respectful. That's why, upon meeting Nara Shikashiro, he had shown a bit of enthusiasm, for Shikashiro was Shikaku's cousin. But the reality proved this fellow was even worse, even more terrifying than Shimura Danzō. Although he seemed respectful, his actions and behavior revealed his true intentions. Each of his statements was seemingly mild, but they each instilled a profound unease in the daimyo. The daimyo knew all too well how he was perceived by the shinobi of Hidden Leaf Village, but regardless, he was a patron of the Hidden Leaf Village. Sighing inwardly, he understood that his position as daimyo was to some degree the result of a deal struck with the Hokage of the Land of Fire. The Hokage was undoubtedly more influential than the daimyo. Others may not know this, but he was painfully aware of it. As a result, he had no choice but to see what Nara Shikashiro intended to do. "Everyone, leave," the daimyo commanded, waving his hand in resignation. "Daimyo-sama." The remaining guard shinobi seemed to have something to say, but the daimyo interrupted him. "I said leave." The daimyo waved his hand dismissively, clearly not wanting to discuss the matter further. Seeing this, the guard shinobi could only sigh in resignation, and one by one, they left the room. Soon, only the daimyo and Nara Shikashiro remained in the room. "Whatever you have to say it now," the daimyo said, sounding somewhat deflated. "Daimyo-sama, I apologize for making such a decision. It was an act of desperation. However, before we proceed, I need to set up some things." Nara Shikashiro's tone remained calm. His hands quickly formed seals, then he placed them directly on the ground. As chakra surged, a row of tadpole-like runes instantly appeared on the ground and rapidly spread outwards. The daimyo looked on with some anxiety, but Nara Shikashiro quickly provided an explanation. "Do not worry, daimyo-sama, this is merely a simple sound barrier. As I've said, our conversation should not be disturbed by anyone, so I had to resort to this." "I understand, now you can tell me, what exactly do you want to say?" "Before I go into specifics, I need to ask you a question, daimyo-sama." Nara Shikashiro revealed a smile at that moment, but his smile did not bring any comfort to the daimyo. "I wonder, daimyo-sama, what is your opinion on the 3rd Hokage? This bastard is just a sanctimonious son of a gun." The daimyo thought bitterly to himself, but dared not voice this sentiment. He had no idea what Nara Shikashiro intended by asking this question. He could only respond in the most neutral way. The 3rd Hokage is a steady man, a man with his own ideas, and an extremely responsible and confident Hokage. The daimyo's words made Nara Shikashiro pause for a moment. It seemed that the daimyo's thoughts were quite similar to his own, even though all the words spoken were praise. It was clear that the daimyo was also a man of high emotional intelligence. Yes, the Hokage is indeed a thoughtful, responsible, and confident man. Nara Shikashiro nodded with a smile, but his next words made the daimyo's face change slightly. "But it's precisely because of this attitude and behavior that his reputation in Hidden Leaf Village is now somewhat tarnished." "You?" The daimyo looked at Nara Shikashiro with disbelief. For a moment, his mind was in turmoil, but he seemed to realize that something intriguing was about to happen. "According to our intelligence, we know that the Hokage is not as simple as we imagined." Nara Shikashiro paid no attention to the change in the daimyo's expression. He continued calmly. "As we know, our Hokage, in order to secure his position, secretly collaborated with a certain individual. This person is a mysterious Uchiha who has been making appearances recently, apparently with the aim of exterminating the Uchihas of Hidden Leaf Village. I presume, Daimyo-sama, that you must have received a message from Danzō. He was the one who allied with the mysterious Uchiha, but was stopped. That same mysterious Uchiha admitted that it was he who attacked Hidden Leaf Village 9 years ago, releasing the Nine Tails, leading to the death of the 4th Hokage and his wife. Upon saying this, Naruto paused intentionally. His gaze fixed on the daimyo, eager to see what his reaction would be at this moment. As expected, the daimyo was deep in thought at this point, seeming to seriously consider what Naruto purpose could be for seeking him out this time. Naruto smiled and spoke again. Of course, whether this matter is true or not, we cannot be sure, as the intelligence we've received may not all be accurate. However, considering the timing of Asuma's arrival by the daimyo's side and the corresponding actions taken back then, could it be possible that all of this is true? Furthermore, the 3rd Hokage has been in power for far too long. After the unexpected demise of the 4th Hokage, the rightful successor should have been the 5th Hokage. Even if the 3rd Hokage had to step in due to exceptional circumstances at that time, his reign has gone on for too long. Moreover, the 3rd Hokage is getting old, and his actions have started to cause many issues. The consequences of such issues are unimaginable, as evidenced by the present. I've heard some rumors that the actions he took against Hidden Cloud's village in the past were greatly resented by the Hyuga clan. The daimyo asked tentatively. This issue had caused a big stir back then, and it was impossible for him to not have heard about it. It's not just the Hyuga, the recent events involving the Uchiha can also not be disassociated from him. Naruto, seeing the daimyo so receptive, had a deeper smile on his face. Moreover, this time, there are 7 clans in total that are unhappy with the Hokage, and these 7 clans are major forces safeguarding Hidden Leaf Village. Daimyo-sama, think about it, what would happen if you upset 7 important clans at once? At this moment, Naruto showed his hand, and the daimyo had a sudden realization. You want to impeach the Hokage? Boom. There was a sudden muffled sound inside the Hokage building, and in the next moment all the glass shattered. Along with the shattered glass, Kakashi leaped out, with countless branches following him through the window. Kakashi landed steadily on the ground, his ninja blade swinging violently, directly cutting off a section of the incoming branches. However, he did not dare to stop. With a turn, a fierce arc of electricity burst from his left hand, cutting through a row of branches. This wasn't Kakashi's first encounter with Yamato's wood style, but each time he could feel the power of it. And he could tell that Yamato was now fighting desperately, but it was just desperation, not yet reaching a point of wanting to kill him. The power of the wood style couldn't be easily described. Kakashi didn't know what kind of scene it would be if Yamato truly unleashed his full power. But he was very clear about one thing, that he hadn't yet fully achieved his goal. Although the wood style is strong now, the effect is still not enough. It must be pushed further. Kakashi thought to himself. What he was anticipating was the wood style that could move mountains and fill seas, only then could it truly prove the actions taken by the 3rd Hokage. Sensing the chakra within his body, Kakashi gritted his teeth, deciding to push himself further. His chakra was now running low due to the repeated use of the Chidori, combined with the operation of the Sharingan. This had caused a crisis in his already not particularly abundant chakra. To ensure the smooth execution of this operation, and the full implementation of this plan, he had to go all out. However, this battle did give him quite a few thoughts. For example, integrating sword techniques with the Chidori seemed to be more efficient. Like using sword techniques in conjunction with the Sharingan, the results seemed to be very good. He now had a peculiar feeling, as if he had a new understanding of sword techniques. Gripping the ninja blade tightly, he seemed to hear a clear cry coming from it. Perhaps it was the friction between the blade and the chakra, but Kakashi indeed felt something he had never felt before. It was a unique emotion, as if the blade in his hand was more closely connected with him at this moment. He realized he hadn't seriously used sword techniques for a long time. He wasn't sure exactly when that started. Perhaps it started when he transplanted Obito's eye, or perhaps when he truly bore Obito's will. His combat skills had changed. He now preferred to understand the strengths and weaknesses of his opponents through various trials, and then use the Sharingan in conjunction with taijutsu or ninjutsu to deal a lethal blow to the enemy. Such a combat method was very much like an Uchiha, but he wasn't a true Uchiha. Kakashi-senpai, don't persist in your mistakes. Yamato quickly chased out of the Hokage building, landing steadily on the ground, his gaze fixed intently on Kakashi. Why can't you discuss things peacefully? And senpai, causing such a commotion, do you really think you can leave the village smoothly? There are things I won't tell you, and can't tell you. Kakashi took a deep breath. The arc of electricity on his left hand suddenly disappeared, but in the next moment, the electric arc appeared on his ninja blade. At first, this arc of electricity wasn't very noticeable, but as his chakra poured into it, the sharp chirping of the Chidori began to ring out. Kakashi took a deep breath. Although he had often covered his kunai with Chidori, this was the first time he had covered his ninja blade. There was a significant difference between the ninja blade and kunai. First, the coverage area would consume more of his chakra. Second, using a kunai was meant for an instantaneous burst, while covering the ninja blade meant ensuring the burst while also maintaining continuous combat. This is not an easy task for him, but now he has no more choices left, he must exert all his efforts. In a flash, Kakashi unleashed all the remaining chakra, his ninja blade fiercely swinging towards Yamato. The constantly jumping electric arc, carrying a breathtaking killing intent, along with a shrieking sound of Chidori, made Yamato's face turn slightly unsightly. People from all directions in Hidden Leaf Village were now rushing towards them. Kakashi obviously couldn't leave, but he was still fighting. Why was he doing this? Yamato didn't understand, but he knew he had to do something. His hands quickly forming seals. By the time Kakashi got to him, he had already completed the sealing. Wood style, battering ram. Vines suddenly sprouted from Yamato's body, these vines rapidly winding towards Kakashi. Once these vines wrapped around a person, they would grow into large trees in an instant and swallow the enemy. Yamato still wanted to trap Kakashi, however, Kakashi's terrifying speed and current burst of energy really startled him. Kakashi's Sharingan was spinning rapidly, for some reason the power erupting from this eye at this moment seemed a little beyond expectation. And Yamato could clearly see, the three Tomoe in Kakashi's Sharingan seemed to faintly connect. His ninja blade swung forward fiercely, in an instant, the terrifying current accompanied by the sharp blade edge cut off his vines. And Kakashi's speed showed no sign of slowing down, he deftly avoided the direction of the vine attack, as if he had seen through everything. In just a few breaths, he had reached Yamato, his ninja blade fiercely swung out. Wood style, forest wall. Yamato bit his teeth and quickly completed the seals, but when the wood style had just formed and not yet fully exerted its power, Kakashi's ninja blade had completely stabbed in. Seeing this, Yamato's heart dared not hold any hope, his face started to turn cold, followed by a surge of chakra bursting once again. Wood style, deep forest emergence. With the crazy influx of Yamato's chakra, the ground began to tremble wildly at this moment. A large tree rose rapidly at his side, rotating from the ground, and then wound towards Kakashi. Seeing this, Kakashi involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief, then he abandoned his ninja blade, using all his last strength to constantly leap backwards. But his consumption was too great, he had neither much chakra nor physical strength left. The spreading tree branches quickly wrapped around him. Under Yamato's control, Kakashi was instantly trapped, and a huge tree stood in front of the Hokage building. Give up, Kakashi-senpai. Yamato looked indifferently at Kakashi, but in the end, he didn't kill him. I don't know why you did this, but it's all over now. Indeed, it's all over. Kakashi weakly nodded, but surprisingly his mood was quite good. I'm sorry, Yamato, this time I had no choice but to do this, but my mission is accomplished. What do you mean? Mysteriously, Yamato felt something was not quite right. Because what Kakashi clearly said was that his mission was accomplished, so what exactly was his mission? Didn't you just ask me how I could leave the village? Kakashi spoke in a weak and soft voice, but there was a hint of exhilaration brewing in his tone. I never intended to leave the village, I never betrayed Hidden Leaf Village, what I wanted is the result now. As his words fell, countless ninjas had already arrived, they stared blankly at the towering tree in front of them. At this moment everyone fell silent. When countless Hidden Leaf Village ninjas saw the signal flare in the sky, they spontaneously ran towards the Hokage building. But they were also very puzzled, what exactly happened today, or what has been going on with Hidden Leaf Village recently. First, the Uchiha clan besieged Danzō, then Kaido Uchiha was attacked and then counter-killed a large number of ninjas, and finally tonight's incident. In fact, they had already begun to doubt whether tonight's incident was related to Kaido Uchiha again. Although Kaido was forced to counterattack each time, every incident he caused was quite significant. Boom. As they continued to approach, the ground's vibration and the fluctuation of chakra had been felt by them. At this moment they more clearly confirmed that someone had definitely attacked the Hokage building. Could it be Kaido Uchiha again? Many Hidden Leaf Village ninjas secretly thought, although the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, the head of the security department, has recently displayed an image that is truly respectable. However, attacking the Hokage building seems like something a Hidden Leaf Village ninja shouldn't do, and at this time, the Hokage isn't even here. Did the Hokage do something to upset the head of the security department? In the minds of Hidden Leaf Village's residents, Kaito, although a ruthless person who never hesitates to fight and hardly spares any enemies when he does, seems to be forced to counterattack every time. And every time an incident blows up, he always has solid reasons, and in the end, there's no fallout. With such incidents happening over and over again, this has led the residents of Hidden Leaf Village to subconsciously think in this direction. It must be said that while Kaito did not intentionally create an image for himself, his figure as one forced to retaliate had indeed deeply imprinted itself upon people's hearts. Except for being a bit too ruthless, and having a hint of a vengeance is a must vibe, everything else seems fine. The Hidden Leaf Village residents kept repeating these thoughts in their minds, their pace getting faster and faster. However, when they arrived at the outskirts of the Hokage building, they all stopped in their tracks without prior arrangement. They stared blankly at the sight before them, at the strangely branching tendrils, at the towering tree, and at this moment there was only one thought in their minds. Is this wood style? Just how significant wood style is to Hidden Leaf Village, probably only its residents would know. It's a legend, it's a symbol of invincibility. Now that wood style has once again appeared before them, how could they not feel excited? But while they were excited, they were also puzzled. Who exactly used this kind of wood style? A descendant of the Senju clan? Some ninjas were silently musing, but the faces of some had become quite grave. The Senju clan has almost disappeared from Hidden Leaf Village, now suddenly there is a user of wood style. How could this not make people puzzled? Especially the ninjas of Hidden Leaf Village will not forget that many years ago a man left the village due to the exposure of human experimentation. In the death of Danzō a year ago, there was also an indelible accusation, that of involvement in human experiments. Could there be some unknown connection here? These Hidden Leaf Village ninjas secretly thought, they didn't know the specifics, but they had a very special feeling. That tonight would definitely not be a peaceful night, tonight something they could never imagine might happen. This is. When Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived at the scene and saw the massive towering tree, his face also subtly changed. He already knew that Yamato was stationed in the Hokage building tonight, but he didn't expect anyone could push Yamato this far. That towering tree was clearly the deep forest emergence, but what kind of enemy could push him to use such a jutsu? Not only was he forced to use this jutsu, but who knew that he was on duty here tonight? Hiruzen Sarutobi was an intelligent man, and in an instant, he thought of a terrifying fact, that this wood style was actually used in front of everyone. What the Senju clan is like now, as the one who personally pushed them into the abyss, how could Hiruzen not know? Obviously, he couldn't explain to others that this person is a descendant of the Senju clan, so his only explanation was that this formation was actually one of Danzō's experiments. However, such an explanation gave him an immense headache because it inevitably involved the cells of the first Hokage. The first Hokage was the one who established the structure of the shinobi world, he was the one who created Hidden Leaf Village. And now, as his disciple and successor, to have desecrated his grave, exhumed his corpse, and used his body for experiments was utterly intolerable and unacceptable. Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt as if he were being enveloped in a conspiracy. He determined that someone must have done this on purpose, and the purpose of these people was to target him, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Who is it? Hiruzen roared in rage internally, quickly advancing to see who had launched the attack. Only by determining who it was could he come up with better countermeasures and find ways to resolve the current crisis and trouble. Lord Hokage. As he entered the square inches front of the Hokage building, the surrounding Hidden Leaf Village ninjas couldn't help but call out in respect when they saw him. But Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't pay the slightest attention to these voices, he continued to stride forward. However, when he passed through the crowd and reached the front, he froze. Kakashi? How could this be? Hiruzen's voice trembled at this moment, he had never dreamed that it would be Kakashi who had triggered all this. Especially when he saw the giant scroll behind Kakashi, who was entwined by tree branches, he felt dizzy. Why is it like this? Hiruzen couldn't help but question himself internally, he truly couldn't believe that what he was seeing was real. But this harsh reality was telling him, he had been betrayed. Lord Hokage. Yamato also saw Hiruzen frozen in place, he couldn't help but softly call out. I'm fine. Hiruzen quickly came back to his senses, and the next moment his gaze became gloomy and cold. He stared at Kakashi, then gritted his teeth and said, Give me an explanation, Kakashi, why did you do this? Lord Hokage, don't you know why I did this? Kakashi's voice remained calm, but his gaze towards Hiruzen was equally cold. I understand. Hiruzen looked at Kakashi's gaze, at his resemblance to Sakamo Hatake, and at the scroll on his back. In this moment, he couldn't help but close his eyes, because he understood everything at this point. You should not have done this, Kakashi. All that I have done is for a purpose, while you are disrupting the order of Hidden Leaf Village, do you understand? Is that so? Is that what you call for Hidden Leaf Village? Kakashi gently shook his head. He had no desire to argue with Hiruzen Sarutobi. In my eyes, all you have done is for yourself, Lord Hokage. It seems you have completely fallen, Kakashi. You have truly disappointed me. Hiruzen did not answer Kakashi's question, he simply responded with indifference. From now on, you are a rogue ninja of Hidden Leaf Village. Yamato, kill him and bring back his scroll. Lord Hokage, this. Upon hearing this command, Yamato couldn't help but change his expression. But looking at the cold gaze of Hiruzen, he could only remain silent for a moment. Hiruzen's decision to kill was firm, and he was truly bothered by how he was going to explain all of this. This damn Kakashi had created such a mess, he must find a way to fix it. Lord Hokage, after killing the White Fang with your own hands, do you still want to kill the son of White Fang? Just then, a clear and cold voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. And this voice instantly made Hiruzen's expression become ugly. Hearing this voice, Hiruzen slightly hesitated, the next moment his eyes were filled with endless rage. He naturally recognized the voice, it was Kaido Uchiha. Abruptly turning around, Hiruzen looked at Kaido with furious eyes, but the next moment his body stiffened slightly. Because he saw that it was not just Kaido who had come, but also Uchiha Shizui and Fugaku Uchiha who were following him, as well as Hiashi Hyuga, Narashikaku and others. All 7 clan heads were present. While it wasn't surprising that they were all here today, the fact that these people had gathered at this time indicated the seriousness of the situation. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas naturally saw their arrival, but their focus wasn't on this, they were more thinking about what Kaido had just said. What did he mean by Lord Hokage personally killing the White Fang, and wanting to kill his son? Tsukumo Hatake once had a famous nickname, the White Fang of Hidden Leaf Village. This was something all the ninjas present had some impression of. But in their memories, this White Fang, apart from being Kakashi's father, left only the impression of committing suicide out of fear of punishment for mission failure. How did it become that the Hokage had caused the death of this White Fang of Hidden Leaf Village? Could there be hidden circumstances in all this? And who was this young ninja who used wood style? The minds of all the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas present were now filled with questions. And all of these uncertainties inevitably made them look to Hiruzen Sarutobi, their Lord Hokage. What kind of nonsense are you talking about now, Kaido Uchiha? Hiruzen spat out through gritted teeth, and this time, he could not help but start to use his chakra. That vast and enormous chakra seemed to be a testament to the fact that although Hiruzen had aged, his strength was still formidable. Regrettably, Kaido was not moved in the slightest, or rather, those who had come with him completely ignored Hiruzen's behavior. Whether I am talking nonsense or not, you know very well, Lord Hokage. Kaido calmly shook his head, then his gaze turned again to Kakashi, who was still bound in the distance. You're so eager to execute Kakashi, and brand him with the name of a rogue ninja, don't you think your behavior is a bit excessive? Kakashi has betrayed Hidden Leaf Village, what is wrong with what I've done? Hiruzen also had no intention of backing down, or rather, he couldn't afford to. Yamato, kill him, that's an order. Lord Hokage, whether Kakashi has defected or not is not for you to decide, but needs to be thoroughly investigated. Kaido couldn't help but smile at this moment, he said loudly to Hiruzen. Every ninja's actions have their own reasons and logic, and behind their deeds, there must be more information worthy of scrutiny. And Lord Hokage, is it in accordance with Hidden Leaf Village's laws to issue execution orders without an investigation? Or is it that Kakashi has grasped your secret, so you must immediately silence him? You. Hiruzen was choked by Kaido's words, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Kaido. Also, investigating matters is the business of our security department. Bypassing the security department and making a direct judgment is the same as disrespecting Hidden Leaf Village's laws. As the Hokage, you should not make such a decision, Lord Hokage, you've crossed a line. As Kaido's voice fell, the entire scene was silent. Everyone looked at Kaido in astonishment, even Narashikaku and the others. They had never dreamed that Kaido would say such a thing. Hiruzen Sarutobi was also left dumbfounded, for he remembered saying the same thing to Danzō in the past. However, what was tragic was that he found himself without any excuse or reason to refute. As the Hokage, he should have been the staunchest supporter of Hidden Leaf Village's laws and regulations. And as the Hokage, he naturally knew whether the security department had such a right. Unfortunately, the security department did, and even more unfortunate was that he had to comply. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became strangely tense as Hiruzen stared angrily at Kaido. He was now trying to figure out what Kaido and the others were up to, while also seriously considering how to break the current situation. More and more Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were returning, and the current situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for him. There was a time when Yamato's wood style made him so proud, but now it seemed like a death sentence hanging there. The presence of Kaido Uchiha and the clan heads made him feel a chill in his heart. The taste of conspiracy was becoming heavier and heavier, as if he was about to be swallowed up entirely. Finally, Hiruzen's face darkened. He couldn't just sit back and wait to die. He could basically conclude that no matter what kind of conspiracy was at play, it was probably centered around those scrolls and Yamato, the user of wood style. Whether I've overstepped is not for you to decide. Don't forget, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen's face hardened, then he directly issued an order. Yamato, take action. I'd like to see who dares. Seeing Hiruzen's stubbornness, Kaido's face also changed instantly. His voice at this moment became extremely cold. Yamato was in a great dilemma. He didn't know what to do. On one side was Kakashi, on the other was the Hokage. He was stuck in the middle, and it was incredibly difficult. Even though Kakashi had indeed attacked him, he couldn't bring himself to strike back. However, soon, Yamato found that he didn't need to worry about these things, as an unknown moment, a kunai was already resting against his throat. Using his peripheral vision, Yamato realized it was Shisui of all people. Shisui was once a member of the Anbu. Although Yamato wasn't familiar with him due to various reasons and they had never had any communication, Yamato had heard more than once about just how exaggerated Shisui's speed was. He didn't believe it before, but now he had to admit, Shisui truly lived up to his name as the one with instantaneous teleportation jutsu. Kaido Uchiha, what are you doing? Hiruzen Sarutobi's face had turned ashen. You are disregarding the Hokage's order without reason. Are you planning a coup? The word coup made the already eerie atmosphere incredibly oppressive. This was an extreme word, this was the most serious accusation. However, the expressions of the Hidden Lee village ninjas present were somewhat complex, because they didn't see anything wrong with Kaido's statement. Though what Kakashi did was excessive, what Kaito said was correct. Every ninja's actions must have their own logic and reasons. Even if he is to be deemed a traitor, there must be many things hidden in his heart worth exploring. If one was to be killed without uncovering these things, did it mean that the Hokage did not want these things to be unearthed? Or could it be that these things had a great deal to do with the Hokage himself? As such thoughts emerged, everyone present could not help but shudder. They now realized that this was a power struggle at the highest level. Make way. Just when everyone was trembling with fear, hardly daring to breathe, the third Hokage, 2 advisors, and a large number of ninjas finally arrived. Among these ninjas were members of the Anbu and a large number wearing standard Hidden Leaf village uniforms. They quickly flooded the scene, subtly surrounding Kaido and others. Their arrival made the open space in front of the Hokage building even more crowded. Hokage-sama, you should consider your words carefully before using the term coup. Kaito seemed to be very calm about everything happening around him. He continued to speak to Hiruzen in his indifferent tone. Tonight, I indeed have something to do, and that is to overthrow the Hokage's rule over Hidden Leaf village. As soon as Kaido's words fell, it was like a bomb exploding on the scene, stirring up a tremendous uproar. Overthrowing the Hokage's rule was not something that could be said lightly, especially by someone like Kaido who was not only the head of the Uchiha clan but also the head of the security department. As soon as he said this, even if he hadn't taken any action, it meant he had declared war on the Hokage. At this moment, the watching Hidden Leaf village ninjas couldn't help but place their hands on their ninja tool bags, and sweat began to bead on their foreheads. Kaido once gave them an unparalleled deterrent, which they all remembered vividly. Facing Kaido directly, with Fugaku Uchiha and Uchiha Shisui by his side, their inner pressure was imaginable. However, the next moment Kaito spoke, and all their faces changed. But what I want to do is not a coup, you're not worth it for me to do so. What I want to do is impeach you, the incompetent third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Chapter 148 Impeach the Hokage? Kaido's words left everyone present dumbfounded because nothing of the sort had ever happened in Hidden Leaf Village's history. But soon, everyone felt this was only natural. If you aren't planning a coup, then the only way to overthrow Hiruzen Sarutobi's rule would indeed be through impeachment. Impeach the Hokage, is this truly a feasible strategy? No one could answer this question, because there was truly no precedent. Not even to mention the Hokage, there was barely a precedent for impeaching a department head. It's not that it can't be done, but this is an incredibly troublesome matter, with an equally complex procedure to follow. The difficulty of impeaching the Hokage need not even be considered. Such a level of difficulty might just drive a person to despair. What kind of confidence does this Kaido Uchiha have to complete such a task? Has he obtained some evidence that assures him he can achieve this? Also, he said the third Hokage is not a qualified Hokage. What exactly did the third Hokage do? All the Hidden Leaf village ninjas pondered secretly. At this moment, They all paused their actions, quietly watching Kaido and others. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face also became strange and hard to look at. He did not expect Kaido to adopt the method of impeachment. This method was something he hadn't anticipated, and it also completely contradicted his understanding of the Uchiha clan's actions. Weren't the Uchiha people the kind to draw their swords against each other without hesitation once dissatisfaction arose? Well, Kaido Uchiha was a bit of an outlier. As the clan leader, shouldn't he take into account the views of his clansmen? Or is it that Kaido Uchiha's prestige within the clan has grown to unimaginable proportions? Regardless, neither of these was something to be pleased about for Hiruzen. He was 100% sure that today's events were Kaido's conspiracy. Kakashi's siding with Kaido could very well be because of that damned Sharingan, and that Kaido might really have obtained some information. Because strictly speaking, Tsukumo Hatake's death is indeed akin to Danzō's methods against the Uchiha. Did this cunning Kaido pick up on a pattern, and manage to persuade Kakashi to investigate? Especially considering this guy, he has the Mangekyo Sharingan. Possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan means having the ability to leave subtle hints and trigger dangerous subconscious thoughts in others unknowingly. Kakashi likely did get the evidence he wanted, otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken to me in such a manner previously. Now, Hiruzen Sarutobi had no other choice but to take a more proactive approach, trying to find a way to turn things around. Impeaching the Hokage? You think you can just impeach whoever you like, Uchiha Kaido? Hiruzen Sarutobi glared at Kaido, stretching out his finger and pointing at Kaido as he spoke out loudly. Even though you're the head of the security department, you're just one person. To impeach me, you need more than just yourself. What if it's not just me? Kaido calmly looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, and at this moment, a slight smile appeared on his face. Hokage-sama, don't be overly confident about certain things. I second the motion, Hokage-sama. At this moment, Hiashi Hyuga stepped forward, raising his hand calmly and indifferently towards Hiruzen. While Hiruzen was prepared, the moment Hiashi stepped forward, his face turned sour. He knew very well of Hiashi's resentment towards him. Otherwise, Hiashi wouldn't have been the first to send his people into the security department, which was clear opposition. However, just having the Uchiha and Hyuga, Hiruzen was still relatively calm. We second the motion, Hokage-sama. However, the next moment, when Shikakunara, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Choji Akimaki stepped forward and raised their hands, his face began to turn sour. The Inoshikacho trio was not to be trifled with. The influence of these three families in Hidden Leaf Village was immense. Even individually, these clans were remarkable entities. Even if their power wasn't extraordinary, their connections were beyond imagination. We also second the motion, Hokage-sama. Yet, what made Hiruzen's face turn paler was when the leaders of the Aburame and Inuzuka clans also stepped forward. He incredulously looked at the two before him, especially at Shibuya Aburame, causing his lips to twitch slightly. The Aburame clan was a very low-key but immensely powerful family in Hidden Leaf Village. Shibuya Aburame's strength was a puzzling presence that one wouldn't dare underestimate, especially his mastery in insect control, unmatched in the ninja world. However, this clan was too low-key, often overlooked. Regardless of who it was, having an Aburame clan member by one side was a source of absolute trust and comfort. This was the unique characteristic of the Aburame clan, deeply ingrained in people's hearts. In Hiruzen's mind, the importance of the Aburame clan was irrefutable and irreplaceable, regardless of their low profile and silence. Now, when even such a silent and low-key clan like the Aburame clan stepped forward, the shock in Hiruzen's heart was, naturally, immense. He truly didn't know why even the Aburame clan was opposing him. Kaido was unaware of the high regard Hiruzen held for the Aburame clan. He didn't realize that he'd stumbled upon a treasure. The other Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, watching 7 major clans stand together, were equally as shaken as Hiruzen Sarutobi. They had never dreamt that they would witness such a thing today, something so unsettling. They knew very well, if these 7 clans united, a storm was likely coming to Hidden Leaf Village. Kaido calmly looked at the somewhat dazed Hiruzen and spoke again. I believe the number of people seeking impeachment should be enough now. 7 clan leaders, many of whom are heads of divisions and departments, are united against you. Hokage-sama, have you ever wondered what you've done wrong? What are you trying to do, incite civil unrest in Hidden Leaf Village? However, before Hiruzen could speak, Koharu angrily interjected, which caused Kaido to slightly furrow his brow. Do you show any respect for the Hokage at all? Do you still act like Hidden Leaf Village ninjas? Look at what you're doing, you're only weakening Hidden Leaf Village. Are you waiting for other villages to wage war on us again? Koharu's voice was loud, and her words powerful, but neither she nor Hamo or Midokado beside her could keep their composure. Tonight, they had noticed the signal flare shining in the sky, immediately realizing something was amiss. Especially after Kaido's previous attacks, they dared not let their guard down. Thus, they immediately gathered their clan ninjas and deployed available personnel from the Anbu. They had prepared thoroughly, but what they had not expected was, they were facing something even more terrifying than an attack from Kaido Uchiha. Impeaching a Kage, this was something that had never happened in the history of Hidden Leaf Village, or the entire ninja world. Kaido's words were shocking, but they had to admit, this political coercion left them at a loss. Especially, the combined offensive from Hidden Leaf Village's 2 KK Genkai clans and 5 secret technique clans, no one could withstand such pressure. However, they were smart people. Looking at the ground covered in wood style and Kakashi tied up by trees, they knew impeachment absolutely could not be allowed. If this were permitted, it would set a precedent, and based on their understanding of Shikakunara, he would never do something without certainty of success. Therefore, they had to find a reason, one that everyone would accept, to prevent this from happening. Koharu was undoubtedly quick-witted, thinking instantly to use the prospect of war as an excuse. Suddenly impeaching the Hokage could likely cause all sorts of trouble, potentially even leading to war. However, the unfortunate thing was, she was facing the 7 major clans, who had planned for a long time. How could they possibly abandon their plan due to her words? War is indeed terrifying, but what's even more terrifying is the wrong person leading Hidden Leaf Village, or even leading a war. Kaido looked at Koharu, his tone calm yet unmistakable. I acknowledge that Hokage-sama did once lead Hidden Leaf Village to its glory days, but do not forget what happened during the Third War, and do not forget why the Hokage once resigned. Kaido's words left Koharu speechless. Hiruzen had indeed lost his position as Hokage because the losses of the Third War were too great. And he abandoned nearly all benefits that Hidden Leaf Village should have obtained, thus bearing immense public pressure. Although the Third War has been over for many years, the ninjas present still remember that despairing war. They also remember that Hidden Leaf Village lost so much and gained nothing. Looking at the 7 clan leaders standing at the forefront of the crowd, the ninjas of Hidden Leaf Village had already started leaning towards a consensus. Or rather, the moment these 7 stood together to impeach the Hokage, these ninjas' hearts had already tilted. Shikaku, Shibi, why are you doing this? Seeing that the excuse of war wasn't going to work, Hamura Mikado turned his gaze to Shikakunara and Shibuya Burame. Don't you know the cost of doing this? Don't you know what the consequences will be? Why are you joining this Uchiha boy's madness? This is our decision, Elder Mikado. Shikakunara sighed slightly, then spoke calmly. This is a decision made by all 7 clans together, because the Hokage has indeed failed his duties. Did you really not prepare for this, Elder? Just as Shikaku finished speaking, Shibuya Burame opened his mouth. Even through the sunglasses, Hamura could feel the chilling gaze. You should not forget Kimimaro, nor should you forget Trune. Shibuya Burame only said 2 names, but it made Hiruzen and the others immediately understand his meaning. Kimimaro and Trune were both forcibly taken by Danzō and made to join the route. What joining the route means, perhaps others might not know, but how could they not know, and how could these clan leaders not know? After saying this, Shibuya Burame slightly closed his eyes. His silence and reticence were not due to cruelty. They were just not good at talking. The love for their clan and family has never faded. Seeing their brothers, their children, taken away by Danzō, never to see them again, that pain is still unforgettable. This was also a significant reason he was willing to support Kaido, to support the impeachment of the Hokage. The Burame clan were not slaves to anyone, he just hoped that the children of the clan could choose their future freely as they grew up. Rather than being taken away from a young age, shackled like a dog with a curse mark, even if they knew they were alive, they could only treat them as if they were dead. This contradicts the will of fire. This is not for Hidden Leaf Village, this is not the will of fire, this is for their own selves. At this moment, Hiruzen and his 2 compatriots were compelled into a disquieting silence, especially as they noticed the curious gazes of the surrounding Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. They knew that tonight's events would not be easily resolved. Ah! After a long time, Hiruzen let out a deep sigh, his gaze slightly desolate as he looked at Kaido, at these 7 clan leaders. You want to impeach me, you must certainly have enough reasons. I'm curious what great sins I've committed that could make you 7 so unified. Hiruzen. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Koharu and Hamura Mikado's faces changed, but Hamura was particularly calm at this moment. He grabbed Koharu and then signaled something with his gaze. Koharu was stunned for a moment, and then her face turned somewhat pale. After a while, she nodded seriously and then silently moved back. Kaito noticed his little movement and gave a slight signal to Fugaku Uchiha beside him. Fugaku nodded lightly, then also silently moved back and blended into the crowd. Kaito looked at Hiruzen and then slowly began to speak. Hokage-sama, firstly I do not deny that you are a Hokage who has brought glory to Hidden Leaf Village. But time changes everything, and you, Hokage-sama, have also changed. Time has always been the easiest thing to change a person. Naturally, Hiruzen could not escape this rule. Kaito had no intention of defending Hiruzen. He simply aimed to state the facts as they were as much as possible. Hiruzen's dark secrets were too numerous. Kaito didn't need to invent anything to make him uneasy, it was enough as it was. Even though many things in this, from Hiruzen's point of view, were right. But since it is impeachment, it is not just about what he thinks is right or wrong, it is for everyone to make this judgment. Kaito calmly looked at Hiruzen and spoke in a deep voice, "Third Hokage, you have unknowingly changed beyond recognition, you have unknowingly come to oppose everyone." Hiruzen did not speak, but quietly looked at Kaito, his fists clenched slightly, showing his inner dissatisfaction. But in the end, he let go. He gently closed his eyes, as if indicating for Kaito to continue. Nobody wanted it to come to this, but for Hidden Leaf Village, we had to make a choice. Kaito naturally had no intention of stopping, even though it would be better if the 7 clans were together in this. But the situation now was clearly his own stage, and he himself had similar experiences. Though it was not a pleasant memory for Fugaku Uchiha, it was the reality. The first reason for our impeachment, Hokage-sama, is that your current position does not comply with the rule of law. After the unexpected death of the 4th, it was acceptable that you temporarily took up the role of Hokage due to various reasons. But this is not an excuse for you to permanently occupy the position. 9 years have passed since the 4th's death. Are you telling me that in 9 years, a village as large as Hidden Leaf Village can't select a suitable 5th Hokage? Or is it that you simply don't trust the villagers of Hidden Leaf Village and only trust yourself? Or perhaps, you're simply greedy for the full authority of the Hokage and want to monopolize this position? Of course, perhaps Hokage-sama indeed wanted to select a suitable successor, but this successor could only be someone who would inherit your will, isn't that right? Kaito's voice, though not loud, still reached the ears of everyone present due to the effect of his chakra. His first accusation was already quite severe, and this kind of charge made the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas who were watching whisper among themselves. Indeed, Hiruzen has been monopolizing the position of Hokage since the death of the 4th Hokage, never letting go all these years. Was it a lack of trust in the villagers of Hidden Leaf Village, or was he simply so greedy for power that even his successor had to be his own person? These whispers were definitely not loud, but for a ninja like Hiruzen, he could completely hear them. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a slight twinge in his heart. How was he going to explain this? This question, he couldn't explain at all. He believed he was right, he always believed he was right, that he could lead Hidden Leaf Village to become better and stronger. He had proven his capabilities in his youth, but he couldn't say this. Because once he said it, it would truly mean he did not trust everyone in Hidden Leaf Village. This would push him to oppose everyone, it was as if he was asking for his own demise. Moreover, Kaito's accusations and charges against him did indeed comply with the rule of law. He had indeed abdicated back in the day, and Hidden Leaf Village did elect a 4th Hokage. At this moment, Hiruzen felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He knew he had fallen into Kaito's plot, and he knew this situation would be very difficult to handle. But he didn't expect that just at the start, he would already feel so uncomfortable. This is my first reason for impeachment, and the second is your favoritism towards your former close friend and classmate, Danzō Shimura. Not only have you shown favoritism, but what exactly have you and Danzō done together? Do you not have a clear account in your heart? Kaito continued to speak, only when he mentioned Danzō, his gaze shifted to Yamato, who was controlled by Shisui on the side. Danzō has been killed by me, everyone should remember that. But what Danzō has done, perhaps no one knows, and even who Danzō is might not be too clear to everyone present. Who Danzō was indeed far too unfamiliar to all the ninjas of Hidden Leaf Village. If Kaito hadn't attacked and brutally dismembered him with his claw a year ago, perhaps no one would have realized that Danzō was such a terrifying existence. He commanded an organization similar to the Anbu, his elite ninjas were countless, and even included many from the great clans. Such a figure, hidden in the shadows, did indeed instill fear and unease. And what this mysterious and terrible fellow did also aroused people's curiosity, even though he was dead. Danzō was a childhood friend of the Hokage-sama, as well as a classmate, and they were both disciples of the second Hokage. Kaito, seeing the emotions already brewing, directly gave the answer. But this fellow's actions were never honorable, and the things he did can only be described as outrageous. According to investigations, countless people were assassinated by him for various reasons, many of whom were Hidden Leaf Village's meritorious ninjas. For example, Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, the father of Kakashi Hatake. Kaito's words immediately sparked an incredulous discussion among all the ninjas present. They couldn't believe that there was such a demon in Hidden Leaf Village. What they found even harder to believe was that Tsukumo Hatake was assassinated. Wasn't the White Fang of Hidden Leaf Village known to have committed suicide in their memory? I know, everyone has many questions, but since I stand here today to say these things, naturally I have evidence. Such noise proved how explosive Kaido's words were. However, due to the noise, Kaido had to increase his chakra output while speaking. When his voice rose again, it immediately silenced everyone present. They all watched Kaido closely, waiting for him to reveal the answer. Kakashi was still bound in the wood style. Although Kaido didn't let him down, his thoughts at the moment were not focused on this. He felt very emotional inside, especially seeing Hiruzen and the others silent. A sense of indescribable pleasure filled his heart. He himself could not remember how many years had passed. He hadn't felt so liberated in his heart for a long time. Even though so many years had passed, the image of his father in his heart was still so clear. His father was a gentle and kind man. Whenever someone encountered difficulty, his father would always provide encouragement and help. And his father loved Hidden Leaf Village so much that he was even willing to sacrifice his own life for it. Yet such a gentle man was driven to death in such a despicable manner by someone with an ulterior motive, and was even further harmed by malicious gossip after his death. And the one who drove him to his death, while constantly claiming to do everything for Hidden Leaf Village, still sat at the table of Hidden Leaf Village's highest power, still above the law, and still did everything he thought was right as he pleased. Kakashi truly could not accept such a tragedy, and it nearly pushed him into the dark abyss. If not for Obito, if not for his own teacher who pulled him back, perhaps he would still be a living dead lost in the dark. Kakashi silently looked at Kaito not far away, quietly listened to him narrating the deeds of Danzō and Hiruzen, and his eyes couldn't help but well up with tears. He quietly lifted his head to look at the moon in the sky. Tonight wasn't a full moon night, the moon in the sky was like a small curved boat, also like a shallow smile. It seemed like his father was smiling at him. Father. I've cleared your name. At this moment, he could no longer control his emotions. The tears that had been brewing in his eyes flowed down, and then slowly fell onto the ground. And the ninjas who were attentively listening to Kaido's narration were also silent at this moment. They really did not expect that the suicide of Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang had such an unbearable and ugly hidden truth. Most importantly, almost everyone in Hidden Leaf Village had become an accomplice at that time. They collectively killed this hero of Hidden Leaf Village. Everyone's gaze turned to Hiruzen, as if seeking confirmation. However, Hiruzen could only close his eyes without uttering a word. What could he say? Kaido had spoken about the number of times Danzō reported and the general content. This indicated that he had fully read those reports. If that's the case, what was there for him to refute? What he lamented most now was that he never expected Kakashi would betray him. In addition to that, he was also pondering a question: why he ended up in such a situation. Was I wrong? Shouldn't I have supported Danzō's idea to deal with Tsukumo Hatake? Hiruzen was somewhat lost in his thoughts, but soon he became resolute again. He was sure about this matter, and he also believed that this was beneficial to Hidden Leaf Village. Moreover, in his view, Tsukumo Hatake did not deserve this. He didn't have the experience, he never learned any management-related knowledge. Letting him take charge would harm Hidden Leaf Village, wouldn't it? Therefore, he was not wrong, not wrong. Hokage-sama, I have a question for you. Just then, Kaito suddenly interrupted Hiruzen's thoughts. According to my report, Hokage-sama, you believe that Tsukumo Hatake lacks the ability and experience to manage Hidden Leaf Village. So, I would like to ask Hokage-sama, who is born with these abilities. And, Hokage-sama, if I remember correctly, when you were chosen by the second Hokage, you didn't seem to have any experience or abilities in this area either. Hiruzen slightly opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't utter a single word. This question caught him off guard once again. Back then, he was only in his 20s, and even though he had some relevant knowledge from his prior education. But he knew very well that what he learned only made sense once he truly took on the position, and those learnings were fundamentally useless. From the position of the Hokage, everything in the world had undergone quiet changes. The world was no longer just black or white, and there was no longer such clear good and evil in the human world. If anything, the most beautiful aspect of this world was the exquisite gray, and as Hokage, one must delve into this gray. He could not be too white. Excessive kindness and justice could lead to disastrous results for the village. Likewise, he could not be too black, as this could also bring about destruction to the village. As a Hokage, one must stand in the middle ground, constantly adjusting and controlling based on the interests of Hidden Leaf Village. And constantly reminding oneself not to step into either side. These things are truly not something one can learn by teaching. Hiruzen sighed slightly, and suddenly a warning bell rang loudly in his heart. He widened his eyes at the ninjas in front of him who were looking at him with complex expressions, especially those with disappointment, regret, and even hatred. He suddenly thought of a question. Did I really control myself, not stepping into either side? Once he realized this question, Hiruzen's body started to tremble uncontrollably. Because he dared not contemplate this answer, as he felt that what he would find would definitely not be the answer he wanted. It's clear, Hokage-sama, you did not. Kaito noticed the abnormality of Hiruzen, although he felt it was somewhat baffling. Why did this old man start to tremble like this? Could it be that he had also trained in the art of persuasion, being able to talk people to death just like Naruto in the future? However, as an Uchiha, Kaito felt that it was more likely he was just very good at deception. Even though he indeed had a history of persuading people like Shizue to be completely loyal to him, that was just because they were Uchihas as well. He gently shook his head, then spoke with immense seriousness. So, Hokage-sama, if you do not possess such ability, how can you determine that others will certainly not do well? Even if he does not succeed, can't you, Hokage-sama, assist him? Can't the members of the Nara clan assist him? Why must you kill him? Why do you have to cause his death? In the end, Hokage-sama, you are just craving the power in your hands. In the end, you trust no one, you only trust yourself. And your actions have put you at odds with everyone else. Do you realize that, Hokage-sama? Damn it, why has it turned out this way? Koharu quickly maneuvered through the crowd discreetly. She had been attentively listening to Kaido's speech. The more she heard, the greater her inner sadness and rage. The things Kaido was saying were essentially damning her old classmate and friend to hell. How could she not be furious? But what saddened her was that she could do nothing to stop it. How could you rest when the 7 major clans of Hidden Leaf Village are joining forces? The worst part was that it was all true, it was not just groundless accusations. The root of the action report had undoubtedly been leaked, and now that damned Kakashi had gotten a hold of it, there was no way to stop it. Recalling the past, she sighed deeply inside. There were many things that she didn't think were right to do, but she had never really opposed them. Perhaps it was for power, after all. She had reached the pinnacle of Hidden Leaf Village's power, and although she had not become a shadow, she was not far off. Having experienced such power, she naturally did not want to lose it. She started compromising and giving in on many things as long as they did not involve her. Whether these things were right or wrong, the only thing she cared about was the benefit, maybe her own benefit, maybe for the benefit of the clan. The Uchiha clan is not a large clan, even compared to the Hiruzen clan, which excels at mastering ninjutsu. There is a huge gap. But now her clan has amassed a vast fortune in Hidden Leaf Village, all because Hiruzen is the Hokage, and she is the Minister of Finance. For the sake of the clan or herself, there are not many paths she can take, and the current situation is precisely the result of her step-by-step journey. That Danzō guy. Thinking of this, Koharu sighed silently. However, soon, the figure of Danzō Shimura appeared in her mind. Although she and Danzō were indeed teammates and friends, she really didn't like Danzō. He was extremely self-centered, and would do anything to achieve his goals, regardless of the consequences. To put it bluntly, he was the one who caused the situation today, he was the one who harmed them all. Maybe, if I had been more decisive and done something back then. Koharu murmured softly to herself, but everything was too late. All she could do now was struggle at the end. Looking at the note in her hand, Koharu squeezed it tightly in her palm. She had spotted the person she needed to deliver the message to, but the crowd was too thick around her for her to reach him in time. Kaido and the others' impeachment absolutely must not succeed. All they could do was besiege and take down Kaido and his ilk. And they absolutely must not let the impeachment matter reach the ears of the feudal lord, that way, Hiruzen could keep his position. With such a position, many things can be explained slowly later, and some things can also be changed gradually later. Although Hiruzen might not be able to stay as the Hokage for long after tonight, it's still 1,000 times better than him being forcefully removed, or even sentenced to punishment. But dealing with Kaido, Shizue, and Fugaku with their 3 pairs of Sharingan eyes is not going to be easy. All she could think to do was alert all the ninjas present. The note in her hand contained the plan to strip Kaido and others of their positions and label them as rogue ninjas. The key to this plan is that their own people, disguised as civilian ninjas in the crowd, would take action against Kaido and his allies. The best outcome for these people is to die at Kaido's hands, which would provoke feelings of anger and fear among everyone. Only then can these Hidden Leaf Village ninjas be led to besiege Kaido and solve the problem of these 3 pairs of Sharingan. 2-8. Suddenly, Koharu, who was hurriedly moving towards the front, felt a cold sensation in her chest and heard the sound of metal cutting through flesh. But as the coldness spread, she instantly realized that she had been stabbed in the chest. You! Koharu wanted to say something, then she felt her strength quickly draining from her body. In an instant, she became exceptionally weak. People around her were still focused on the front, Not even those beside her took a glance at her. She sat helplessly on the ground. Struggling to lift her head, she saw a person opening her hand and taking out the note. At this moment, she clearly saw who had attacked her. Uchiha. Fugaku. Koharu said in a stuttering voice, her eyes full of shock and unease. Rest in peace. Your friends, your clan members, will soon join you. Fugaku Uchiha glanced at the note, then he took out a pen and began to quickly mimic the handwriting. Afterward, he stood up and disappeared into the crowd. Koharu's expression of despair intensified. She extended her hand wanting to cry out, but she couldn't. Her breath was getting weaker and weaker, and just as her consciousness was about to leave her brain, she suddenly saw the ninjas around her turning to look at her. What made her even more desperate was that in the eyes of these ninjas, there wasn't just coldness, but also a hint of crimson. Lord Hokage, this is the second allegation, and the first against your dealings with Danzō. Kaido calmly looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi in front of him, unaware that another member of the Hidden Lee Village F4 had been dispatched by Fugaku Uchiha. He merely continued as planned, outlining the sadness and sins created by Hiruzen Sarutobi. What Kaito never expected was that Hiruzen suddenly heaved a deep sigh, then lifted his head and stared at Kaito with extreme seriousness. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth to speak. The second allegation about my relationship with Danzō, is it about the wood style? Hiruzen addressing this directly threw Kaito off, especially what he said next stunned Kaito even more. If it is about that, then I confess, I did indeed allow Danzō to research the wood style, even using the remains of the first Hokage. As soon as these words came out, the entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 149 Hiruzen Sarutobi's words truly left people in utter shock, as he willingly cast himself into the abyss. Such a frank admission of his violation of the first Hokage's remains, it was as if he no longer cared to maintain appearances. Could he have some kind of scheme? Kaito stared at the remarkably composed Hiruzen Sarutobi, unable to resist the emerging suspicions within him. However, no matter how much Kaito thought about it, he could not comprehend how any reasoning or excuse could absolve him from desecrating the first Hokage's body. Is he emphasizing the importance of wood style, hence the desperate measures? Or suggesting it was the second Hokage who began the research and he simply took over? Or, perhaps, is he retreating to advance? Kaito silently mused, maintaining his vigilance. Hiruzen Sarutobi was an old fox, not an adversary to be taken lightly. However, to Kaito's utter disbelief, Hiruzen Sarutobi's next words left him utterly flabbergasted. Not just him, but everyone present looked incredulously at the third Hokage. Yes, it was I who agreed to allow Danzō to conduct this experiment, as I deem the importance of the wood style to be immense. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke calmly, his words somewhat startling. The wood style is a ninjutsu that can create a peaceful era. The first Hokage has proven everything with his strength. As a Hokage, I naturally would not hesitate to replicate such power, and the one who started the experiment was not me, but the second Hokage. It was I who expanded this experiment during my tenure, and... Here, Hiruzen Sarutobi paused slightly, his gaze shifting towards the somewhat bewildered Kaito. I allowed Danzō to conduct human experiments on the villagers of Hidden Lee Village. What? Hiruzen's words struck like thunder, leaving countless people dumbfounded. They could not have dreamed that Hiruzen would voluntarily admit to this. Kaito was also somewhat stunned at his moment. Not just him, the 6 clan leaders with him stared blankly at Hiruzen Sarutobi. They had thought the third Hokage needed to clear his name, not realizing he would deliberately cast himself into the abyss. They glanced at each other, unsure of what to say, completely thrown by Hiruzen Sarutobi's move. More than 300 people were involved in this experiment, and a wide range of individuals participated in implementing the plan. Danzō provided the test subjects and various experimental equipment, with Orochimaru being the main one to carry out the experiment. Kaito, this is the information you wanted, right? I don't know if you've seen it, perhaps it's still in the scroll behind Kakashi. Let me lay it all out here. I indeed permitted this matter to exist, I allowed all of this to take place. Although I halted the experiment upon sensing its danger and uncertain consequences, I found that Danzō did not truly stop. I also wanted more data, so the experiment continued. You told me a year ago that you detected a strange power in Danzō. Indeed, barring any surprises, that would be the power of the first Hokage, the power of the wood style. Having said that, Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up his pipe and lit it, taking a deep puff, and slowly exhaled the smoke. I suppose a person like you would have obtained crucial evidence to present it and discuss it so continuously, right? Yes, Lord Hokage. Kaito fixed his gaze on Hiruzen Sarutobi, and eventually, he nodded slowly. Although he did not quite understand what the third Hokage's game was, Since he had already cast himself into the abyss, Kaito would naturally show no mercy. The man has already plunged into the abyss, does he still expect to climb out? Even if he wants to rise again, Kaito would kick him back down. While thinking all this, Kaito pulled out a scroll from his pocket and unfurled it. Accompanied by a wisp of smoke, a shriveled and pale arm appeared before everyone's eyes. The arm was so inconspicuous, yet the power it faintly radiated shook those with considerable strength. Clearly, this was Kaito's evidence, and the arm was likely Danzō's. Many of the Hidden Leaf village ninjas remembered the disheveled figure of Danzō a year ago with his severed arm, and Kaito killing him with a merciless, azure-like stance. All these were deeply imprinted in the minds of those Hidden Leaf village ninjas who witnessed it all. They really did not expect Danzō's severed arm to carry such a story. And such a story implicated human experimentation, involving even the first Hokage. This arm is Danzō's, and it's my spoils of war. Kaito looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi calmly and slowly said. I told you before, I sensed a strange power within Danzō. At that time, I was not sure what it was. It wasn't until I returned to the root base and got hold of it that I was certain of the horrifying things you had done. Indeed, it was horrifying. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. He picked up his pipe again and took a harsh puff, slowly saying through the misty smoke, although I never saw the experiments or touched the test subjects myself, I know that very few survived. The power of the first Hokage is a taboo that seems to refuse to be unlocked and used by anyone. However, there are always exceptions. Among those experiments, one person survived, and that person is Yamato. Sarutobi's words drew everyone's eyes to that shadow ninja, for he was the only one who exhibited the wood-style power. At that moment, Yamato also fell silent. He knew he was a test subject and the only survivor. But how much convoluted and twisted history was involved, he could no longer remember. Shisui also involuntarily shook his head at this moment. If he had heard such news in the past, his faith would probably have crumbled. But now, he could calmly accept all this because he knew that the Hokage was not as he imagined. Yamato, you are the only survivor. I didn't have much sentiment for your plight before, but now I feel some shame. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke in a soft voice, and this time his gaze shifted to Kaito. There's a lot that makes me feel ashamed. Kaito Uchiha is right, I have indeed been involved in many things, many unimaginable things. Tsukumo Hatake could also be considered my masterpiece, but he is not my only masterpiece. Are you satisfied with his answer? Satisfied? Upon hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's question, Kaito really wanted to say he was indeed very satisfied. Still, Kaito remained very calm. He absolutely didn't believe that Hiruzen Sarutobi would kindly spit out all these matters, he always felt there was a trap laid in there. Almost subconsciously, Kaito's gaze landed on Shisui, who was still standing behind Yamato. He was really suspicious now, wondering if Shisui had done something to Hiruzen Sarutobi, like secretly performing a Koto Umatsukami? Although Shisui's one-time Koto Umatsukami was currently unusable, his other Koto Umatsukami could still gradually guide, couldn't it? Shisui obviously noticed Kaito's gaze. He instantly understood what Kaito was thinking, which made him innocently shake his head. Clearly, Shisui truly hadn't done anything. So what is really going on? Kaito was a bit puzzled, but just then there was sudden agitation among the crowd. Looking around, Kaito found that some ninjas were even starting to disperse the crowd. And they rapidly converged towards Hiruzen Sarutobi, swiftly separating Kaito and the rest from Sarutobi. Mikado Hamura quickly stepped forward. He stood beside Sarutobi, gazing at his friend and superior, his gaze finally sweeping over Kaito and the others to rest on the other ninjas. Let this farce tonight end here, all irrelevant personnel leave immediately, that is an order. But elder, this. One of the Jonin seemed incredulous as he looked at Mikado Hamura, but before he could finish his sentence, he was rudely interrupted by a nearby ninja. Elder Mikado has spoken, relevant personnel hurry and leave, are you intending to disobey orders? All people leave now, I said everyone. In front of the Hokage building, such voices continued to echo, many ninjas, although their faces showed great dissatisfaction, had no choice but to leave. Meanwhile, more and more ninjas from the Mikado, Uchiha, and some from the Sarutobi clan were coming together, and they faintly surrounded Kaito and the rest. Kaito inexplicably watched this scene, then he couldn't help but quietly ask, did you do this? Yes, clan leader. Suddenly, Fugaku Uchiha appeared at Kaito's side, his head lowered as he softly answered, I did it. How did you manage that? Kaito asked incredulously. What kind of confidence do these guys have, thinking they can handle us? Though Kaito had to admit, their ninja count was a bit high, and it included members from the Anbu. Looking around, their dense crowd had thoroughly surrounded them. If they really start fighting, it won't be an easy matter. But Kaito's team wasn't unprepared. Their ninjas were stationed and gathered in key outer streets. The moment a fight breaks out, they can immediately provide support. And these guys, why are they so sure they can handle 3 individuals with Mangekyo Sharingan? While it certainly won't be easy to take them on, Kaito now is not the Kaito from a year ago. With the help of the divine ascent, even without undergoing some specific tests, Kaito's strength has genuinely seen significant growth. And Shizui and Fugaku are also people who have gone through an experiment. Even if the level of this experiment is very low, the growth they've gained is considerable. Kaito has thought more than once, perhaps Narashikaku is willing to help them because of their strength. I killed Koharu Uchiha, then mimicked her handwriting and altered her action plan. Fugaku Uchiha looked indifferently at the people in front of him, but his voice was still very well controlled. Koharu Uchiha was a smart person. Her plan was to unite all the Leaf Ninjas, pushing us to the opposing side of everyone, making us face the whole village. Once they start, their people would pretend to be ordinary Leaf villagers and be the first to act, then be severely injured or even killed by our counterattack, thus guiding everyone's emotions. So I altered the plan, letting the Anbu act, driving away all those who have doubts and opposition towards the Hokage, and summoning the ninjas of their respective clans to deploy and surround. As for Koharu Uchiha herself, she has temporarily returned to her clan. She is working on adjusting relations with the daimyo, and trying to get the daimyo to deny this matter. Fugaku Uchiha spoke very calmly but also very comprehensively. It must be said that Koharu Uchiha was indeed very calm. She knew exactly what to do at this moment. However, Kaito quickly glanced at Fugaku Uchiha. One of the Leaf F4 was now sent to the afterlife by him. He didn't feel much about this. Since she was an enemy, she should naturally be prepared to be taken down. After all, Kaito himself had personally killed Danzō. Nodding lightly, a smile appeared at the corner of Kaito's mouth. It seems, we are in for a good show. Under Hamura Mikado's brusque expulsion, the surrounding ninjas had to quickly scatter. But they had no intention of leaving. Anger had already emerged in their eyes. How could they not guess what might happen next? But the sad part is they found they could do absolutely nothing. At this moment, they really discovered their Hokage is not as they imagined, and these Leaf high-ranking individuals are also not what they thought. For the first time, they felt the Leaf village was like an abyss, and they were just a group of people blinded by the fog in the abyss. They knew nothing, understood nothing. Saratobi, you're being foolish. Hamura Mikado with a stern face, approached Saratobi, his voice lowered ominously. Do you understand what your words imply? Do you know what your actions mean? Of course I know, but does it matter now? Saratobi was surprisingly calm. He gently shook his head and slowly opened his mouth. Hamura, we've changed, everyone has changed. Whether we've changed or not, now is not the time to discuss this. Hamura Mikado's face became incredibly ugly. He turned his gaze to Kaito and the others, his eyes now filled with angry flames. The Leaf Village is ours. Its development till now is due to our efforts and sacrifices. It is the result of our blood, sweat, and tears. And now, are you intending to destroy everything, to give up everything? Wake up, Saratobi, do you know what you're doing? If this is because you're truly tired and don't want to continue as the Hokage, you should consider our clan, consider the consequences of your actions. And don't forget, it's this brat who killed Danzō. Saying this, Hamura Mikado took a step forward, standing in front of Saratobi, glaring fiercely at Kaito, then he opened his mouth loudly. Kaito Uchiha, you've sent Kakashi to infiltrate the Hokage building and steal confidential documents. Are you aware of the sin you've committed? You've disturbed the morale of Hidden Leaf Village, recklessly attacked the legitimate Hokage. Are you still a ninja of Hidden Leaf Village? What exactly is your intention? Even if there's an impeachment of the Hokage, it must be affirmed by the daimyo. Your current actions are nothing short of treason. You all deserve death. Having spoken to this extent, there wasn't much left to say. Hamura Mikado raised his hand high and ordered loudly. All Anbu and ninjas, seize these traitors. At times, Kaito couldn't help but wonder, why were there so many sleeping dragons and rising phoenixes in Hidden Leaf Village's management? While Koharu Uchiha might be one of the more clear-headed ones, the current Hamura Mikado was truly not thinking straight. By putting himself against everyone, even Kaito was stunned by such a course of action. It was an act of suicide, one that could push oneself into the abyss. Silently observing Hamura Mikado's furious yet anxious appearance, and the incoming ninjas, the smile on Kaito's face grew wider. Everyone outside, get ready. We're making our move. Kaito said softly. He then slowly walked towards the group of Anbu and clan ninjas. His chakra started to surge wildly. Hamura Mikado stared at Kaito, his fists slightly clenched. He also felt that there might be problems with the plan, but he simply couldn't attend to that now. Koharu Uchiha was one of the people he trusted most, and she was also the calmest among them. Therefore, there must be reasons for her decision. As for her current absence, as she claimed to be liaising with the daimyo, Koharu Uchiha trusted her implicitly. At this point, he realized the most crucial person for impeaching the Hokage was indeed the seemingly least useful one. Taking a deep breath, Hamura Mikado tried to calm his emotions, but involuntarily glanced around at the residents of Hidden Leaf Village. Seeing their disbelief, confusion, and even anger, Hamura Mikado's face turned extremely sour. As much as he didn't want to admit it, he had to concede that without the support of these Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, many things would indeed be impossible. But these ninjas were also the most easily provoked by emotions. The incidents involving Uchiha, Hyuga, had proven it all. At this moment, Hamura Mikado seemed to understand why Koharu Uchiha didn't trust them. Did these damnable people not realize that the current achievements of Hidden Leaf Village were the results of their hard work? Yet while they enjoyed everything Hidden Leaf Village had to offer, they did nothing when the Hokage faced rebellion. Are these really Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas? A bunch of ignorant, pitiful fools. Hamura Mikado thought bitterly. But the most important thing for him now wasn't these ignorant plebeians. Suppressing the rebellion, contacting the daimyo, stabilizing the situation, these are the things they need to focus on now. Hiruzen is getting old indeed, coming out with such remarks. But it can be explained that he's under the control of the Sharingan, Damu Uchiha. Whether Hiruzen is truly getting old or is being controlled by the Uchiha, Hamura himself does not know. But some accusations can be made through his own hand. What he doesn't know is that the look in Hiruzen's eyes when he looks at him at this moment is particularly inexplicable and complex. Facing the impeachment tonight, Hiruzen's state of mind has been constantly changing. At first, he was indeed infuriated to the extreme. But when he found out that the ones who impeached him were the 7 families together, it caused him to feel a sense of doubt. Further, the attitudes and emotions of the Leaf Shinobi made him really start to think seriously. He tried to look at these matters from the perspective of an onlooker, hoping to get a not-too-bad answer. But the reality left him somewhat shocked and sorrowful, as he felt that his right actions seemed so despicable in the eyes of others. I have done so much for Hidden Leaf Village, was I wrong all along? Hiruzen seriously began to ponder this question, and the more he thought about it, the less he could accept everything, because he realized that he was gradually drifting away from everyone in Hidden Leaf Village. Danzō, Hamura, and Koharu have always been by his side, but they have completely distanced themselves from everyone else. Given such a huge disparity, Hiruzen finally made a choice. He simply told Uchiha everything he wanted to know about himself. He truly felt a little tired now, a kind of deep-seated fatigue, a kind of indescribable weariness. And Hamura's actions at this moment only reinforced his thoughts. They had all unknowingly changed over the course of time. Especially when Hamura said, "Hidden Leaf Village is our Hidden Leaf Village," it saddened Hiruzen's heart. And the phrase, "think of your clan," made Hiruzen close his eyes slightly. Have we all become so estranged? Hiruzen silently pondered in his heart, but no matter how much he thought about it, it was already too late, because Kaido had already made his move. Facing so many enemies, Kaido's demeanor remained utterly calm. He didn't know why, but at this moment, a surge of inexplicable bravado stirred in his chest, even his blood seemed to be boiling. The feeling was mysterious, but at this moment, Kaito was somewhat enjoying it. Though Kaito never thought of himself as a warmonger, the changes in his body and emotions at this moment seemed to be refuting his view. Shikakunara and the others, upon receiving his signal, had already gone to notify their clan's ninja to take action. But before that, they naturally needed to stop these guys. However, Kaido had a very strange yet incredibly strong feeling that he didn't need anyone else's help. He could solve most of the problems on his own. However, Kaido didn't completely trust these feelings. After all, he was neither a Neto Tensei nor a Madara Uchiha. He had only one life, he would never take it lightly or make light of such a matter. Casting a sidelong glance at the ready Fugaku Uchiha, and at Shizui, who had already released Kakashi and was constantly vigilant against Yamato, Kaido's gaze focused on what was in front of him. Do you even know what you are doing? With a slight smile on his face, Kaito began to speak calmly as he slowly moved forward. As his breathing became more rhythmic, the chakra within him seemed to be even more turbulent. For some reason, the faces of the Anbu and the 3 clans ninjas all became a bit odd. Almost subconsciously, they all gripped their kunai tightly, some even had cold sweat dripping down. Despite facing only one person, they felt an indescribable pressure. Kaito at this moment did not display a strong aura, but a sense of destruction and bloodshed could be felt from him. Especially since they remembered the ruthless performance of this guy a year ago, it made them feel as if they were facing an Asura. It would be one thing if only a few of them felt this way, but when almost all of them had this sensation simultaneously, something was clearly wrong. Kaito had no idea what was going through the minds of these people, but he continued to speak unhurriedly. The Hokage may be the leader of the village, but aren't we allowed to question him when he makes mistakes? What do you think made the third Hokage worthy of his title? It's because he was recognized by everyone. Only then could he become the Hokage. Because the Hokage is the Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village, and Hidden Leaf Village belongs to everyone. Have you presumptuously assumed that Hidden Leaf Village is yours? What qualifications or rights do you have to act this way? Enough of this nonsense, kill him now. Kaido's words struck hard at the heart of Homura Minakato, especially given Kaido's current situation, which suddenly filled Homura with panic. He immediately shouted out loud, ordering all the ninjas who followed his commands to take action. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen silently pondered Kaito's words, closing his eyes without a word, but his body had already started to tremble slightly. Attack! Accompanying Homura's command, a sudden loud shout from someone unknown set off all the ninjas except the Anbu. They roared and rushed at Kaito from all directions. Facing the surging crowd roaring and rushing at him, Kaito remained quite composed. Almost instantly, his eyes turned a deep red. The three Tomoe linked together, forming a bizarre triangular pattern, and at this moment, his feeling of being able to handle everything grew even stronger. But he had no time to ponder, as the speed of the ninjas was extraordinarily fast. In the blink of an eye, several enemies had already rushed to Kaito's front. Boom. However, the next second, a dull sound rang out, followed by several ninjas being flung away, their screams of pain rising and falling intermittently. Kaito felt like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, and in the first instant of the clash, several ninjas had already fallen to him. His movements were concise and natural, precise and elegant, but at this moment, he did not yet make a killing blow. It wasn't that he was concerned about the fact that these people were Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. For Kaito, once he made a move, it was either because he had a clear goal or because it was a sparring session agreed upon beforehand. Otherwise, anyone who struck him would be considered an enemy. Kaito had never had the idea of showing mercy to his enemies. His decision not to kill was simply for the spectators to see. Once these guys started to act more outrageously, Kaito would no longer restrain his actions. As Kaito's movements became faster and faster, more and more ninjas were flung away. However, they didn't seem to appreciate Kaito's mercy. Instead, they stood up once again, chose to take up their weapons without hesitation, and once again charged at Kaito. Unfortunately, their fate seemed to be predetermined. Kaito avoided their attacks with deft movements and then flung them away once more. This intense battle seemed to be treated too lightly at this moment, and the watching ninjas were also breaking out in cold sweats. They had never seen this kind of combat before. Could this be the power of the Uchiha? But Director Kaito is too kind. These guys are going too far. Among the crowd, many ninjas were whispering to each other, all of them speaking in favor of Kaito without exception. After all, the combat power displayed by Kaito, and his restraint were truly impressive. But being too restrained obviously did not fit the current situation. They were now all watching to see how Kaito would handle it. That's enough. Having once again sent a ninja flying with a kick, Kaito muttered to himself. He didn't enjoy this kind of battle, but he knew it was a necessary process. However, the reckless behavior of this group of people had given Kaito a reason to go all out. With a light step back, he dodged a blade he had been aware of, and then he lowered his body and grabbed the arm of the man who had been behind him. With a twist of his wrist, Kaito yanked hard, and the kunai in the man's hand fell to the ground. The next moment, Kaito grabbed the man's throat and hoisted him up. At this moment, powerful chakra gushed out, and no one dared to approach. Kaito quietly spoke. I have been tolerating you as Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, but have you forgotten that a person's patience has its limits? Kaito's scarlet eyes swept around. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan was being unleashed, and the icy aura continually assaulted everyone present. Yet, they still held their weapons tightly, showing no intention of laying them down. To this, Kaito could only sigh gently. Kaito exerted a slight force, and with a bone-chilling sound of a neck snapping, he casually tossed away the corpse. Then, he thought of Madara Uchiha, thought of that arrogant and disrespectful figure, and quietly asked, do you also wish to dance? As for Kaito's question, no one had the mental capacity to respond. All they knew now was that the situation had escalated. Looking at Kaito, who had gently drawn his ninjato, and looking at the ninja whose neck he had snapped, everyone involuntarily swallowed. Previously, while Kaito was restraining himself, they didn't know what to do. Now, he had started killing. Could they resist him? No one would answer this question for them, because they already knew the answer. The moment he drew his ninjato, Kaito had completely ceased restraining his power. His ninjato was precise and bloody, each swing claimed a ninja's life. Easily evading a dagger thrust by an Anbu ninja, Kaito swung his blade and severed the artery in his neck. With a nimble step back and after dodging a side assault, Kaito swiftly thrust his ninjato backward, causing a burst of blood. With a single hand seal, Kaito's scarlet eyes subtly shifted. Body replacement and Ganjutsu were instantly activated. A ninja from one of the great clans felt dizzy for a moment. The next moment, he felt his body being pushed by Kaito, then pierced by numerous kunai. The Sharingan turned slightly, and an Anbu assaulting from the flank suddenly froze in place. The next moment, blood spurted from his neck. In the midst of the vast number of ninjas, Kaito at this moment clearly realized that he indeed had control over everything. Every place on the battlefield that his Sharingan had swept over was almost imprinted in his mind. Every person, every move, what they wanted to do, what they would do next, it seemed Kaito knew it all clearly. Kaito truly didn't expect that his mind at his moment would resemble a computer, yet he felt no burden at all. Everything was so natural, everything was so smooth. This feeling of controlling everything, this experience, was too wonderful, to the point that Kaito was somewhat intoxicated by it. Wielding his ninjato amidst hundreds of ninjas, Kaito moved with ease and grace. Up until now, he hadn't been hit once, and barely any blood had stained him. Such combat had lasted for a few minutes, and already countless individuals had fallen under Kaito's hand. Furthermore, he moved too swiftly to be locked on by long-range ninjutsu. Even if they could lock onto him, it was impossible to use ninjutsu in such a crowd. Another slice, and Kaito nonchalantly executed another ninja. Then, silently, he pulled an explosive tag from his pouch. The enemy didn't dare use explosive tags or ninjutsu within the crowd, but Kaito was different. His ruthlessness had already been demonstrated a year ago, and this time, after having endured for so long, he no longer cared about his subsequent performance. In order to fully exert his power, the use of ninjutsu was inevitable, especially when he didn't have to worry about friendly fire. Channeling chakra into the explosive tag, Kaito's eyes seemed slightly vacant. In the next second, his teleportation jutsu brought him beside an Anbu ninja. This Anbu ninja had no time to react, he just felt a sudden piercing pain in his brain. Then, a twist of pain from his abdomen followed. By the time he came to his senses, he found himself kicked into his own troops. What terrified him more was that he discovered an explosive tag had somehow been stuck to his chest. This Anbu was quick to react. He hurriedly tried to push away the surrounding ninjas while frantically attempting to tear off the explosive tag on his body. Boom. But he was still much too slow. A violent explosion resonated among the group of ninjas, several were blown away, their bodies not even remaining whole. Almost there. Kaito murmured to himself. He was indeed very satisfied with the devastation he had caused, especially as it proved one thing. That was, after using his Mengekyo Sharingan, he could still maintain an unparalleled dominance, even when facing so many people. But Kaito knew well, comparing himself to Madara Uchiha who had just been resurrected by the reanimation jutsu, the gap was not small at all. Though Madara Uchiha was an immortal, even possessing endless chakra as a backup. But Kaito still remembered, the state of Madara Uchiha's eyes was the genuine Three-Tomoe Sharingan. Merely in the Three-Tomoe state, he had already displayed a strength that did not fall short of Kaito's current state. Even the simple act of killing was more terrifying, and he was truly standing against everyone alone. He glanced around at the situation, everyone had already engaged in the fight, whether it was the Inoshikacho trio, Hyuga, Inuzuka, or Aburame. They all quickly plunged into the battle, beginning to help Kaito share the pressure. Fugaku Uchiha and Shizui, leading a small portion of their clan, were already engaged in combat with the ninja of the three clans and the Anbu. This made Kaito involuntarily nod in approval, while at this moment, several more ninjas fell under his blade. Although constantly comparing myself to Madara Uchiha can sometimes be disheartening, one should still harbor some dreams. At least, I possess things that Madara Uchiha does not, and these things allow me to grow better without side effects. However, it's time to wrap up now, at least I need to force Sarutobe Hiruzen to make a stance with my conclusion. That guy is too peculiar. Kaito was silently musing. Sarutobe Hiruzen's state today really puzzled him, but no matter what, Kaito could not stop. A slight shift in the chakra within his body, then he quickly took to the skies, and Fugaku, who had been observing Kaito, seemed to realize something. Is he wrapping things up? Fugaku Uchiha thought to himself, then quickly made a hand sign. As another owner of the Mengekyo Sharingan, Fugaku Uchiha held his own pride. An Uchiha ninja nearby, upon seeing this, swiftly shot a signal flare into the sky. At the same time, all members of their clan began to retreat upon seeing this. While retreating, Fugaku Uchiha couldn't help but ponder. He was truly amazed by the power exhibited by Kaito. When he lost to Kaito initially, it was partly because he didn't know Kaito's abilities, and partly because he yearned for death. If it really came to a life-or-death battle, Fugaku Uchiha did not believe that he would be much inferior to Kaido. But now, the power displayed by Kaido was causing him to sigh. He knew Kaido was strongest in the use of ninjutsu, his physical skills were rather mediocre. But now, Kaido's physical skills had left him utterly speechless, and he also noticed that Kaido's eyes seemed to have grown even stronger. Such chakra fluctuations really leave one breathless. Fugaku Uchiha murmured to himself, looking at Kaido who had slowly ascended into the sky. He was filled with even more awe. In the next moment, terrifying chakra madly spread from within Kaido, and Kaido began to speak. I think, it's time to put an end to this. Kaido spoke indifferently, as he was slowly forming hand seals. I must say, you've indeed disappointed me. At least, you've not made me feel any pressure. So. Fire Style, Great Fire Annihilation. Chapter 150. Flames of intertwined black and white erupted suddenly, with a bright glow of the fire style appearing. A massive river-like wave of fire surged towards the ninjas. Kaido's strongest suit has always been his ninjutsu, which is also what people fear the most. When Kaido replaced the traditional fire style with the black flames, the resulting terror made one feel absolute despair. Is this guy even human? Looking at the wave-like fire style, many ninjas couldn't help but shudder, realizing that such ninjutsu could not be cast by an ordinary person. At this moment, many of them were internally collapsing. Not only did Kaido possess terrifying physical skills and incomprehensible combat ability, his ninjutsu was also driving them to despair. Could they really handle such an enemy? Water Style, Water Formation Wall. Compared to the ninjas from the regular clans, the organization and discipline of the Anbu were much superior. Even when faced with such a terrifying spectacle, they were filled with despair. Yet they could still rapidly form hand seals, trying together to counter Kaido's fire style. However, everything they did at this moment was just a drop in the bucket. Dozens of Anbu performing water style indeed formed a wall of water, but it was no match for Kaido's fire style. The intermingling black and white sea of flames instantly swallowed everything. The water style spells simply touched the flames and turned into steam, vanishing without a trace. At this very moment, as all the ninjas were preparing to turn and flee in despair, a powerful surge of chakra suddenly erupted. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly appeared in front of everyone, his hands clasped together in a seal, his gaze firmly locked on Kaido. Earth Style Rampart. With a surge of chakra, a huge earthen wall rose from beneath Sarutobi Hiruzen's feet. This massive wall, covering the sky, blocked all the ninjas behind him. He had made his choice. He would confront Kaido head-on. Boom. A tremendous roar sounded at this moment. The resulting shockwave from the clash of two powers was unimaginable. Visible energy ripples quickly spread out in all directions, nearly all buildings in their path being toppled by this force. Run. Those ninjas who were originally onlookers, watching Kaido and others in action, turned completely pale at this moment. Then they began to flee with all their might. Even if their powers were subpar, they could clearly see that if they were caught up in such a force, they would definitely be finished. Perhaps it is in the face of survival that a person can burst forth unimaginable power in the blink of an eye. They had run over 100 meters away. Looking back at the houses destroyed by the energy shockwave, they felt their blood turn cold at this moment. They were genuinely relieved right now, thankful that Kaido had handled everything in an orderly manner, giving them a reason and an excuse not to get involved. Moreover, the power Kaido had previously displayed had left them sighing in their hearts. Had they been forced to confront Kaido for the sake of the Hokage, would they still be alive at this point? The strength of the head of the guard department is so overwhelming. He is still so young, how could he be this powerful? Though Kaido was never an unknown, even his repeated rampages in Hidden Leaf Village had not caused such a shock as this. They never dared to imagine that one person could handle the siege of hundreds and do so effortlessly. Today, they witnessed a battle fought with such elegance, a combat style that would be etched into their hearts. Maybe this is the true power of the Uchiha. Many thought to themselves. They had seen Uchiha activate the Sharingan in battle, but compared to Kaido, there was a huge difference. Kaido had taken the combat they had seen to an extreme, reaching an unprecedented level. However, their gaze quickly returned to the massive earth style and the man standing atop it. Their expressions had begun to become complicated. What does it mean for the Hokage to intervene personally? Even if they couldn't understand, they knew how severe the situation had become. Hokage-sama, I didn't expect you to step in yourself. Kaido calmly looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, gently shaking his head and sighing. But this isn't that surprising. After all, it would be more surprising if you didn't take action at his point. But there's one thing I don't understand. Don't understand why I would voluntarily disclose everything? Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to know Kaido's thoughts, and he spoke slowly. I naturally have my own thoughts and considerations. Maybe you don't understand, but that's not important. Kaido Uchiha, I want to see just how strong you are. I want to see to what extent your power has reached, that's the key. With that, chakra once again surged within Sarutobi Hiruzen. His hands formed a seal and pressed against the ground. The next moment, accompanied by swirling smoke, a monkey appeared before him. What is this? Inma, just summoned, was a bit confused, but when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen standing atop the giant earth style and Kaido towering in the sky, his expression slightly changed. Especially when he recognized the pattern of Mangekyo in Kaido's eyes, he understood the severity of the situation. Mangekyo Sharingan? Hiruzen, we're in trouble this time. Indeed, it's a bit tricky, but this is a fight we cannot avoid. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed softly, then he promptly removed his Hokage uniform, revealing his black battle suit underneath. Hiruzen had not anticipated the potential for combat, so he had not donned his battle armor. However, the symbolic value of the armor was greater than its practical significance. To Sarutobi Hiruzen, its absence wasn't a great deal. Transform, Inma, we cannot let others underestimate us this time. Hiruzen. Inma, looking at the somewhat spirited Hiruzen, let out a deep sigh. He truly had no reason to reject Hiruzen's choice, all he could do now was accompany Hiruzen through this fight. I made you wait. Gripping the Ruai Jingbei staff in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally turned to Kaido. His face maintained a smile, but behind that smile was an inexplicable determination. I've heard how despairing the Mangekyo can be. Even though I've witnessed the power of Madara Uchiha, strictly speaking, I've never faced these eyes. So, don't let me down. Kaido felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen was a bit schizophrenic. After all, his current state was like that. He had just admitted to all his deeds, as if ready to complete his final redemption. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he picked up his weapon, posing as if he was ready to fight Kaido to the death, leaving Kaido somewhat baffled. However, regardless of what Hiruzen was thinking or planning to do, it meant nothing to Kaido. Since they had clearly identified each other as enemies, there was truly no room for turning back. Almost instantaneously, Kaido was in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The ninjato in his hand was mercilessly aimed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction was swift. The moment the ninjato nearly touched him, he fiercely raised his Ruai Jingbei, barely blocking Kaido's attack. But as soon as he blocked it, Kaido directly attacked from the other side. So troublesome. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly blocked Kaido's attack once again, muttering under his breath. Facing an assailant with flying ninjutsu is absolutely a headache. One of the reasons Oinaki has remained so powerful at his age is due to his method of combat, which relies on his flying ninjutsu and his unique KK Genkai for bombing attacks. If Oinaki had to physically grapple with an enemy, like Kaido, he would have been killed countless times over. This unique fighting style and special KK Genkai allow Oinaki to maintain high combat strength even at his advanced age. Although Kaido's fighting style is different from Oinaki's, Sarutobi Hiruzen can see that Kaido has the potential to utilize similar tactics. Even if, in terms of current power, Kaido cannot be compared to Oinaki. But Kaido is in the prime of his life, and what's more terrifying is that his speed and physical prowess are breathtaking. Being caught in such a high-level physical battle would leave anyone feeling suffocated, as there's no guarantee of being able to withstand it. Especially as he can attack from the air, making it even harder to defend. Boom. Another dull thud rang out as Sarutobi Hiruzen once again blocked Kaido's onslaught. The thick earth barrier under his feet was now constantly cracking. It had already withstood Kaido's fire style, and the fact that it didn't collapse all at once was due to Hiruzen's abundant chakra input. But it was already unable to withstand more impacts, and the intensity of this fight was simply fatal for it. Why would he make such a mistake? Kaido naturally saw this scene. Under the gaze of the Mangekyo, there are few things that could evade his eyes. Although Hiruzen wasn't continually adding chakra to this earth style, he still chose to fight on it as it was about to collapse. Such an approach either signifies a problem with his mind or that he has ulterior motives. While his current series of actions do seem to suggest a problem with his mind, as the Hokage, he must have his own thoughts. But no matter what his thoughts are, all Kaido could do is defeat him. Only by completely defeating him and confirming the charges against him can today's mission be considered a success. However, it seems like he confirmed his own guilt. Kaido thought to himself. His hands were not slow. In an instant, he attacked again from the air, his ninjato aimed precisely at Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest. Sarutobi Hiruzen at his moment also demonstrated astonishing combat power. He continuously waved the Ruai Jingbei in his hand, forming whirlwinds. These dense whirlwinds completely blocked Kaido's attacks. After all, Hiruzen is not someone ordinary ninjas can compare to. Moreover, he still has 5 or 6 years before he's attacked by Orochimaru. At his age, strength generally tends to decline year by year, each one bringing a decrease in power. However, there are still so many years left before his death, his momentum and his abilities haven't plummeted to the pathetic state they did in the original story. Actually, even the level of power he had in the original story is far stronger than that of the average ninja. After all, he is one of the legendary shinobi. The chakra torrent formed by their intense clash spills out all around them, but fortunately, they are far above the ground, not affecting everyone as before. However, the earth barrier beneath Sarutobi Hiruzen is clearly no longer able to withstand such power. When Kaido once again viciously strikes with his wind-infused ninjato, upon clashing violently with Hiruzen's Ruai Jingbing, the massive earth barrier protecting all the ninjas behind Hiruzen finally collapses. Boom! The tremendous roar echoes through the sky as the crumbling barrier swiftly disintegrates into countless fragments, fiercely plunging downwards. Hiruzen also falls with these fragments, but a glint flashes through his eyes. He raises his head to look at Kaido, who is still in the sky, and a faint smile appears on his face. Such a smile causes Kaido to raise an eyebrow, but then his expression slightly changes. Earth style, Earth flow river. Suddenly, Hiruzen quickly forms hand seals. The fallen rocks and debris, which had been formed by his chakra, begin to change rapidly. At this moment, due to Hiruzen's chakra, they turn directly into a mudslide, fiercely rushing towards the crowd behind Kaido. This guy. Hiruzen's actions naturally fall into Kaido's eyes. He had been wondering why Hiruzen chose to fight him on the earth barrier. Obviously, being so high up against him is definitely a significant disadvantage. And indeed it was. He was almost breathless under Kaido's pressure, but Kaido did not expect him to change tactics like this. This guy could actually reuse waste, using those shattered barriers to launch another attack. Perhaps, this is Sarutobi Hiruzen's ability? Kaido silently mumbled to himself, then his whole body erupted with an unimaginable amount of chakra, and the next moment he rapidly forms hand seals. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. It's the signal, everyone move. In various traffic hubs leading to the Hokage's building, the ninjas from the 7 great ninja families are hidden amongst them. At this moment, their hearts are filled with worry and unease, for what they are about to do could indeed be considered treason to some extent. However, they do not regret their actions, for they know what they are doing is for their clan, and for Hidden Leaf Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen is no longer a suitable Hokage, a consensus reached by all of them. For their beliefs, for their clans, or for the village of Hidden Leaf Village, they must take action. Seeing the brilliant signal flare in the sky, everyone immediately understands that it's time for them to act. Even before this, the terrifying chakra torrent had already made them understand just how intense the battle ahead was. Especially when they saw the towering earth-style technique, akin to a city wall, and the figure launching relentless attacks from high above. They all understood that the Hokage had likely stepped into the fray himself, clashing with the head of the Uchiha clan. However, when it was really time for them to move, they did feel a bit of tension and anxiety. They were, in fact, seasoned ninjas, their hands stained with an untold amount of blood. Many among them had even participated in the Great Ninja War, and such feelings should not exist in their hearts. But the Great Ninja War and the current situation are very different, because previously they faced external enemies, so their psychological pressure wasn't as high. Now, they have to confront their own fellow villagers. Attacking their own comrades is very different from facing foreign enemies. Still, none of them hesitated, because they knew that after today, the entire Hidden Leaf Village would undergo a radical change, and they were the pioneers of this transformation. Nervous? Narayanko also silently picked up her weapon among the crowd, but at this moment, a ninja from the Yamanaka clan suddenly asked. The Inoshikacho trio each dispatched 30 to 40 people, and because of their special relationship, they basically acted together. Even for tonight's operation, they had formed small teams composed of people from all 3 clans. For them, even if they had not undergone specific team training, they were certainly more in sync than others. Yanko turned to look at the Yamanaka clansman, then gently shook her head. Not exactly nervous, of course I can't be calm either. But I know I should adjust my state to better assist everyone. Good attitude. It seems we don't need to worry too much about your condition. The Yamanaka clansman nodded with a smile, then curiously asked. I heard you and Kaito are on good terms. What kind of person do you think he is? You guys really? My uncle asked me the same question several times. Facing this question, Yanko seemed somewhat helpless. She sighed lightly, then finally answered seriously. All I can say is that Kaito is always a reliable person, a trustworthy one, and that's it. Well, that puts me at ease. The Yamanaka clansman nodded with a smile, took a deep breath, and then said seriously, you trust him, the dear elder trusts him, so we all trust him. Let's get moving, we shouldn't keep everyone waiting. The Yamanaka clansman chuckled, and then quickly caught up with the departing team, rushing towards the Hokage building. Yanko also picked up her weapon and quickly followed, but her gaze was locked on the dark silhouette standing in the distance against the skyline. She knew it was Kaido, and it seemed only Kaido could achieve this. However, in the next moment, all their advancing troops froze, because the giant earth release technique that was like a city wall before them collapsed with a loud bang. Clearly, Kaido had gained the upper hand once again, filling their hearts with joy. After all, the third Hokage was once a man known as the ninja hero, his combat power unmatched and unimaginable. The fact that Kaido could take the upper hand against such a terrifying opponent truly gave them immense confidence and motivation. Stay alert. Everyone, stay alert. But just then, a noisy commotion drew everyone's attention, as other clans' ninjas had already appeared before them. These ninjas were not only those retreating from the front, but also those supporting from behind, and they had all drawn their weapons the moment they met. The battle was on the brink of breaking out. That Kaido. In the center of the battlefield before the Hokage building, everyone watched the terrifying eruption of Kaido's fire style, their hearts filled with emotion. Ever since Kaido signaled for everyone to evacuate from the central battlefield, they had been quietly watching. Actually, from the start of tonight's battle to now, the biggest sentiment in everyone's heart was, Kaido didn't seem to be a single person at all. He bore the brunt of the strongest firepower, but he dealt the maximum damage to the enemy with his most unbelievable physical techniques. A siege by hundreds of people seemed to pose no trouble to him at all. Moreover, they all knew one thing, Kaido's greatest strength lay in his proficiency in ninjutsu. And this was indeed the case, as the ninjutsu deployed by Kaido covered a wide range and was of high quality. Just watching and feeling such ninjutsu was enough to send chills down their spines. They couldn't imagine what it would feel like to face such ninjutsu directly. Perhaps by that time, all that would be left in the hearts of those confronting it would be spreading despair. But the strength of the third Hokage doesn't seem to be as weak as imagined. The fact that Hiruzen Sarutobi is powerful is an established fact. After all, he is the third Hokage, capable of facing off against the likes of the third Raikage. However, time is a ruthless entity, and Hiruzen Sarutobi is not a man like the Uchihas. His fighting power would inevitably be whittled down over time, an elegy that nearly every ninja must face. Yet, the fact that Sarutobi still maintained such an exquisite fighting power truly merits admiration. Moreover, his sense and experience in battle are quite formidable. The heavy landslide that descended from the sky was his arrangement. Before this, they hadn't expected that a seemingly useless stone wall, only serving as a stepping point, could be utilized to create such a terrifying ninjutsu. This is the manifestation of battle experience, this is a ninja's mastery over their own techniques, and Sarutobi has clearly reached perfection in this regard. But Kaido's response was still swift. He may not be as adept as Sarutobi at using his previous ninjutsu to synthesize new ones. However, being young and strong, he directly used a new, powerful fire-style technique to solve the problem, a response that was without any issues. But this somehow revealed a bit of a deficiency in experience, and in terms of chakra consumption, Sarutobi seemed to have the upper hand. However, it's not their turn to act yet, not because their strength does not meet the mark, but perhaps those in battle would prefer not to have their interference. Therefore, what they have to do now is deal with those shinobi from the three clans, and those guys from the Anbu. Flames continuously burned, and the heavy landslide, roasted by Kaido's black and white flames, finally hardened and fell to the ground. The burning earth that fell on the ground formed a natural barrier, blocking Kaido, Sarutobi, and the many ninjas outside. Although due to their positioning, Kaido had to face Sarutobi, as well as a group of their own ninjas. Yet Kaido did not fear in the slightest. Even though he had been forced to use a large-scale ninjutsu just now, his chakra still remained abundant. Quietly looking at Sarutobi, Kaido suddenly smiled and said, truly deserving of the title of Hokage, this move was unexpected. Ninja battles are filled with unpredictability, and the weak overcoming the strong is quite common. Sarutobi calmly looked at Kaido, revealing a slight smile as he slowly spoke, in the end, I am old, so my way of fighting is quite different from yours, but my methods are a reflection of experience, something you should learn. Listening to Sarutobi's words, Kaido couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. His statement was quite interesting. It was as if a senior was encouraging his juniors to explore and move forward, and to learn from his own experiences. Normally, it would be acceptable for a Hokage to encourage the Leaf Shinobi, but the problem is that they are enemies now, and likely ones who won't stop until one of them falls. In saying so, it seemed as if he was revealing a loss of his fighting spirit, as if he couldn't possibly surpass Kaido, as if the ultimate victor must be Kaido. Sarutobi, what on earth are you blathering about? Hamura Midokado naturally detected the incongruity in Hiruzen Sarutobi's words and immediately sought to correct him, his gaze locked on Kaido the whole time. Let's kill this kid, we join forces and finish him off. Only then can this situation be settled. This damned guy who disrupted our peace and tranquility, he is truly unforgivable. Homura, this is my battle. Please do not interfere. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, ultimately sighing and speaking slowly. Sarutobi, don't be stubborn, now is not the time for stubbornness. Homura's face was still angry, and it was clear that he was filled with dissatisfaction towards Sarutobi. Your stubbornness put us in a very disadvantageous position. To turn things around, we need to solve these problems quickly. Only by killing him can we truly find peace. Only then can we deal with the remaining rebels and resolve all the current troubles. Upon hearing his old friend's words, Sarutobi gave a long sigh. He turned to look at his old friend, seeing his angry and slightly fierce appearance, he couldn't help but shake his head. Homura, have you ever considered why we have ended up like this? Considering all this, isn't it all the work of this damned brat? Isn't it all created by the rebels in the village? Homura turned his head to look at Sarutobi, lowering his voice and speaking indifferently. But I don't know what you're thinking, and I don't know what aspect of this kid has bewitched you. Your actions just now were highly inappropriate. Don't forget you are the Hokage, and never forget our clans behind us. Clan, Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi gave a bitter smile and slowly closed his eyes. For a moment, he was uncertain whether his role as the Hokage was more important, or their clan standing behind them. Because the Hokage and the clan essentially have a conflicting relationship, the Hokage needs to consider the entire village, while the clan, to some extent, draws upon the village's resources. On reflection, their clan is now far from what it was when they first joined the Leaf Village. Their clan has expanded exponentially, the scope of their interests is vast, and all of this came about because he became the Hokage. Slowly, Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his eyes. He gazed at Homura next to him and spoke softly. In your opinion, do our powers ultimately benefit the Leaf Village, or our clan? Are you out of your mind? Homura stared angrily at Sarutobi, speaking low and harshly. Sarutobi, now is not the time to discuss this. You should know what is most important right now. Isn't this an important question? Hiruzen Sarutobi said in a low voice, his tone turning somewhat icy. He asked again. Do we benefit the Leaf Village, or our clan? Is the Sarutobi clan in a bad situation now? Homura, somewhat frustrated by Hiruzen Sarutobi, gazed at him and said softly. We must admit that our respective clans have indeed grown considerably since you became the Hokage, but how do we compare to the Hyuga and Uchiha? Not to mention Hyuga and Uchiha, the clans of Inoshikacho, and how about compared to the clans of Inuzuka and Aburame? Although our power does indeed bring a lot of convenience to the clan, we are truly fighting for the Leaf Village. For the Leaf Village? Upon hearing this phrase, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a peculiar sense of irony. For the Leaf Village, would he now be besieged by the 7 major clans of the Leaf? For the Leaf Village, how many have died in secret due to this, whether because the crisis has reached their status, or because they participated in experiments? For the Leaf Village, the power of their 3 houses has expanded rapidly, and their very nature is squeezing the living space of civilian ninjas. Perhaps Kaido Uchiha, this little brat, was right. He wasn't fighting for the Leaf Village at all, but for themselves, for their own clans. In fact, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already understood these things. His questioning Homura again was to figure out just how completely they had changed. He had now gotten an answer, a devastatingly disappointing answer, but also an answer that strengthened his resolve. Homura, there is one thing you got wrong. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly opened his eyes. His aura had undergone a drastic change, so sharp and so robust. Even Kaido, far away, frowned at this aura, because it made him feel threatened. And this kind of aura could only belong to a true shinobi. What's wrong? Homura also felt the change in this aura. While he was pleasantly surprised, he inexplicably felt a hint of unease. I am Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village. Sarutobi roared, his voice was so heroic at this moment, his voice piercing the sky. Always remember what this means, and remember who I am. Having said this, Sarutobi flicked his wrist, his staff darting straight towards Homura. Homura had no time to react, the staff, with astonishing force, struck his head. In an instant, Homura lost his breath. But his eyes were still wide open, as if he could not believe what had just happened to him. Not only Homura himself, but even Kaido in the distance was somewhat dumbfounded seeing this scene. What the hell was going on? What on earth had just happened? Did Sarutobi just strike down his own friend? Even if the relationship between Homura and Sarutobi was not as good as Danzō's, he was still a member of the Hidden Leaf Village F4, one of Sarutobi's most trusted. Kaido had no intention of letting him go, but now there was no need for Kaido to take action. Sarutobi had taken him out directly. I'm sorry, Hamura. As a Hokage, this is something I had to do. But I'll join you soon. After doing all this, Sarutobi took a deep breath. He looked at Hamura, who had fallen to the ground and lost his breath. He muttered softly. Then he lifted his head to look at Kaido. Although there was a hint of sadness in his voice, he still spoke with a heroic tone. Come on, Kaido Uchiha, let's continue the battle of the shinobi. At first, Kaido really didn't understand Sarutobi's actions or what he had gone through. But at this moment, he seemed to understand something. Looking at Sarutobi in front of him, looking at the ninjas behind him who were equally dumbfounded, Kaido gave a soft laugh. He raised his shinobi blade towards Sarutobi, his chakra surging wildly within him. Since it's the shinobi's request, I won't let you down. Kaido's words made Sarutobi nod with a smile. Indeed, at this moment, he was a true shinobi, the true third Hokage. And as a shinobi, what he desired most now was a worthy battle. The two silently stared at each other. Neither made the first move, but their momentum had already peaked at this moment. Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi made the first move, throwing his staff directly at Kaido, his hands swiftly forming seals. Kaido responded quickly. His eyes almost instantly determined the direction of the flying staff, but he dared not be the slightest bit careless. Because he had not forgotten that this staff's essence was life itself, transformed from the monkey demon. Ding! Kaido quickly swung his shinobi blade, and the staff was immediately blocked. However, the next moment a stout arm suddenly extended from the staff, grabbing hold of Kaido's blade. At that same moment, Sarutobi had completed his hand seals. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet. Sarutobi released 2 consecutive ninjutsu, which then merged into one in midair and continued towards Kaido. Kaido had seen such a technique in the original work, and he had also tried it since coming to this world. But it must be said that the difficulty of this operation was beyond imagination. At least, Kaido had never succeeded. And the power of this combination of ninjutsu wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. Holding my shinobi blade like this, aren't you overestimating yourself? However, facing such an onslaught, Kaido was not panicked at all. He even smiled at the monkey demon on his blade. In the next moment, a deep blue chakra appeared on Kaido's blade, and the azure edge quickly enveloped Kaido's blade. Under the terrifying chakra coverage, the monkey demon immediately felt pain, and the arm holding the blade began to redden. Kaido, forcing the monkey demon to let go of his weapon, fiercely swung his shinobi blade. The wind blade that had been brewing for a long time instantly rushed towards the combined ninjutsu. Boom! At that moment, a dull roar rang out again, and a thick smoke quickly covered and spread everything around. Sarutobi quickly raised his hand, summoning back the staff that had been knocked away by Kaido. Then he cautiously watched every movement around him. Smoke lingered. These were definitely not conditions conducive to his fighting. However, at this point, he didn't care about that. This battle ignited his long-lost passion. This battle was also his return as a true shinobi. This battle was the fight he staked everything on. No matter what, he had to give it his all in this battle. He had to show the world the style of a true shinobi. Because this battle might well be his last in this lifetime. Chapter 151 Watch Out! In the area surrounding the Hokage building, ninjas from the 7 great families were fiercely battling. Faced with ninjas from the Sarutobi, Minakado, and Uchiha clans, even though they were outnumbered, their absolute power still held the advantage. After all, they were, in one way or another, from secret technique clans and bloodline limit clans, while the Sarutobi and the other 2 could only be classified as ninjutsu clans. Their foundation was built upon various ninjutsu collected over hundreds of years during the Warring States period, and developed into their present form through their constant cultivation and accumulation. Strictly speaking, their own bloodlines were still within the range of ordinary ninjas, and the techniques they used were nothing more than ordinary ninjutsu. However, over these many years, they had managed to create a significant gap between themselves and the ordinary ninjas. Especially the Sarutobi clan, they were on the verge of forming their unique bloodline or secret technique. Because for them, deploying 2 or even more than 2 types of escape techniques was not a difficult task. They even naturally possessed several types of chakra attributes. Especially the current 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was a master proficient in all attribute escape techniques. Narayanko swiftly moved through the crowd, with members from the Yamanaka and Akimeki clans fighting alongside her. 6 people up ahead, get ready. Understood. A ninja from the Yamanaka clan closed his eyes tightly. After quickly sensing and selecting his targets, he informed Yanko. Yanko overlapped her hands, made a seal, and her chakra began to surge as she uttered a command. The shadows on the ground, illuminated by the moonlight, shot out quickly, swiftly locking the 6 ninjas from the 3 clans. The moment the shadows on the ground touched them, the 6 ninjas were rendered completely immobile. The ninja from the Akimiki clan, who had been closely following them, quickly charged up. Multiplication Jutsu. The Akimiki ninja's chakra surged, and his hands instantly increased in size several times over. With a swing of his fist, he brutally hit the ninjas. In that moment, screams echoed, and blood gushed out with each swing of his fist. The coordination of the Inoshikacho trio was beyond imagination. Even under their most basic and simple cooperation, the ninjas from the Sarutobi, Inuzuka, and Uzumaki clans were hard-pressed to resist. Finally, after a lot of hard work and many injuries, they finally managed to clean up these guys. Strange. Even though the enemies had been dealt with, Yanko slightly furrowed her brows. Because she noticed that the fighting will of these people, especially those who had retreated from the front line, wasn't particularly high. The reinforcements were disorganized, and their numbers were not as many as expected. This was a significant deviation from their expectations. Although the low-level resistance was indeed a good thing, under normal circumstances, this shouldn't be happening. Could it be, has Kaido and his team on the front lines done something? Yanko was uncertain, but as things stood, this seemed to be the most reasonable explanation. Regardless of the specifics, Yanko took a deep breath and charged forward with the main force. Having chosen to participate, there was naturally no turning back. What they had to do now was to ensure the victory of this operation. When they reached the central area of the battlefield, ninjas from the other clans participating in the operation also arrived at the scene almost simultaneously. This scene made Yanko breathe a sigh of relief because it confirmed her suspicions. It was absolutely something Kaido and his team did on the front lines that made the battle easier for her and the other reinforcing troops. Looking out, the forces of the front line were now surrounding a massive barrier that looked like it was covered in molten lava and was still burning. The flames were fierce, seemingly impervious to being extinguished, and they were special flames that intertwined black and white. Clearly, this was Kaido's unique power. Within these brilliant flames, shadowy figures flickered in and out of sight, making the scene especially eerie and mysterious. Clan leader. Clan leader. The teams that had arrived began to surround the massive barrier, and many clan ninjas also reported to their clan leaders. How's the situation? Narashikaku swept his gaze across the scene. Only after confirming that the onlooking leaf ninjas showed no signs of action did he breathe a slight sigh of relief and asked. The other clan leaders did the same. After all, these ninjas were the elite of their clans. Even if they were mentally prepared, if they really suffered heavy losses, it would still make them incredibly upset. However, they all received a rather good result. While casualties were inevitable, the outcome was within an acceptable range. After all, they were only facing reinforcements from the 3 clans, and the number of reinforcements wasn't large. The other leaf ninjas had not made a move. Vice clan head Shisui, Elder Fugaku, how is the clan leader? Just then, there was a slight commotion from the Uchiha side, which made everyone involuntarily turn their heads. From a distance, they had seen Kaito battling Hiruz and Sarutobi alone. Although from the state at the time, Kaito was indeed having the upper hand. But now, the battle was blocked by flames, how could they not worry? Do you not believe in the clan leader's strength? Shisui raised an eyebrow. He knew that these clan members meant no harm and were, in fact, concerned about Kaito. But in his eyes, such concern seemed like distrust towards Kaito. As Kaito's most loyal ally, how could Shisui accept such doubt? Shisui's words made everyone look at each other. Fugaku Uchiha felt that while Shisui was loyal to Kaito, his attitude was far off from Kaito's. However, just as he opened his mouth to say something, a sudden, violent boom rang out, followed by a surge of vast chakra. At this moment, the ground quickly cracked, terrifying fissures spreading rapidly from the center of the barrier, directly shattering the burning rocks and soil. Under such impact, everyone felt as if they were about to lose their footing. Many ninjas on the outskirts swiftly dodged, fearful they might fall into the huge fissures. Boom. In this instant, the world was filled with flashes of lightning and peals of thunder, and a heavy rain suddenly fell. All of this happened quickly but also ended quickly. Only the vast surge of chakra continued to spread, and the thunderstorm in the sky told of the previous terror. What just happened? Many ninjas asked in low voices. As they turned their heads towards the origin of the tremor, all of them froze. The people of the 7 great clans also turned their heads to look as soon as they stabilized. Like everyone else, they were frozen at that moment. But in the next moment, a fierce cheer erupted among them. Yanko stared intently at the distance, and after a long while, she showed a faint smile. It's really like you, Kaito. Smoke shrouded the center of the battlefield. Under the intense heat of the flames, everything seemed to become more blurred. Hiruzen Sarutobi was cautiously on guard, suddenly furrowing his brows, then quickly planted his Ruai stick into the ground. His hands rapidly formed seals, and at that moment, a suffocating power came from the sky. A massive shockwave swiftly dispersed the smoke, revealing 4 flaming dragons in front of Sarutobi. Fire style, Dragon Flame Loud Singing Jutsu. Kaido was flying among these 4 fire dragons, charging fiercely towards Sarutobi with the dragons in tow. Sarutobi's reaction was indeed swift. The moment he sensed the chakra shift, he decisively began to form seals. Indeed, his physical fitness had taken a serious decline. Although it was still decent, there was quite a gap compared to his prime. This was inevitable. Even though ninjas possessed great power, their bodily functions were not much different from ordinary people. It seemed the only one who could break this boundary was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Unfortunately, he chose to give up his own life. However, as one grows older, their chakra reserves steadily increase. And with the passage of time, the quality of their chakra becomes even more formidable. Such powerful fire style, you really are increasingly resembling him. Hiruzen Sarutobi muttered to himself, his ninjutsu still being completed at this moment. Water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. This time, Sarutobi did not choose to use earth style, but rather the water style, which was most effective in countering fire style. He had used earth style before purely to save people, while a water style too close could have flooded his own people. Now, although he still held certain worries, he was focusing more on the battle itself, hence his reservations were much less. Under his churning chakra, a torrent of water suddenly burst from the parched earth, which had already been scorched by the fire style. This water quickly converged together, and in the next moment, it formed an unimaginable flood that quickly filled the isolated area. And Sarutobi's hand seals did not stop. Almost immediately after completing the Great Waterfall Jutsu, he finished another set of hand seals. Water style, Water Formation Wall. A towering wall of water rose high above the surface. Its terrifying height and thickness were far beyond what a normal water formation wall could match. Only with Sarutobi's impressive strength could he exhibit such a terrifying water style. And under Kaito's Sharingan scrutiny, he clearly knew that the quality of this water style surpassed his previous earth wall flow. Boom. Fire style, Dragon Flame Loud Singing Jutsu fiercely collided with this massive water style. The intertwining black and white flames completely ignited this water wall. However, what was terrifying was that even Kaido's special black flames couldn't break through Sarutobi's defense. The quality of this guy's ninjutsu was really too formidable. But Kaido didn't entirely take this matter to heart. He simply didn't believe that Sarutobi could block his attacks every time. Moreover, didn't Sarutobi want a battle fit for a ninja legend? How could Kaido disappoint him? With a stride, Kaido had already instantly charged in front of Sarutobi. But before his ninja blade could fully swing, Sarutobi had already quickly backed away with a body flicker technique. Moreover, while retreating, he completed another hand seal, lightning style, lightning roar. A ball of lightning spewed from his mouth, swiftly plunging into the water, followed by Sarutobi's agile leap into the air. In midair, he clasped his hands together, and beneath him, the water surface started to ripple. A giant dragon, emanating clear arcs of electricity, suddenly leaped out from the water, and then charged ferociously at Kaido. Combination Secret Jutsu, Lightning Water Dragon Bullet. Another combination ninjutsu. Watching Sarutobi hop and skip across the water surface, continuously deploying ninjutsu to attack, he could only marvel at this guy's extensive combat experience. Water style counters fire style, that was a certainty. His taijutsu, after the previous battle, was no longer able to directly resist Kaido. So, he very simply kept distancing himself and releasing ninjutsu. Even if Kaido's fire style was strong, he would find it troublesome to deal with someone like Sarutobi, who possessed both ample and high-quality chakra. However, if it's only to this extent, then it's far from enough for me, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kaido slightly lifted his head, the Sharingan in his eyes starting to rotate. From the beginning of the fight to now, he hadn't actively used his Dujutsu power. After all, he didn't want to lose face. Just look at others like Madara Uchiha, who would just go ahead and fight thousands of ninjas in his 3 Tomoe Sharingan state. Kaido had already activated the Mangekyo Sharingan and even had others help. If he had to use Dujutsu under such circumstances, it wouldn't just be embarrassing. But now, the situation was different. Sarutobi's strength was definitely formidable, and it wouldn't be excessive for Kaido to use such an ability. The moment Kaido activated the power of Reverse Path, he clearly felt his speed increase. And he didn't know if it was just his illusion, but he seemed to find his perception significantly improved at this moment. The water dragon filled with lightning style seemed to be full of flaws in Kaido's eyes at this moment. He took a step forward and ran directly towards the lightning water dragon, his ninja blade blossoming with a deep blue chakra. The cyan edge was once again brewing on his blade. Suddenly, Kaito swung his blade, tracing an odd angle across the lightning water dragon. His movements were so gentle and delicate, as if he had exerted no effort at all. Yet, Sarutobi's expression subtly changed in the distance. Because he clearly felt that the lightning water dragon he was controlling had fallen apart. Destroying a ninjutsu directly was never a simple matter. Orochimaru could effortlessly destroy a ninjutsu because his proficiency and familiarity with a ninjutsu was simply too high. As Orochimaru's teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi's mastery in ninjutsu certainly won't be inferior to Orochimaru's, it might even surpass him. But because of his profound understanding and proficiency, he has always been mindful in constructing his ninjutsu, ready to fend off any unexpected happenings. His ninjutsu are not only rich and of high quality in chakra but are inherently difficult to dismantle, especially when it comes to combination ninjutsu. After all, it's an attack formed by the combination of two types of chakra. Its construction surpasses ordinary ninjutsu, naturally making it even harder to break. However, right at this moment, Kaido managed to do this also effortlessly. This caused Hiruzen Sarutobi's face to become rather grave. Is it because of those eyes? Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered silently. Ninjas can never believe in coincidences and accidents. Even if such things happen occasionally, in high-level battles, the probability of them happening is even smaller. And right now, Hiruzen Sarutobi can clearly feel that Kaido's momentum has increased by who knows how much. Although the notion of momentum is somewhat ethereal, it is also a reflection of a ninja's capacity, spirit, and other conditions. Kaido's current state is indeed strange, but Hiruzen Sarutobi also understood one thing. This young man's difficulty level is unimaginable, and he hasn't even used Susanoo yet. As Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered, he dodged Kaido's attacks. In the next moment, he performed a one-handed seal, and a wall suddenly rose from the water. He then submerged himself in the water and once again launched a surprise attack from the flank with a water dragon bullet. However, unfortunately, Kaido's reaction was too quick. The moment the water dragon bullet appeared, he swung his sword, directly destroying his own water dragon. This scene has occurred many times. Aside from the first time when Kaido was slightly embarrassed, he has since been sufficiently prepared. Continuing like this is not a solution, and this kind of battle is not what he wants. He wants the kind of battle a ninja hero should have, but if he can't even force out his opponent's strongest abilities, what right does he have to hope? He also knows that he must risk his life to face the situation now. If it were before, I might have given you the dead demon-consuming seal, but I won't now. You members of the great clans have the pride of the great clans, right? Then let me show you the pride of the Sarutobi clan. Hiruzen Sarutobi once again blocked Kaido's ninja blade, his body suddenly surging with chakra. The next moment, he didn't show any intention of evading at all. Instead, he used all his strength to push hard against Kaido. Suddenly feeling the strong force in his hand, Kaido, although prepared, had no choice but to retreat a step to avoid its edge. The strength of Hiruzen Sarutobi's chakra at this moment and his peak momentum made even Kaido look sideways. This state made Kaido realize that he was going all out. But what kind of trick does this guy still have up his sleeve? Does he intend to unleash the Reaper Death Seal with such chakra? The strength of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kaido has come to fully grasp. If Kaido wasn't equipped with his Mangekyo Sharingan, and if Sarutobi's power hadn't declined somewhat, Kaido might have already been brought to his knees, even without the use of space-time ninjutsu. The battle so far had enlightened him that the old man knew exactly how to counter the Sharingan. More than once he'd used his techniques to block Kaido's vision, then launched sneak attacks from other directions, even catching Kaido off guard the first time he did so. Damn Hiruzen, why are you always researching such peculiar things? Kaido found himself cursing Hiruzen more than once. Without his Mangekyo, he doubted he could withstand Hiruzen's assault. However, despite Kaido's grumbling, Hiruzen's threat to him at this moment wasn't too severe. But the old man still held a technique that made him somewhat cautious. If he were to actually use it, Kaido wouldn't give him any more chances to be a shinobi legend. Maintaining his vigilance, Kaido cautiously approached Sarutobi once more. But what he hadn't anticipated was that Sarutobi fiercely threw his Monkey King Inma staff at him. The staff twirled quickly in the air, transforming into Inma, the monkey demon, and swiped a claw at Kaido. Humphrey! With a cold snort, Kaido's wrist flicked and his ninjato traced a bizarre arc, striking hard towards Inma. Even if Inma's body was as hard as iron, it was still a living creature. Kaido refused to believe it could be invulnerable. Ding! A sharp, piercing sound rang out as Kaido's blade struck Inma's chest, but the monkey's hands clung firmly to Kaido's blade. At this point, Inma was covered in wounds, particularly his hands, which were seeping blood. But he didn't seem to have any intention of letting go. I didn't expect you to be so loyal. Kaito spoke indifferently. But as his Mangekyo scanned over Saratobi, he saw 5 distinct nature transformations within the old man's powerful chakra. The power of the Uchiha, indeed. No matter how long it has been since I've seen it, I can't forget such a sensation. Inma's expression looked grim, but oddly enough, Kaito noticed a certain happiness there. Kaito's blade was coated with his own chakra, a deadly force once it entered an enemy's body. Inma was currently enduring the impact of Kaito's chakra, but he still managed to smile as he spoke to Kaito. But speaking of which, I really have to thank you, Uchiha brat. These years, Saratobi has increasingly lacked the presence of a shinobi legend. I've even felt that he was slowly falling into darkness. As a summoning creature, I can't really say anything to him, all I can do is assist and observe him. But today, I can clearly feel a change in him. He's beginning to show the same flair he had in his youth, he's starting to return to the Hiruzen Saratobi I remember. Even though this battle is likely to be his downfall, at least you have allowed him to die as a shinobi legend. So no matter what, I have to thank you, and I also have to tell you to take a good look at the power of a true shinobi legend. Thank me? Kaito silently stared at the monkey demon in front of him. For a moment, his expression was rather complex. Several times he started to speak but choked back his words. Am I really Orochimaru now? I'm about to kill him and you're thanking me, are you out of your mind? Kaito couldn't comprehend this so-called glorious death sentiment. If his friends, his comrades, thanked his enemies when facing death, he'd probably die from high blood pressure without the enemy even needing to lift a finger. However, Inma's words did spark Kaito's alertness. What exactly did he mean by the power of a shinobi legend? In his memory, the only thing that made him worry about Saratobi was the Reaper Death Seal. He had never heard of the Saratobi clan possessing any special bloodline or secret techniques. Hold on, 5-element assimilation? Kaito thought of this technique in a flash, as it seemed to be the only one capable of dealing with the divergent chakra within Saratobi's body. But soon, he frowned. This technique didn't seem to pose any real threat to him. While the technique would release 5 types of elemental ninjutsu simultaneously for an attack, requiring high proficiency from the user, the power of the technique itself wasn't particularly strong. With such low power, how could it possibly threaten Kaito, especially considering this technique didn't incorporate composite ninjutsu? Hold on, it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. Kaito suddenly realized something. Although Saratobi didn't combine these techniques in the original, that didn't mean it was absolute. For example, a violent explosion resulting from the interweaving of the 5 great elemental techniques causing drastic nature transformations, that's something unimaginable. What's more, Saratobi's use of composite ninjutsu had reached a level of pure simplicity, which Kaito had truly felt in their recent combat. If this guy were to risk everything and forcibly merge the 5 elemental chakras together, it wouldn't be an impossible feat. If that's the case, Kaito sensed a hint of danger. He gripped his ninjato and twisted it forcefully in one direction. Blood splattered mercilessly, and Inma, the Monkey King, winced in pain as several of his fingers were severed in the fray. Unable to endure it any longer, he vanished in a puff of smoke with a poof, but at that very moment, Hiruzen Saratobi had already charged forth. Without any hesitation, Kaito swung his ninjato accurately towards Saratobi. Yet the very next moment, Kaito's hand stilled mid-swing, for he saw clearly that Saratobi had used a substitution jutsu to appear behind him. Hence, he turned around without a second's hesitation, his ninjato slashing out swiftly once again. Only this time, Saratobi had a gigantic shuriken in his hand. Ha! With a ferocious roar, he forcefully hurled the shuriken at Kaito, his hands swiftly forming seals simultaneously. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The gigantic shuriken suddenly split into 4, shooting towards Kaito from different directions. Kaito's eyes spun rapidly. The next moment, he twisted around to face a shuriken, and with a gentle swing of his ninjato, he skillfully directed one shuriken into another. Lastly, he lightly jumped backwards to evade the final shuriken, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Saratobi had completed his Shadow Clone Jutsu. This time, there were precisely 4 clones, and Kaito detected that the chakra within each clone was different. Each was specifically storing one type of elemental chakra, and they had already finished their seals. A substitution technique? Boom. At that moment, the scattered shurikens that Kaito had struck transformed into Saratobi's shadow clones. Kaito Uchiha, this is my most powerful attack as a shinobi legend, and it is also my most powerful attack as a Hokage. Thank you for allowing me to complete a battle in my role as a shinobi legend. As the Hokage, I cannot disgrace the name entrusted to me by my predecessors. Saratobi bellowed, and the next moment, he simultaneously unleashed ninjutsu of 5 chakra natures, 5-pronged seal of elemental harmony. Seeing the 5 swiftly approaching ninjutsu and hearing Saratobi's words, Kaito was resolute. There were many options for him, considering he possessed space-time ninjutsu that could evade the attack, but now he was intrigued to see the power of these 5 elemental techniques. In the same vein, it was a mark of respect for Sarutobi, the shinobi legend. A radiant blue chakra burst forth from Kaido, and the next moment, a gigantic half-bodied figure clad in armor stood tall upon the earth. The vast amount of chakra was terrifying, for Kaido had channeled a vast quantity of his own chakra into it. And when the 5 elemental techniques violently slammed into Kaido, his expression slightly changed. At the beginning, everything was as he had predicted, and he was even somewhat disappointed at the power of this jutsu. However, when these 5 elemental techniques intertwined, everything changed. The already suffocating atmosphere suddenly became as despair-inducing as hell itself. The wind raged, fueling the fire that tripled in size in an instant. The flames roared, and the intense heat began to distort the air unnaturally. As the flames soared and the temperature increased, large volumes of water became scalding under such high heat. A great amount of steam appeared, swept up by the wind style, forming dense clouds where the destructive lightning style made its entrance. These lightning techniques joined the clouds, forming clusters of small thunderclouds. But that was not all. The scalding water style poured onto the earth style, turning the heavy earth into a muddy slush. Under the scorching fire style, it quickly dried and crumbled, turning into tiny particles swept up by the wind style. Lightning style emerged menacingly, imbued with an aura of destruction, converging with the solidity of earth style in the wind style's clouds, creating stones enveloped by electricity. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The 5 types of chakra, with their generation and restraint cycles, were almost perfectly orchestrated in that moment. And the power they unleashed was just as eerie, just as suffocating, yet just as memorable. Is this a fusion of chakra natures? Kaito stood at the heart of the ninjutsu, watching in disbelief at the events unfolding before him, and simultaneously, he was understanding it all. All of these made him feel in great peril, because his Susanoo had been shattered by this damned jutsu, forcing him to draw upon more ocular power. However, he also felt great joy at this moment, because of everything he was witnessing and understanding. It was truly opening a new door for him, a door to the fusion of chakra. Should I be thanking you, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Kaito muttered softly, and in the next moment, he activated a secret technique he had not used for a long time, unyielding will. He had discovered a long time ago that the abilities of the Alistar could cleanse his negative status and also provide him with a high recovery ability due to the world issue. However, this ability was basically reserved by Kaido for life-saving moments, and he would not use it lightly under normal circumstances. Although it was not exactly a life-saving moment now, Kaido wanted to ensure the strength of his defense and the intensity of his next attack. When unyielding will was fully activated, Kaido felt a sudden clarity in his mind, and his ocular power reached an extreme peak at that moment. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly, with 2 different types of power being completely unleashed at this moment. An immense, ultimate chakra radiated from his body, a chakra that was cold, despairing, and brought an oppressive suffocation with it. In an instant, Kaido's Susanoo was repaired and once again enlarged. A godlike giant materialized in the blink of an eye, seemingly carrying an air of disdain for the world. Boom! The majestic chakra of Susanoo trembled slightly, and in an instant, the surrounding power was shaken apart, causing a powerful shockwave to rush outward. The power of the fusion of the 5 elemental jutsus seemed less impressive in front of Susanoo at this moment. After all, it had been depleted for so long, and Kaido had reached the pinnacle of his combat power. Kaito stood within Susanoo, his Mangekyo Sharingan emitting a bloody red glow. Suddenly, Susanoo drew its ninjato, a destructive power overflowing, adding a touch of solemnity to an apocalyptic scene. So, you were finally pushed to this point. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood panting weakly on the spot, but he didn't seem to regret it, and there was even a hint of exhilaration on his face. Come, Kaido, let me witness the power that my teacher, the second Hokage, feared. Let me see the ultimate power of your Uchiha clan. Madman. Kaito murmured softly, although he really admired Hiruzen's attitude at this moment, he did not quite understand it since he had not been pushed this far himself. But the time has come for Kaido to conclude some things, whether it's about tonight's battle or about himself. The enormous ninjato was slightly lifted above his head, the next moment it swung down, a blade light beyond anyone's imagination appeared. Under this sword aura, the earth was as fragile as tofu, instantly cut in half. In an instant, in Hiruzen's eyes, the sky tilted and the earth leaned. Boom. At this moment, whether it was triggered by Kaito's power or for some other reason, a thunderstorm suddenly broke out in the world. Is it over? Hiruzen Sarutobi sat weakly on the ground, his body covered in wounds, and blood constantly flowed from him. Gently turning his head, he saw the earth completely shattered, The entire scene resembled purgatory. Those family ninjas who were left with him in the barrier had long since disappeared. Hiruzen knew that they could not have escaped under such an onslaught, and most likely they were already gone without a trace. If he hadn't run away quickly in the end, he'd probably be in the same state as those guys by now. The might of Kaido Uchiha is becoming more and more like that person, his power truly unfathomable. It seems, Hokage-sama, you've utterly failed. Just then, Kaido's nonchalant voice sounded in Hiruzen Sarutobi's ears, and Kaito slowly emerged from the shadows. But I have to say, Hokage-sama, you've somewhat earned my respect. Your capacity and strength indeed befit the title of ninja hero. Yet how far have we come? If I were 20 years younger, no, even just 10, the last laugh might not necessarily be yours. Blood trickled from the corner of Hiruzen's mouth, then he straightened up and adopted the standard Seiza position. But as a ninja, failure cannot be justified with ifs, especially as a Hokage. I must not. I have already disgraced the trust of my predecessor Hokages. I don't wish to further humiliate myself. Hiruzen paused and raised his head with some difficulty to look seriously at Kaido. He then said with a smile, I never imagined that my actions have fallen to such a disgraceful level. Power corrupts, and unbeknownst to me, I fell into what I considered all for the sake of Hidden Leaf Village. It's really laughable, really sad. Would you say I'm a failed Hokage? Yes, but not entirely so. Kaido shook his head gently. He still looked down on Hiruzen from a high position, and slowly said in the heavy rain, before the Second War, you were a competent Hokage, consolidating power, stabilizing people's hearts, and leading Hidden Leaf Village to victory. But from the start of the Second War till now, you're not. How many people died for the power struggle under the banner of Hidden Leaf Village? You dug up the body of the first Hokage for experimentation, breaking the taboo of the family and causing how many deaths? Hidden Leaf Village's essence is to protect everyone, but you let the children go to the battlefield. How many died here? Most importantly, you shouldn't have swelled with arrogance thinking Hidden Leaf Village is yours, then recklessly targeting those you shouldn't. The second targeted the Uchiha because he believed he could handle it, but you couldn't. You made Hidden Leaf Village suffer huge losses for the so-called peace after the Third War, tasted the bitter fruit and were forced to abdicate, but you shouldn't have come back. You only considered the consequences of war in the matter of the Hyuga clan, not thinking about how everyone felt, stubbornly doing what you thought was right. War may be terrible, but not to mention whether it's truly affordable, merely losing the people's hearts is the most foolish thing. The worst is. Speaking to this point, Kaido paused slightly before shaking his head gently. The clan and the ninja village are inherently one, but your actions, and those of Danzō, have already disrupted this balance. These are the various reasons for your failure, and the fundamental ones. So in your eyes, I've failed so utterly. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed lightly, then he seriously looked at Kaido and asked, who's the new Hokage? We've decided internally, it's Jiraiya. Kaito responded calmly. His gaze shifted to the ninjas who had came to participate in this operation. Jiraiya, I see. Hiruzen closed his eyes. It seems the 7 clans will have to shoulder greater responsibilities in the future. If you hadn't done so many things, maybe it wouldn't have come to this. Kaido didn't deny Hiruzen's words because that's the truth. Hearing this, Hiruzen couldn't help falling silent. In the end, he shook his head with a sigh, and then he struggled to his feet. Do me a favor, please preserve my last dignity. Last dignity? Kaido looked at Hiruzen's determined eyes. He knew what this guy meant. Hiruzen's eyes already showed a death wish, and his so-called dignity was the dignity of a ninja, the dignity of a Hokage. A Hokage only dies in battle, not judged by the entire village. He had already tarnished the trust of the previous Hokages. Even if he woke up now, he would not have a better choice. But Kaito looked at Hiruzen for a long while, then suddenly broke into a smile and threw his ninja blade towards Hiruzen. The blade stuck precisely into the ground in front of Hiruzen. Amid the downpour, Kaito calmly said, although a true death in battle is a dignity a Hokage should have, if I really kill you, it probably also destroys the Uchiha's hope of becoming Hokage, right? Even in death, you don't forget to suppress me and the Uchiha as much as possible. You really have some nerve. Why do you think the Uchiha and I are not good enough? But anyway, you're going to die. Learn a bit of samurai honor. This is the dignity I can give you, because no matter what. Without you, it's really important to me. After saying this, Kaito disregarded Hiruzen's complex expression and turned to leave. Even if he killed the Hokage with his own hands, no one would say anything even now, but such implicit influence would always be there. Walking away, Kaito raised his head to look at the stormy sky. He knew that tomorrow would probably be good weather, and that would mark the beginning of a new chapter for Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 152. The morning light shone above Hidden Leaf Village. A new day arrived as usual. But the Leaf Village did not meet the cheerful morning as it typically would. At this moment, a strange sense of suffocation permeated the village. The usually bustling streets were now devoid of the hustle and bustle of the past, with only closed doors and the ninja force on high alert. The events of last night had left an indelible impression on the residents of Hidden Leaf Village. First, Kakashi attacked the Leaf Building, followed by the collective impeachment of their third Hokage by the 7 major clans of Hidden Leaf Village. Then, the unthinkable happened. Their third Hokage actually admitted all his actions. However, his confession did not gain the approval of others. The former elder of the Mikado clan was the first to object. And he, along with his clansmen and the Anbu, initiated an attack, turning the Hokage building, a place of solemnity, symbolizing the highest seat of power in Hidden Leaf Village, into a battlefield. However, it was this battle that made the people of the Leaf Village realize the strength of the head of their security department. Even those who didn't have the courage to come to the scene, or those who couldn't see clearly due to their positions being too far back, they all knew exactly what happened. Kaito not only faced the siege of hundreds of ninjas single-handedly and remained unscathed, but he also defeated them all. He even faced the third Hokage and others alone, killing and defeating them one by one. Such a record is unimaginable, and such power is touching, but the impact of this battle is also extremely terrifying. The impeachment of the Hokage has set a precedent in Hidden Leaf Village and even the entire shinobi world, and now Hidden Leaf Village has completely fallen into a chaotic and Hokage-less era. Nearly all members of the Elder Council were killed. The once influential Sarutobi, Mikado, and Uchiha clans now have their doors firmly closed. And their peripheries have already been taken over by the Hidden Leaf Village Defense Force, who are closely monitoring every move of these 3 families. Not only their family homes but even their businesses in Hidden Leaf Village are also being monitored, making Hidden Leaf Village tense and uneasy. But this was inevitable. Hidden Leaf Village is already chaotic enough and can't afford any more trouble. How's the situation now? Inside an office in the Hokage building, Kaito stood by the window looking at the busy ninjas outside who were completing renovations. He couldn't help but ask. There were 7 people in the conference room, the heads of the 7 major clans who acted last night. Strictly speaking, Kaito, by virtue of his age, should not be leading the conversation. But he made the greatest contribution in last night's battle, and as the head of the security department, his power is one of the greatest. Therefore, when he spoke, no one would object. Even Narashikaku turned his head to look at him, and then slowly replied. The situation is relatively optimistic. My former Hokage has provided me with the most substantial evidence. He admitted everything, and our impeachment was successful. Moreover, we have received the greatest legal support. Shikashiro has sent back the daimyo's manuscript, so the transition of various forces has been very smooth. Upon hearing this news, Kaito breathed a sigh of relief. From last night until now, they had not slept. They all knew that the success of the impeachment was just the beginning, and many follow-up matters were incredibly troublesome. Fortunately, for now, the news they received was good. The smooth takeover of the various units in Hidden Leaf Village meant they officially had control over the village. The next thing was to elect a new Hokage, and to quietly deal with any potential trouble that might arise. Their actions last night were high-profile enough. If they continued to draw attention, things could backfire. Moreover, it wasn't necessary to completely wipe out these 3 clans. Hidden Leaf Village's strength was worth salvaging, if possible. Even if it was just a show, Kaido and his allies had to do it. Otherwise, causing panic would be disastrous. However, all of this depended on the attitudes of the 3 clans themselves. If they truly did not cooperate, they couldn't blame others for being ruthless. That's good, the security department will also cooperate as much as possible with everyone. Kaido chuckled, and then continued. Thank you all for your hard work. So far, we can consider this a preliminary victory. Indeed, gaining control over Hidden Leaf Village was a significant victory, but also a preliminary win following the loss of the Hokage. Their most important task now was to find that damn Jiraiya as soon as possible. Then, regardless of his ramblings and excuses, put him directly in the position of the Hokage. Only in this way could they fully stabilize Hidden Leaf Village and consider the impeachment operation complete. Actually, the one who has worked the hardest is you, Kaito. Yamanaka Inoichi, who had been the most silent, raised his head to look at Kaito and then softly spoke. You killed Danzō, you proposed the plan, and you defeated the third Hokage. If the security department needs anything, please let us know. And I believe, this time, Kaito, you will get everything you want. This was a collective effort. Without you all, even if I wanted to overthrow the Hokage, it would have been impossible. Kaito shook his head with a smile. He, of course, understood what the Quiet Clan leader meant. It was a simple and straightforward issue. This was a promise of sharing the spoils in the future. Kaido's contribution this time is impeccable, and his efforts are the greatest. Frankly speaking, although it was Shikakunaru who initiated contact, without Kaido, none of this would have been possible, let alone making it this far. Moreover, everything Kaido led them to do has largely avenged them. At this moment, giving Kaido the greatest support is the best way to handle this matter. However, Kaido still kept a low profile. Even for this seemingly low-key work, he had to clarify. Besides, the issue of sharing the cake needed to be handled properly. Many times, a team's collapse is due to improper distribution of the cake. Actually, Kaido didn't necessarily need the lion's share. After all, a single security department was enough to satisfy him. At most, he was trying to figure out if he could gain legislative power. Of course, if there is an opportunity, Kaido would also try to get involved in finance, but these are topics for later. Now, their urgent task is to focus on maintaining the stability of Hidden Leaf Village and finding Jiraiya, who is floating in the ninja world. Of course, if necessary, they also need to arrange a funeral for Hidden Leaf Village as shinobi. At noon, Kaido finally came out of the Hokage building. Hidden Leaf Village is still quiet at this moment. The high sun in the sky did not change this oppressive environment. But Kaido did not care too much. Such martial law was very necessary now. After all, it's not just to guard against people from the three clans causing trouble, but also to guard against spies from other ninja villages. Each village inevitably has spies from other countries, which is almost an unspoken secret. It would be extremely difficult to catch these guys, as they may have already integrated into Hidden Leaf Village or are just passing by. So when encountering trouble in the village, the best way is not to catch people, but to implement martial law directly. Walking along, Kaido suddenly stopped, looking to the side. Because not far away, a person had been quietly waiting there. That person was Kakashi. At this moment, Kakashi's gaze at Kaido was somewhat complicated. In his heart, he was grateful to Kaido. If it weren't for Kaido, he might not have been able to dig up so much information, getting Hiruzen and Sarutobi to admit so much. Then, the wrongs his father suffered might be hard to wash away. His father would have to carry all kinds of disgrace for the rest of his life until everyone forgot him. On the other hand, Kakashi also felt helpless and lost because he couldn't avenge his father himself. Although last night's battle was blocked by flame and magma in the final stages, so that ordinary people could neither enter nor see what was happening inside. However, through the fire and the terrifying, suffocating chakra flood, people knew that this battle was far beyond imagination. Kakashi understood that he really couldn't participate in this battle, which made him incredibly regretful and desolate. However, Kaido won this battle in the end. Yet, he didn't slay the third Hokage himself, but rather, ensured the latter's dignity in the storm. He took his own life. In the stormy night, he lost his life, and the rain washed away his sins. Kakashi didn't know whether this outcome was good or bad. He learned who his enemies were and participated in exposing their atrocities. But none of his enemies died by his hand, neither Danzō nor Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lord Kaido. Seeing Kaido had noticed him, Kakashi took a deep breath to adjust his emotions, then began to speak seriously. Just call me Kaido. Skip the Lord. After all, I grew up listening to your legends at school. Kaido interrupted Kakashi before he finished speaking, with a smile on his face. You had a hard night yesterday. If you hadn't forced the Anbu to use wood style, if you hadn't obtained decisive evidence, perhaps our former Hokage wouldn't have backed down so easily, nor would he have admitted defeat so lightly. Kaido probably guessed Kakashi's thoughts. After all, anyone who saw all their enemies dead, but didn't take revenge themselves, would feel some regret and helplessness. But life is never perfect. Lord Kai. You flatter me. I only did everything I could. You, Lord Kaido, played the decisive role. Kakashi bowed his head slightly. He seemed very respectful at this moment, but his expression soon turned serious. Lord, I have an unsuitable request this time, and I hope you can agree. Oh, let me guess the reason you're looking for me? Seeing Kakashi like this, Kaido couldn't help but stroke his chin. If I'm not wrong, you're looking for me to apply to leave the Anbu, right? Yes, Minister Kaido. Kakashi nodded very straightforwardly. There was no need for him to hide this matter. After everything he had experienced the previous night, he basically couldn't stay in the Anbu any longer. After all, as an Anbu member, infiltrating the office of the Hokage he was supposed to protect and stealing information, anyone would find this unacceptable. Even if the Anbu is now in a semi-crippled state. The number of Anbu members led by Hamura Midokado last night wasn't small, but the number of frontline members wasn't many. After one night, only 1/3 of the Anbu members are left, and everyone is grateful for that. Most of the remaining third of the Anbu, it could be said, were likely not in Hidden Leaf Village at the moment. To put it bluntly, the Anbu at this moment were an empty shell. However, even being an empty shell, one could imagine the attitude of the people inside the Anbu towards Kakashi. Moreover, Kakashi had completed his mission to infiltrate the Anbu. Though it didn't lead to a complete transformation, he did manage to obtain everything he wanted. Leaving the Anbu seemed like an excellent choice for him. He wished to truly embrace the light and start anew, but for Kaido, it seemed it wasn't the right time. Firstly, you've got the wrong person. You belong to the Anbu, and I am the minister of the guard department. What's the use of coming to me to apply to leave the Anbu? Kaido laughed and shook his head. He then patted Kakashi on the shoulder and spoke. In fact, the Anbu still needs you now, needs your strength and experience. I am aware of the Anbu's losses, so the Anbu needs rebuilding now, and you have almost 10 years of service in the Anbu. You understand all the mechanisms of the Anbu, and you do have some connections within the Anbu, like Yamato last night. Hidden Leaf Village is currently in dire straits, and you should put your experience and abilities in the most crucial position. As for leaving the Anbu, I think the new Hokage can help you with that once they are in place. Is that so? I think I understand. Kakashi fell silent for a moment after hearing Kaido's words, but in the end, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, although the current situation in Hidden Leaf Village was not terrible, it was not particularly good either, and the role of the Anbu was highlighted at this moment. As for restructuring the Anbu, Kakashi was not worried. Although Kaido had almost obliterated the main Anbu, the Anbu reserves were still plentiful. As long as they are promoted and a strong, experienced person is assigned to lead, everything can transition smoothly. As for the current Anbu minister, he had already been subconsciously ignored by Kakashi, and Kakashi's focus was on something else. Could I ask who the new Hokage is likely to be? Someone you know, a friend of your teacher, and a friend of our previous Hokage. Upon hearing this question, Kaido couldn't help but laugh. You can disseminate this information appropriately through the Anbu. And this person is Jiraiya. News of the impeachment of the Hokage by the clan's shinobi in Hidden Leaf Village spread through various channels to the entire shinobi world in a very short time. For a time, the entire shinobi world fell into an unusually strange atmosphere, as Hidden Leaf Village was truly setting a precedent. In fact, Hidden Leaf Village has set many precedents. As the founder of the shinobi village system, Hidden Leaf Village was the first shinobi village in the whole shinobi world. Similarly, under the guidance and compromise of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senshu, they created a situation where each shinobi village possessed a tailed beast. I also hope that the tailed beasts, as strategic deterrent weapons, could be used to intimidate other ninja villages to ensure peace in the ninja world, a precedent, indeed. Of course, owning a tailed beast does not necessarily guarantee peace in the ninja world, as all things pale in comparison when driven by interests. At most, it means not having the capacity to directly invade local ninja villages, and now, wars are impossible to break out in the major nations. However, this situation is a hardship for those small countries. After all, they do not have tailed beasts to serve as strategic deterrent weapons. Sarutobi Hiruzen lost and died just like that? What the hell is Hidden Leaf Village doing? Inside the Hidden Stones village in the Land of Earth, Onoki, looking at the documents in his hand, couldn't help but slam his hand on the table, his face looking extremely grim. The actual ruler of a large ninja village, the Kage of a village, was impeached by a group of clansmen. What the hell is this? This is the most typical, and also the most successful, case of a coup d'état. Such a successful case will undoubtedly spread to those who harbor some ideas, making them, the Kages, feel threatened. Especially those Kages whose positions are designated by inheritance, their hearts are filled with unease. Yes, the Kage is chosen by everyone, but if the people who can participate in the election are limited, and public opinion is controlled properly, then the chosen Kage will naturally be the one they currently need, and will only be the one they need. Ordinary ninjas wouldn't know about this manipulation, but how could those clan ninjas not understand? Before, they dared not rebel because rebellion was akin to a coup, and the end of a coup was being besieged by the entire village. They wouldn't dare to contemplate such a thing, and the strength of the Kage was also incredibly intimidating. Nobody would dare to take a risk easily. But now, Hidden Leaf Village has provided a feasible path for all those who want to rebel but can't find a way. Now they can get legal support from the daimyo, then unite with like-minded people for collective action, and finally settle everything. Of course, there is a prerequisite here, which is to obtain evidence of the Kage's wrongdoing. But the problem is, among those who sit in the position of Kage, how many of them haven't done something extreme for their own benefit? The answer is obviously none. When it comes to interests, no one is clean. So now, no matter who it is, they would feel extremely uncomfortable because they know that the times have indeed changed. We must find a way to curb this, otherwise. Onoki stood up, his face looking extremely grim. Otherwise, the trouble will be great. It seems that I have to make some concessions. Now, Onoki really hates Hidden Leaf Village, hates the Uchiha-led group of people. If it weren't for them, would things have gotten to this point? Moreover, the death of Saratobe Hiruzen truly struck a chord in his heart. He and Saratobe Hiruzen were of the same generation, and both were the third Kage of their respective villages. Through the years of confrontation, although they deeply resented each other, there was always a mutual understanding in their hearts. After all, there were only 5 individuals who could stand at their level in the entire ninja world. The third Mizukage was the first to die, followed closely by the third Kazekage, and then the third Raikage died under his own siege. Now that Saratobe Hiruzen was gone too, he was the only remaining third Kage in the entire ninja world. Thinking of this, a touch of melancholy inevitably appeared in Onoki's heart. However, this feeling of melancholy quickly disappeared. Despite his old age, he refused to admit defeat. He must pave the way for the next generation of Kages. Those bastards of Hidden Leaf Village. The fourth Raikage fiercely slapped the report on the table, showing his current state of fury. In fact, his initial reaction to this report was one of pleasure, because without a Kage, Hidden Leaf Village would inevitably struggle in defense should they launch an attack. And he did exactly that, immediately calling a meeting with the top brass of Hidden Cloud's village to discuss this matter. But quickly, his excitement was doused, like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Because Tsuchi arrived in a hurry and informed him of the intricacies of the situation, causing him to hesitate before making any rash moves. Tsuchi was a trusted ally from his father's reign, even hailed as a retainer to the third Raikage, the one who tells the tale of the greatest myth. His intelligence and power were indeed formidable. In addition to mastering lava style, the famed hell stab technique was assessed by him when the fourth Raikage was young. The fourth Raikage admired and trusted him immensely. He might not take others seriously, but he would never dismiss Tsuchi's words. Now, he realized that this was not the time to attack Hidden Leaf Village at all, but a crucial moment for them to deal with internal issues. Lord Raikage, please calm down. Now is not the time to be angry, but to think carefully about how to appease those fellows. Seeing the furious fourth Raikage, Tsuchi could only shake his head helplessly. Although Hidden Cloud's village was united internally, they too faced various issues. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the infamous Gold and Silver Brothers in their history, who ignited a great ninja war, causing heavy losses. With Hidden Leaf Village's recent incident, those who were originally well-behaved might start harboring certain thoughts. And if such dangerous thoughts are not handled properly, and nipped in the bud, he didn't dare imagine the future. Inside a tavern in the land of hot water, Jiraiya was enjoying his drinks, surrounded by 2 sultry women. The 3 prohibitions of shinobi might seem like a daunting concept, but for Jiraiya, he didn't feel like he was violating any code. He was just experiencing life, seeking inspiration for his writing. In simpler terms, he was collecting material. Although he knew that his departure from Hidden Leaf Village was ostensibly to pursue Orochimaru, deep down, he was well aware, as was his teacher, that he merely wished to escape the vortex of Hidden Leaf Village. Much like Tsunoda's departure from Hidden Leaf Village, on the surface, it seemed she left because she lost her brother and lover, and developed hemophobia, losing her ninja abilities. But essentially, it was due to the decline of her family and the doubts she had about her belief in the Hokage that she chose to leave. As for Orochimaru, Jiraiya wasn't ignorant of some secrets within Hidden Leaf Village, so he can't be said to have been fully dedicated to capturing Orochimaru. What he was doing now, besides seeking the child of prophecy, was perfecting his own philosophies and writing books that interested him. Jiraiya felt truly helpless that the books imbued with his thoughts were ignored by all, with nobody bothering to read them. On the contrary, works he pinned out of sheer interest turned out to be bestsellers. Perhaps this was a form of hopelessness as well. Did you hear? Something big happened in Hidden Leaf Village. Just as Jiraiya was cheerfully drinking his sake, a voice suddenly came from behind him, instantly catching his attention. After all, he hadn't forgotten that he was a shinobi of Hidden Leaf Village, and naturally, any news about it would catch his ear. I heard it ages ago. Are you only getting the news now? I actually got it a while ago too, I just didn't want to believe it. The 7 great clans jointly impeaching the Hokage, such a thing is inconceivable. The 7 great clans united, all impeaching the Hokage? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's body stiffened slightly. Ever since the 4th passed, the Hokage had always been the 3rd. And the 3rd was his teacher. What he couldn't believe was that his teacher was being impeached by 7 clans joining together. What exactly did he do to provoke the wrath of both gods and men to end up in this situation? Indeed, This third Hokage always seemed so benign, but who would have thought that he's done so many dreadful things behind the scenes? It's truly shocking. However, I heard that the third came to his senses in the end. Though he participated in the battle, he truly embodied the spirit of a shinobi. We can't judge the actions of those in power. But it's said the third left with dignity. That clan head of the Uchiha really saved his face. Left with dignity, Uchiha. Hearing these two pieces of information, Jiraiya could no longer control his emotions. He distinctly remembered that a major incident had occurred in Hidden Leaf Village a year ago, which left Danzō with no place to rest in peace. Moreover, Hidden Leaf Village issued two proclamations. One detailed Danzō's crimes and stripped him of all his accomplishments. Bearing the title of a rogue ninja, he was forever despised, eternally nailed to the pillar of historical disgrace. The other was the announcement that Itachi, a member of the Uchiha clan, had been completely stripped of his surname and declared a rogue ninja, a rogue of the same caliber as Orochimaru, no less. When Jiraiya received these two proclamations at the time, he just lightly shook his head and said nothing more. Because he could see this was another power play within the village, and this time, the loser was Danzō. He was indeed curious about how the Uchiha managed to alter his fate, as he knew some insider information. However, he had left Hidden Leaf Village, and so didn't want to delve into or question its affairs, let alone get involved. Yet he truly hadn't expected that the power play from a year ago would still have repercussions today, and the loser now was his own teacher. I wonder how things are in Hidden Leaf Village now. Who do you think they'll choose as the next Hokage? What does Hidden Leaf Village's business have to do with us? We should think about our own affairs. But if you ask me about the Hokage, perhaps the head of the Uchiha clan could be a possibility. The head of the Uchiha clan? Even though he is really powerful, isn't he a bit young? You asked me, I just gave an answer. Besides, as I said, it's Hidden Leaf Village's business, it doesn't concern me, unless they start a conflict with Hidden Cloud's village. Jiraiya listened to all this in a numb state. At this moment he could no longer control himself. With a thud, he forcefully propped both hands on the table, and then stood up. Are you out of your mind? His abrupt movement quieted the tavern for a moment, but the next moment, a torrent of curses poured in. However, Jiraiya didn't pay attention to these details. He fixed his gaze on the two women who had been beside him. These two women were already trembling a bit, scared by Jiraiya's outburst. After all, Jiraiya was a shinobi, not someone they should provoke. Sir, did we do something wrong? One of the women summoned up the courage, her voice trembling as she asked. I apologize, it's a personal matter. Jiraiya took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, then took out his wallet and placed a stack of bills on the table. Having done all this, he immediately turned and left the tavern. Stepping onto the street, Jiraiya looked up at the sky. At some point, the previously bright sky had darkened, with a few ominous clouds gathering. Not the best weather, huh? Jiraiya muttered, then silently walked on. At this moment, his mind was full of memories from the past, and he made a decision. He would return to Hidden Leaf Village, to give his teacher a proper farewell. He had heard that his teacher had a moment of realization in his final moments. He had heard that his teacher had shown the bearing of a true ninja before his death, and that his teacher had passed on with dignity. In this world, the people close to him were becoming fewer and fewer. People from his time either drifted apart due to differences in status or had gone their separate ways. His student, Minato no Mikaze, was already dead, and as for Nagato and the others, he wasn't sure where they were now. Now, his teacher was gone too. A sense of loneliness instantly permeated his heart. No matter how powerful he was, at this moment, he seemed somewhat silent and solitary. So, he's gone too? And his departure wasn't a graceful one. Outside a gambling house, Tsunade walked on, somewhat absent-mindedly. Shizune followed her anxiously but helplessly. In this matter, Shizune really didn't have any say. After all, the deceased was Tsunade's teacher. At first, when they received this news, they couldn't believe it. After all, impeachment of a Kage from a major ninja village was unprecedented. However, as more and more people relayed the news, especially since they were within the Fire Country, where the daimyo's decree had already been issued, this forced Tsunade to accept the truth, but after believing it, she seemed somewhat lost. Her feelings for Hiruzen Sarutobi were always complicated. On the one hand, Hiruzen was her teacher, who taught her many things, emotions she held close to her heart. On the other hand, the decline of the Senju clan really couldn't be separated from this teacher of hers. Originally, she thought that even if Hiruzen died, she wouldn't have too much emotional change, but she hadn't expected that she would be somewhat unable to bear it. It was an inexplicable emptiness, a lament for a familiar person who had suddenly gone far away. Taking a deep sigh, Tsunade's expression became serious. Let's go, Shizune, we're going back to Hidden Leaf Village. Eh? Shizune was startled when she heard this, then she asked in surprise, Lady Tsunade, are you sure? Yes, I'm very sure. Tsunade nodded earnestly, then she smiled bitterly. Actually, I don't really know what I'm thinking, but when he really left, I have an indescribable feeling. This feeling is like a fishbone stuck in the throat, very uncomfortable, so I want to go back and see, as a disciple to bid him farewell. Having said that, Tsunade continued walking ahead without looking back, and all Shizune could do was silently follow. In a valley within the grass country, Orochimaru stood quietly, gazing into the distance. He had received news from Hidden Leaf Village and naturally knew everything that had happened there. However, after becoming aware of these events, Orochimaru couldn't help but sigh. Life is truly fragile, so you've gone just like that, Master Sarutobi. Looking at the lush, vibrant forest in the distance, and at the gathering dark clouds in the sky, Orochimaru suddenly laughed. His laughter was a bit hoarse, but also somewhat bleak. He only stopped when his eyes began to sting from laughing too much. Boom. Suddenly, a dull rumble sounded from the sky, silver lightning rolling among the dark clouds. Soon, the drizzling rain fell, quickly soaking Orochimaru through and through. But Orochimaru didn't mind this. His gaze remained focused on the horizon, and after a long time, he licked his lips. But perhaps this is for the best. Although you didn't die in battle. As a Hokage, you recognized your mistakes and chose a dignified way to leave. It could be considered a good outcome. Moreover, I heard that you crossed hands with Kaido Uchiha before your death and exhibited the nobility befitting of a true ninja. That's good, really good. It's a pity I couldn't witness that scene. Orochimaru's feelings for Hiruzen Sarutobi were sincere and complicated, but he still had great respect for his teacher. Of course, the one he respected was the Hiruzen Sarutobi from his memory, the one titled a true ninja. Not the one who had become obsessed with power, the one hailed as the strongest Hokage, the third Hokage. The rain continued to fall, and Orochimaru stood in the rain with his eyes closed. He seemed to be reminiscing, contemplating something. Boom. As the rain continued to pour, Orochimaru stood alone on top of the valley. Suddenly, a rumble sounded from the sky, and the next moment, a silver bolt of lightning came crashing towards him. With his eyes still closed, Orochimaru furrowed his brows slightly, quickly stepping back to avoid the lightning from the sky. Boom. The lightning struck the top of the valley, instantly splitting many rocks, and Orochimaru slowly opened his eyes. Master Sarutobi, do you miss me? Do you want me to accompany you? Orochimaru licked his lips, then chuckled mockingly. But it's a pity, I'm afraid I won't be accompanying you. However, to let you come up and meet me, I think I can manage. After finishing these words, Orochimaru turned to leave, but he halted as soon as he took a step. For he had keenly realized that the vibrations coming from this valley were entirely different from those of a typical one. Having undergone various modifications, Orochimaru was far from ordinary. It would be entirely accurate to say his true form was a snake. These modifications granted him an enhanced sensitivity to subtle changes in the environment, which prompted him to halt and scrutinize the valley. Could there be some secret hidden within? Orochimaru pondered silently, and the next moment his vast chakra began to gather within him. Earth style, earth flow divide. Placing his hand lightly on the ground, his immense chakra surged out in an instant, seeping into the earth. Under the influence of his chakra, the ground swiftly rose and split, and Orochimaru soon discovered something intriguing. There was indeed a hidden chamber underneath, but its defenses were exceptionally well constructed. Even he couldn't breach them in one go. Interesting. Such a level of defense is truly interesting. Faced with such a curiosity, how could Orochimaru resist? He immediately increased the output of his own chakra. Orochimaru's chakra was already extraordinarily formidable, yet even he had to spend close to 10 minutes to completely breach the defenses. By the time he finished, Orochimaru was covered in sweat. Even his normally pale face had become even more ghastly due to the continuous high-intensity output of chakra. But his heart was now filled with excitement. He was becoming increasingly certain that there was an unknown secret hidden beneath. Slightly unsteady, Orochimaru rose and slowly walked forward, then lightly leaped into the secret chamber within the valley. However, the moment he descended, his entire body felt a chill, as if a terrifying primordial beast was lurking within. Oppressive, chilly, and filled with destruction, these were Orochimaru's first impressions upon entering, which immediately put him on guard. But when he squinted his eyes to look ahead, he was taken aback. There were no signs of life within the secret chamber. All there was a skeleton, seated grandly upon a stone chair. Chapter 153. After several days of martial law, the situation inside the Leaf Village began to ease. After all, everyone has to eat. Long-term martial law is not conducive to development, nor does it favor the reputation of the initiators like Kaido and his group. So, the correct choice is to gradually relax the controls, and now Kaido and his group have done so. Of course, the three families should not expect their martial law to be relaxed. During these days, Kaido and his group were not idle. They spent this time steadily removing the ninjas from these three families in some important positions, and at the same time brought in a large number of newcomers. And these newcomers, the majority of those supplemented by Kaido and his group, were civilian ninjas. This is a crucial point. Although Kaido and his group are clan ninjas, if they really want to stabilize the situation in the Leaf Village, civilian ninjas will always need to be won over. Put simply, what Kaido and his group were doing was actually just using Sarutobi Hiruzen's method, but it must be said that such an approach is really effective. How many members of the ninja families make up the total population of the Leaf Village? And what proportion can clan ninjas occupy in the entire Leaf Ninja system? Even if they do have powerful forces, the gap in population is really hard to make up for. In addition to those at the top of the Leaf Pyramid, a ninja village cannot be called a ninja village without a large number of civilian ninjas to fill the middle and lower levels. This village might as well disband and revert to the Warring States era, which might be better. After all, at that time, there were ninja groups based on clans, but in this era, if they do this, they will end up being crushed by other ninja villages. In addition to these, we should also increase the welfare of civilian ninjas. At a meeting held in the Hokage building, Kaido directly proposed his own idea. Of course, the purpose of doing this is simple, that is to stabilize ourselves. Don't think that strengthening the civilian ninjas is weakening us, although it may seem so on the surface. But in reality, their strengthening will stimulate our own clansmen to work harder, making our power even stronger. This is a competitive situation and relationship. Once a person becomes complacent without rivals, that person will soon degenerate. If a ninja becomes complacent, then that ninja is not far from death, and a clan or even a ninja village is the same. Perhaps by that time, its fate will be to disappear into the long river of history. Kaido's words made everyone at the scene furrow their brows, but they had to admit it was indeed the case. Complacent ninjas are prone to lose their vigilance. Complacent clans will only rest on past laurels, which is absolutely unacceptable to them. Moreover, even if the welfare and resources of civilian ninjas are improved, as clan ninjas, they naturally have advantages that others can't reach. Centuries of heritage gave them sufficient confidence and background. Cultivating their descendants from a young age allows them to win right from the starting line. If they still can't succeed under such favorable conditions, they should just honestly manage the family business. However, improving the welfare of civilian ninjas is a huge pressure on the finances of the Leaf Village. At the same time, what exactly to give and to what extent is really headache-inducing. Before they could figure it out, Kaido spoke again. We should also reform education. Our current education is completely following the comprehensive education system of the second Hokage. The third Hokage did not make any changes, but we can take this opportunity to make some adjustments. For example, we can set up some theoretical courses and some specifically biased courses. For example, some civilian children have very strong theoretical knowledge, we can cultivate them towards civil service. Some people have talent in ninjutsu, we can specifically let them learn ninjutsu. We can also set up classes to teach and cultivate them in taijutsu, ganjutsu, etc. This Kaido's educational reform made their faces change slightly. If it weren't for the fact that Kaido came from the Uchiha and was the head of the Uchiha clan, they would have doubted whether this person's stance was questionable. This kind of cultivation to strengthen civilian ninjas, although beneficial to the Leaf Village, seemed like a blow to their clan ninjas. But what Kaido said next made them nod their heads in satisfaction. And then there's the elite education system. Kaido calmly said, simply taking out the Western European and American education system. After all, the previous generation's island nation always wagged its tail and followed others, and this world is a world of bloodline theory. He naturally wouldn't break it and change something recklessly. After all, he himself is a member of the vested interests of the bloodline clan. Would he kill himself? The best people in the school will be allocated by us for personal education. In this education process, how to make them have a sense of identity depends on each individual's methods. The decent ones are handed over to the Jonin to lead, to cultivate their sense of belonging and identity to the Leaf Village. As for the rest, keep the status quo. With the benefits of our reforms as support, coupled with their own task execution, I believe, they will definitely live better than now, live more happily, won't they? Kaido's proposal naturally satisfied the other clans present. Even the most conservative Hyuga clan couldn't help but nod their heads. Although these most talented children are not from their own families, their cultivation in this way can definitely give these children a sense of special belonging. This is also a way to strengthen their family, and it's a particularly innovative, low-cost but high-efficiency method. Because this is directly using the power of the village to help them select talents. If they oppose this, it would be really unreasonable. Of course, there are pros and cons to everything. For example, how to distribute these talents may cause some problems due to conflicting interests. But luckily, if everyone can sit down and discuss it, they will always get a relatively acceptable result. I think we can accept this proposal. Hayashi Hyuga swept his eyes over everyone present, and finally nodded and said, "So, clan head Kaido, do you have any other insights?" "Don't worry about high or low insights, doing these things is a big financial problem," Kaito said with a smile. However, he quickly thought of something, and then he began to speak. "But since Koharu Uchiha died, the position of the Minister of Finance is vacant, which gave me an idea. That is to set up a financial budget and audit agency under the Finance Department, which has two functions. The first is to calculate how much the annual budget expenditure of the various aspects of Leaf Villages, and then we tell the amount to the Minister of Finance to negotiate with the daimyo. The second is to audit and supervise whether these funds are used in key areas, to ensure that they don't flow into the pockets of people who shouldn't get the money. And certain organizations that should not exist. What do you think about this? The Finance Department has always been low-key, but it is a department with great power. Money talks, and this is equally true in this world. Of course, it also depends on what kind of existence this rich person is. If it's a daimyo, then it might just be a money bag. If it's an organization of a ninja village, then it's a colossal entity. Why did Kaito secretly resell arms? Why did the Inoshikacho clans agree happily, and why did the other three clans also be willing to participate after knowing about this? In plain terms, it's because following Kaito can make money. This money can enhance the strength of the clan and also increase the budget of their department. How could they refuse? Of course, they are willing to do it for another reason, which is to do it without harming the interests of Leaf Village. These people are very principled. Compared with a certain person who is always saying for the Leaf, they are simply like the guardians of the Leaf. Moreover, everyone present is smart. At first, they felt that Kaido's proposal seemed not that big of a deal. But as they carefully pondered over it, they immediately thought of some key points. Who does clan head Kaido think should be given the position of Minister of Finance? Narashikaku's eyes were gleaming as he knocked on the table and asked. Isn't it a bit presumptuous for us to decide this? I think it should be decided by the Hokage. Kaido gave a perfect answer without revealing anything, and this answer immediately satisfied everyone present. They had thoroughly confirmed Kaido's thoughts. The Minister of Finance is chosen by the Hokage, which seems to exercise the Hokage's rights. But what is the function of the Minister of Finance under such a plan? That's to ask for money from the daimyo. The daimyo may not amount to much, but after all, he is still the daimyo. Therefore, some surface respect should be given. Unless he pushes them too hard, the ninjas will let him know how big the gap is between ordinary people and ninjas. The Minister of Finance is personally selected and appointed by the Hokage, so if the daimyo is upset, it's the Hokage he's upset with, not them. Although they all felt that Kaido was somewhat shameless, after all, Jiraiya is a very good person, but he hasn't even taken office yet and has already been plotted against, but no matter what, they always had to take the blame in the past. Now the tables have turned, and it's Jiraiya's turn. After all, he's the disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, so what if he has to shoulder the blame? As for auditing each expenditure, apart from ensuring that the money really goes where it should when supervising each department, they are also supervising themselves. How much the three clans have embezzled is unclear, but the businesses they currently have under martial law are already staggering. Now they are the 7 clans who have jointly impeached and overthrown the Hokage. If they aren't careful, they might suffer in the future. Strict self-discipline is a requirement that these clan ninjas must meet now. Of course, they also thought of one more thing, to supervise whether the money will flow into places it shouldn't. Although the root has been annihilated, this organization has left them with an indelible memory. Especially when it was found out that the organization was doing human experiments, cultivating a bunch of unregistered ninjas like dead soldiers, it was truly terrifying. They absolutely will not allow anyone to bypass the financial sector in any form, in any way, and create a new route. As for whether they will export weapons to those in need like them, sorry, they have already taken that path. Would they still let others continue down it? At this point, the meeting was almost over, with only some minor details and some intelligence exchanges left. Kaido also learned about the current situation of the Anbu in this meeting. Kakashi is doing a good job, even if he is not well received by the members of the Anbu, but with Kaido and others' endorsement, he has reorganized the Anbu. Although the current Anbu's combat power and work experience are vastly different from before, given that they have just been formed entirely from the reserve team. However, they can now complete basic defense tasks normally, so what remains is to let time and combat slowly hone them. Interestingly, Kaido also received a piece of intelligence, which was that the frontline defense forces found that Jiraiya had returned to the Fire Country from the Land of Hot Water. Having received this news, Kaido roughly guessed that Jiraiya had come back to send Sarutobi Hiruzen on his last journey. After all, Jiraiya is his disciple. So, you dragged me along to meet Jiraiya with you. Narayanko looked at Kaito speechlessly on a small road outside the Hidden Leaf village. She hadn't expected to be dragged into this by him. Although the Hidden Leaf village had calmed down these days, the three clans were still on the verge of explosion. Isn't Kaito's departure at this time equivalent to weakening the fighting power of the Hidden Leaf village? However, even though she was thinking this, Yanko still followed Kaito out. As a member of the Nara clan, their character is to help you once they recognize you. Yanko has always been doing this. Although she, like Shikamaru in the original work, often complains, Shikamaru in the original work also helped Naruto a lot. Besides, speaking of Hidden Leaf Village, there are still two Mangekyo Sharingan users, Fugaku and Shizui, so it's unlikely that the three clans can stir up any trouble. After all, he is our internally selected Hokage. Isn't it natural to greet him in advance? Kaito knew Yanko's character very well, so he didn't care about her complaints and explained the reason with a smile. Yanko could only shake her head lightly at this explanation, but her gaze remained on Kaito. Kaito's strength was truly beyond imagination. He was the same age as her and had even been in the same team as her. Although he had the halo of a genius from a young age, this growth span was somewhat incomprehensible. However, one thing about Kaito hasn't changed, which is his character. His inner self is still the same as it was years ago. Smart and slightly cunning, still cold towards enemies, but towards his own people, he is quite gentle and tolerant. This character of his is really different from other Uchihas, which is why Kaito has so many friends, and why she recognizes him so much. I say, you keep staring at me like this, do you like me? Suddenly, just as Yanko was pondering, Kaito's light laugh broke her train of thought. Yanko glared at Kaito unhappily, withdrew her gaze, and added in her mind. Since when did he become so narcissistic? Inside a secret base in the forest of the Fire Country, Orochimaru is brewing chakra with utmost seriousness. Upon finding the skeleton, Orochimaru immediately took it and hurried to this base in the Fire Country. This base used to be a forward assembly point for the root to gather and replenish supplies. As a former member of the Three Ninjas and the root, Orochimaru naturally knew this place. And since the root had been wiped out by Kaito Uchiha, this place was deserted, perfectly suitable for Orochimaru to do something here. Orochimaru can't forget the feeling of despair he felt when he encountered the skeleton in that cave. That cold, domineering, and destructive aura was so terrifying that even he felt despair. If the aura of a dead person is so terrifying, what would he be like when he was alive? This question kept circling in Orochimaru's mind. How could he not be curious about who this person was? Therefore, he spent several days preparing, not only to select a suitable material, but also to adjust his own state. In terms of material, he chose a ninja from the grass village, who was a jonin there. However, people from small country villages like this, the level of jonin can be very deceptive, but this is exactly what Orochimaru needs. The deterrent power of the skeleton was too terrible. He really couldn't imagine how strong such a person would be if they were brought back to life. Therefore, he had to make such a choice in terms of material. Of course, he also knew that his current research on the Edo Tensei, Resurrection to the Impure World, technique was not very good. He feared that even using good materials might not fully demonstrate the strength of the summoned entity, but being cautious is never wrong. After all, he had never encountered such a frightening existence before. Almost ready. Feeling the boiling chakra inside him, Orochimaru couldn't help murmuring. The next moment, complicated arrays appeared on the ground, looking like the ones used for the summoning technique. In essence, Edo Tensei is a variation of the summoning technique, but more advanced. It summons a person's soul from the Pure Land. Moreover, the summoned person has infinite chakra, which is something normal people cannot imagine. However, this technique has certain flaws, namely the need for compatibility between the soul and the vessel. For powerful ninjas, chakra is not a problem at all. The quality of the chakra and their own bloodline strength are the key. Chakra only defines the lower limit of a ninja, not the upper limit. In this world, what determines the upper limit of a ninja has always been the bloodline. Therefore, the higher the compatibility, the higher the strength of the summoned can be restored. The power that the summoned can exert will be stronger and closer to their peak level when alive. Orochimaru obviously can't do this now, and he doesn't even want to do it. Simply put, he couldn't guarantee that he could control the person he summoned. If he carelessly got killed by the person he summoned, he would really be at a great loss. The array quickly spread, encircling the unconscious grass ninja. Orochimaru placed the liquid he extracted from the skeleton using a special technique into the array. Chakra continued to output, and the special array began to emit a strange light. With the emergence of this light, white pieces of paper quietly floated out of the array. Each of these pieces of paper carried a bizarre power, a power that sent chills down one's spine because it seemed to represent death. The grass ninja's body suddenly shook violently. He was obviously awakened by this power. He looked around in bewilderment, but when he realized he was bound and unable to move, his face suddenly turned pale. Orochimaru didn't pay any attention to him. With the continuous influx of chakra, these white pieces of paper were harshly attached to his body. Ah! The grass ninja let out a scream instantly. His face began to distort, and his body shook even more violently. Because he could clearly feel his consciousness being erased by these white pieces of paper, his body was also in extreme pain. This feeling was truly worse than death. Fortunately, this pain didn't last long. The white pieces of paper spread rapidly over his body, and in a moment, he was completely engulfed. The painful scream abruptly stopped, and at this moment, a bizarre and strong chakra emerged from the man who was completely covered by the white pieces of paper. Orochimaru felt this strange chakra, and his face became serious. This feeling was exactly the same as when he found the skeleton in the cave. However, the feeling was much lighter than before, but it was still terrifying enough. When the white pieces of paper completed their final transformation and the chakra under the paper began to solidify, they slowly started to fall off. Orochimaru was watching the man in front of him attentively, silently waiting for the final result. When the paper fell off to reveal the man's face, Orochimaru was completely taken aback. It took him a long time to lick his lips, and a strange smile appeared on his face. "I really have to thank you, Sensei. If it weren't for that lightning strike, I wouldn't have discovered that place. If I hadn't discovered that place, I wouldn't have found this existence that's like an Ashura." Looking at the figure with black hair in front of him, the smile on Orochimaru's face became even brighter. At this moment, the figure of Kaido once again appeared in his mind. He already had some new ideas. Jiraiya slowly walked towards the direction of Hidden Leaf Village, and several days had passed since he set off. Along the way, he had been thinking about one question. That is, what kind of situation would he encounter when he returned to Hidden Leaf Village? As the disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya's situation was somewhat awkward. His teacher was impeached and finally passed away for various reasons, among which resistance was one. Although Jiraiya may seem like a fool, he is essentially a wise man playing the fool. He could probably guess that the current situation in Hidden Leaf Village was probably not very optimistic. Although the 7 major clans controlled Hidden Leaf Village, the 3 clans led by his teacher were probably not so optimistic. He didn't know how the 7 major clans would view his return this time. And those 3 major clans were said to have not been touched yet. What they would do if they knew he was returning, he didn't dare to imagine. All of these things gave Jiraiya a headache, but he did not regret his decision to return to Hidden Leaf Village, to send his teacher on his last journey. No matter how bad the situation was, it was something Jiraiya had to do and must do. "I hope there will be a better outcome." Jiraiya sighed softly, but soon he frowned because he sensed that someone was following him. Tracking him at the border of the Land of Fire was something he would not have encountered in the past. After all, the ninjas on duty in the Land of Fire were basically Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Hidden Leaf Village ninjas tracking him now meant 2 situations. First, he was probably in an unwelcome situation now. His return must have attracted a lot of attention. Second, Hidden Leaf Village was now, as he thought, completely controlled by the people of the 7 major clans. This made him sigh, but he did not stop his steps and continued to move forward firmly. This was the attitude he wanted to show. He wanted to tell everyone that he was returning to Hidden Leaf Village. Walking forward, Jiraiya soon came to a small town, a necessary route on his way to Hidden Leaf Village. Actually, as soon as he stepped into this small town, Jiraiya's face didn't change. He had been to this town before, but at that time, this town became a gathering point for Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, and he was quite familiar with it. Because of its geographical location, there had always been Hidden Leaf Village ninjas stationed in this town. As soon as he arrived, he saw several ninjas waiting for him at the town entrance. "Lord Jiraiya." A Hidden Leaf Village ninja stepped forward and gently nodded, then respectfully said, "Someone wants to see you, please come with me." "I know, I will go with you." Jiraiya seriously looked at the ninja in front of him before continuing to speak. "What do you think about what happened in the village? Although it's surprising and unbelievable, there is evidence for all of it." The Hidden Leaf Village ninja glanced at Jiraiya, but he didn't say anything harsh. After all, he knew the man in front of him was the disciple of the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd Hokage himself has admitted to everything, which means it's all true. And we are ninjas, so we can only obey orders. Jiraiya could only nod lightly when he heard this. The intelligence he received was the same. It was his teacher who voluntarily admitted to all the charges. Can you tell me who wants to see me? Jiraiya asked, shaking his head slightly. You will know when you see them, please come with us. The ninja didn't say much, just made a pleased gesture. Seeing this, Jiraiya understood that he was not going to get any more information, so he simply nodded and followed the ninja. Following the ninja, Jiraiya soon arrived in front of a tavern. He understood that this was probably where he was to meet the person. He slowly entered the tavern by pushing the door open on his own, and found that the entire tavern had been cleared out, with only 2 people sitting inside. Both of these individuals were young, a man and a woman who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. But when Jiraiya took a closer look at the man, his brows furrowed because he recognized that the man was Kaido Uchiha, a name that commanded great respect. Why is it him? Jiraiya thought to himself, but he also started to be somewhat alert. The fact that Kaido Uchiha personally attended meant that this matter was definitely not simple. However, he still went over and then sat across from Kaido and Yanko. Lord Jiraiya, I've heard a lot about you, but this is the first time we've met. I look forward to learning from you. Kaido smiled and spoke to Jiraiya, then pointed to Yanko next to him and continued to speak. This is my teammate, also a member of the Guard Corps, his name is Yanko. Lord Jiraiya, nice to meet you. Yanko nodded at Jiraiya and then quieted down. Along the way, she had already thought about what she wanted to do, and she clearly defined her role, which was to assist Kaido in persuading Jiraiya. She knew that Jiraiya was the designated Hokage, because having Jiraiya in power had many advantages. On one hand, he was a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, which was a very good choice in terms of succession. Secondly, Jiraiya's reputation was definitely enough. There were hardly any people in Hidden Leaf Village who could compete with him. Of course, the most important point was that Jiraiya was not a person who could manage well. Not being good at management means he would delegate authority to more professional people, which is the best choice for the 7 major clans. Of course, Tsunade would also be a good choice. Although Tsunade is somewhat laid back, her abilities, prestige, and status as a descendant of the Senju clan make her an excellent choice. However, Yanko has studied the history of the Uchiha and Senju clans, and she knows that the person next to her probably wouldn't allow this to happen. Not only Kaido, but also the other clan members would not want a Hokage with real management abilities to take office. So, Tsunade could only become a figurehead in the end, and Jiraiya was their best choice, probably the only choice. Clan leader Kaido, although it's our first meeting, your reputation precedes you. Jiraiya stared at Kaido, sighed, and asked, I wonder what business you have with me, as you're a busy man and wouldn't come to see me, a leisurely person, without a reason. Jiraiya's words were direct. He seemed to have no interest in beating around the bush with Kaido. This attitude made Kaido nod slightly, which was quite in line with Jiraiya's character. Although Jiraiya was not completely straightforward, when facing serious matters, he preferred to make things clear. However, Jiraiya's current attitude made Kaido somewhat helpless, as it seemed that Jiraiya had a great misunderstanding of him. Actually, Kaido could understand why Jiraiya had such an attitude. After all, he was the one who had killed Jiraiya's teacher. But Kaido didn't bother to care about this little problem. Jiraiya coming to him now saved him a lot of time, so he was still in a very good mood. Before discussing my issues, I would like to ask Lord Jiraiya 2 questions. Kaido gently tapped on the table and then started speaking with a smile. The first question is, what is your purpose for returning this time, Lord Jiraiya? And the second question is, do you remember what your identity is, Lord Jiraiya? Since he had to persuade Jiraiya, he could not rush this matter. First of all, he wanted to know what Jiraiya intended to do when he came back this time. Although he guessed that it was probably to pay tribute to Hiruzen Sarutobi and send his teacher off on his final journey, it was better to clarify this to avoid misunderstandings. As for the second question, it was to lay the groundwork for his subsequent conversation. Jiraiya is undoubtedly a Hidden Leaf Village ninja, this fact has never changed. Kaido said this to reinforce this concept, and to use this concept to pressure him into submission. Jiraiya was unaware of the many thoughts in Kaido's mind. He frowned at Kaido and finally spoke slowly. My purpose in coming back is to bid my teacher a final farewell. Although various pieces of information prove that he made many mistakes he shouldn't have made and disgraced the reputation of the Hokage. But he admitted everything when he was alive, and he is now dead. I think everything has passed, so there shouldn't be any problem with me coming to bid him a final farewell, right? As for what you ask about my identity, I can tell you very clearly. Jiraiya paused slightly here, then his expression became very serious, and he said with a firm tone. I am the disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village, and I have always been a Hidden Leaf Village ninja. Very good, Lord Jiraiya. Your answer is very admirable and satisfying. Kaido couldn't help laughing when he heard this. He nodded in satisfaction and handed Jiraiya a scroll. Take a look, this is the record of the operation that night. At the same time, it also contains many things about your teacher, Danzō, and Orochimaru. These are action reports and records from the root organization, and you don't need to doubt their authenticity. We also have no need to falsify this aspect, after all, your teacher admitted it himself. Of course, we welcome you to go back to bid farewell to Hiruzen Sarutobi because we are also waiting for you to return to Hidden Leaf Village. Jiraiya's expression was more puzzled, but he silently accepted the scroll and opened it to start reading seriously. The scroll contained a lot of information, so Jiraiya read it slowly. But the more he read, the more his body began to tremble slightly. He knew some things, but some things he really didn't know, especially what happened after he left Hidden Leaf Village. He was somewhat clueless. After reading all this, Jiraiya silently closed the scroll, lowered his head and quietly said to Kaido. If all this is true, then I apologize for what my teacher did to you. There's no need, both he and Danzō have paid the price they should have paid. And you are not them, and you didn't participate in this matter, so you don't need to apologize for them. Kaido shook his head calmly. He leisurely tapped the table and looked at Jiraiya with a smile. And as I said, we welcome you back to Hidden Leaf Village. Do you know why? I don't know. Jiraiya shook his head, but his expression changed slightly. He seemed to realize something, but before he could speak, Kaido had already given the answer. Because now that Hidden Leaf Village has lost the Hokage, we naturally need a suitable person to take on this role. But looking at the entire Hidden Leaf Village, there aren't many suitable people, and our 7 major families are not qualified for now. After all, we just impeached the Hokage. If any of us were to take the position at his time, not to mention whether we ourselves would be satisfied, I'm afraid the villagers would not accept it either. But you are the disciple of the 3rd Hokage and one of the 3 great ninjas of Hidden Leaf Village. In terms of prestige, strength, and inheritance, you are the most suitable, Lord Jiraiya. Or to put it another way, you are the most suitable to be the 5th Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village right now. You. Upon hearing this answer, even though he had already realized it, Jiraiya couldn't help but stare at Kaido in astonishment. The 5th Hokage, they actually want him to be the 5th Hokage? Jiraiya stared hard at Kaido. He knew his personality was absolutely unsuitable for being Hokage. Choosing him must have a hidden agenda, right? Jiraiya has never been one to enjoy predicting a person's inner thoughts with great suspicion, but at this moment, he had no choice but to think in this direction. If he became the 5th Hokage, with his management abilities, it would be impossible to properly handle the affairs of Hidden Leaf Village. In the end, many of Hidden Leaf Village's matters would still fall into the hands of these 7 major families. Simply put, they don't want a 5th Hokage, or a qualified 5th Hokage who can manage Hidden Leaf Village. What they want is just a symbolic 5th Hokage that can stabilize the situation in Hidden Leaf Village. Do you want me to go back and be a puppet? Jiraiya said, almost gritting his teeth. I refuse this. I'm sorry, Lord Jiraiya, you don't have the option to refuse. Kaido gently shook his head, and then he spoke leisurely. Why do you think you are a puppet? Do you think the Hokage has to be perfect in everything he does? You're wrong, Lord Jiraiya. If that were the case, why would there be so many ministers like us to assist the Hokage? Moreover, don't you think it was a serious problem that the Hokage used to monopolize power? I always agree with one saying, that is, every craft requires specialization. Leaving matters to professionals is always much better than someone who is not skilled in the field. At this point, Kaido paused for a moment, then he smiled and said, And Lord Jiraiya, you can't refuse us. Just now you said it yourself, you are a ninja of Hidden Leaf Village. Now Hidden Leaf Village needs you, are you going to refuse like this? Chapter 154. Orochimaru was in a very joyful mood at the moment. The gains he had made were truly beyond imagination. He had never dreamed that he would actually find this legendary being, this being who once swept across the ninja world. Now he held 3 perfect cards in his hands, especially in regards to Kaido Uchiha, he had many more choices. But there was one thing he hadn't figured out, that was why this person would be here. Although Orochimaru had read the report of the 2nd Hokage, knew some records about this person, and knew he didn't die at the hands of the 1st Hokage. But he had never shown his face after he disappeared, no one could have imagined that he would be hiding in such a place. The Land of Grass, it was a battlefield between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village during the Third War. Does he have any plot? If it were someone else, Orochimaru probably wouldn't think so much, but he had to seriously consider this person. This godlike figure, they must have their own reasons for their actions. However, no matter how much Orochimaru thought about it, he couldn't figure it out, he could only give up helplessly. He was now focusing more on going to Hidden Leaf Village, to bid his teacher the final farewell, and also to see Kaido Uchiha again. In the land of bears, he was indeed taught a good lesson by Kaito Uchiha. Although Orochimaru did not go all out at that time, the problem was that Kaito Uchiha didn't even use the Sharingan at that time. He knew that this guy had even mastered the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the strongest power of an Uchiha was indeed in their eyes. This guy was already so terrifying without using his eyes. If he used his eyes, to what extent would he reach? Orochimaru was very curious about the personal strength of Kaito Uchiha, what level he had reached. He himself did not dare to confront him. After all, he couldn't even handle Itachi Uchiha, and now he was really struggling with the illusion of the Sharingan. Kaito Uchiha easily solved Itachi Uchiha, and even his own teacher was now dealt with. Even though his teacher was old, according to the information, his teacher had demonstrated the demeanor of a ninja hero. This kid was able to do this, it really pleased him greatly. He had already been thinking about how to deal with Kaito Uchiha, plus the matter of his teacher this time, and he had found this once powerful figure. Orochimaru naturally couldn't suppress the thoughts in his heart, so that's why he took the actions he has now. He had come all the way to the Land of Fire, and quickly arrived at the town closest to Hidden Leaf Village. Orochimaru was also full of emotions. Although he had often come to the Land of Fire for various missions, he had never been as close to Hidden Leaf Village as he was today. In the end, he was also a returnee, but he couldn't really walk into the place where he was born in a fair and square way. Fortunately, Orochimaru was not a sentimental person. If he couldn't go back, he didn't have to. His heart was no longer bound by a small village, he had bigger pursuits and more dreams. The death of his teacher this time further confirmed his belief. Although life, old age, sickness, and death are human nature, what he desired more was eternal life. On this point, I am quite similar to that guy Sasori. Orochimaru licked his lips. Although he didn't like Sasori and knew Sasori despised him, their philosophies were indeed similar. Perhaps this was why they were assigned to the same team. After all, they were both pursuing eternal life, just in different ways. Orochimaru walked on silently. But when he entered this town, he noticed something was off. The town was so close to Hidden Leaf Village, there must be ninja troops stationed here, but since he entered, he hadn't seen a single one. Orochimaru did not march in boldly. He had disguised himself when he came here. But the lax defense of Hidden Leaf Village really surprised him. Did the Uchihas not completely control these troops, or did something happen in this town? Orochimaru was very keen, and the current situation piqued his interest. So while he quietly moved forward, he was also secretly exploring the surroundings. Soon his attention focused on a small pub. There were many ninjas hidden outside the pub. Their concealment was not bad, but it was nothing to Orochimaru. Looking through the pub window, there didn't seem to be any customers inside. Someone was probably sitting in a hidden corner, discussing something. And in there, could there be some big shot? Orochimaru licked his lips. He slowly wanted to approach and send a snake in to check the situation. He needed to enter Hidden Leaf Village and find Kaito Uchiha. He would certainly need to collect enough information. Even though he could do this after entering Hidden Leaf Village, since he had many subordinates there who hadn't been cleaned up yet. But now encountering such a situation, if he managed it well, he might save a lot of trouble. However, as he was about to approach the pub's door was suddenly pushed open, and 3 figures walked out. The 3 figures, 2 men and a woman, and the appearance of the 2 men momentarily left Orochimaru somewhat stunned. Jiraiya. Kaito Uchiha. Orochimaru whispered their names, but soon he noticed some small details. He found Jiraiya's complexion a little off, as if he was a little helpless and seemed lost in thought. What are they discussing, and why does Jiraiya look like that? Could it be that Jiraiya is here to say goodbye to our teacher too? Orochimaru muttered to himself, then prepared to turn around and leave quietly. Facing Kaido or Jiraiya alone would be trouble enough, but meeting both of them together now, what could he hope for? His plan to confront Kaido was to do it alone, then rely on the person who was once invincible to challenge him. He didn't want to involve Jiraiya in this, not because he felt he couldn't win, but because he genuinely didn't want to fight Jiraiya. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave, a sudden chill locked onto him. He immediately understood that he was being watched. Inside the pub, Jiraiya looked angrily at Kaido. The atmosphere became exceptionally tense at that moment. Yanko glanced worriedly at Jiraiya and then at Kaido. She had long figured out Kaido's tactics. But obviously, this tactic was not a good thing for Jiraiya, as it could be considered moral kidnapping. But admittedly, this argument was very destructive. After all, as a ninja, you have to obey. But the biggest problem was that Kaido was not someone who would obey, otherwise, Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't have been in its current state. Even if Kaido's actions were not wrong in the normal sense, if they were scrutinized according to certain ninja precepts, there would be a big problem. A person full of rebellious will telling another person to obey everything. It felt awkward and embarrassing no matter how one looked at it. Fortunately, Kaido didn't know what Yanko was thinking, or he would definitely think of a special period when the Brazil was shouting against imperialism. How are you considering, Jiraiya-sama? I think this isn't a difficult decision, right? Kaido looked at Jiraiya with a smile, tapping lightly on the table and speaking in his usual unhurried manner. As ninjas of Hidden Leaf Village, wasn't becoming Hokage the dream of all of us when we were children? Now, Jiraiya-sama has the opportunity to realize this dream. Why hesitate and be torn? No matter how you look at it, this isn't the time for hesitation, Jiraiya-sama. You want me to go back and become Hokage? We all know your intentions. You are profaning the Hokage. Finally, Jiraiya spoke out in anger. You don't have the Hokage in your heart at all, and you don't need the Hokage either. What you want is just a Hokage standing in front of you, so you can play with power. Jiraiya-sama, that's too much to say. Besides, you are not the Hokage now, and you don't have the right to criticize me. Kaido's eyes flickered a little when he heard these words. Who caused the current situation? Who forced us to resist? Who pushed us, out of desperation, into the limelight? A shinobi village is a settlement formed by the coexistence of clan ninjas and civilian ninjas. The Hokage is the leader of this settlement, but that does not mean he owns the entire settlement. The Hokage is the Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village, and the village belongs to everyone. Now the Hokage is hurting the people in the village for his own purpose, is this right? We had no choice but to impeach the previous Hokage, and to prevent this from happening again, we had to make some changes. Were we wrong? In my eyes, Orochimaru is the most suitable Hokage. He has strategies and ambitions, but he clearly knows where he should be. You and he are both part of the Sannin. Compared to him, you fall a bit short. It's just a pity that he was forced out by your teacher. Kaido's words once again hit Jiraiya's pain point. He clenched his fists tightly, and his chakra began to gather. Yanko, who was sitting next to Kaido, couldn't help but glare at him secretly. Did he come to find the Hokage, or did he came to fight Jiraiya? Yanko sighed silently in her heart. She knew that she had been dragged out this time to clean up the mess. She immediately started thinking seriously about whether there was any way to remedy the situation, but Kaido spoke again. If you want to fight me, save it, Jiraiya-sama. You need to understand one thing, I can determine whether or not you're a rogue ninja. Kaido looked at Jiraiya casually, then smiled and said, besides, Jiraiya-sama, you may not be my match. If you lose to me, have you thought about how you might spend the rest of your life in Hidden Leaf Village as prison? Don't forget, I'm the head of the security department. What's the difference between me returning to Hidden Leaf Village to be Hokage and being imprisoned in Hidden Leaf Village? In the end, Jiraiya sighed deeply, looking helpless. Can't you leave me alone? I'd be more useful outside Hidden Leaf Village than inside. Jiraiya-sama, your thinking is wrong. In Hidden Leaf Village, you have enough resources to use, but outside Hidden Leaf Village, you can only rely on yourself. As Kaito was saying this, he took a book out of his ninja tool bag. This book immediately attracted the attention of both Yanko and Jiraiya.